Section 1 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 1. Opening of the New Year. The people in advance of their representatives. Conciliatory conduct of Southern members of Congress. Sensational fictions. Misstatements of the Count of Paris. Obligations of a senator. The Southern forts and arsenals. Pensacola Bay and Fort Pickens. The alleged caucus and its resolutions. Personal motives and feelings. The presidency not a desirable office. Letter from the Hon. C. Clay. With the failure of the Senate Committee of 13 to come to any agreement, the last reasonable hope of a pacific settlement of difficulties within the Union was extinguished in the minds of those most reluctant to abandon the effort. The year 1861 opened, as we have seen, upon the spectacle of a general belief among the people of the planting States in the necessity of an early secession as the only possible alternative left them. It has already been shown that the calmness and deliberation with which the measures requisite for withdrawal were adopted and executed afford the best refutation of the charge that they were the result of haste, passion, or precipitation. Still more contrary to the truth is the assertion, so often recklessly made and reiterated, that the people of the South were led into secession against their will and their better judgment by a few ambitious and discontented politicians. The truth is that the Southern people were in advance of their representatives throughout, and that these latter were not agitators or leaders in the popular movement. They were in harmony with its great principles, but their influence, with very few exceptions, was exerted to restrain rather than to accelerate their application, and to allay rather than to stimulate excitement. As sentinels on the outer wall, the people had a right to look to them for warning of approaching danger, but as we have seen in that last session of the last Congress that preceded the disruption, Southern senators of the class generally considered extremists served on a committee of pacification and strove earnestly to promote its objects. Failing in this, they still exerted themselves to prevent the commission of any act that might result in bloodshed. Invention has busied itself, to the exhaustion of its resources, in the creation of imaginary cabals, conspiracies, and intrigues among the senators and representatives of the South on duty in Washington at that time. The idle gossip of the public hotels, the sensational rumors of the streets, the canards of newspaper correspondents, whatever was floating through the atmosphere of that anxious period, however lightly regarded at the moment by the more intelligent, has since been drawn upon for materials to be used in the construction of what has been widely accepted as authentic history. Nothing would seem to be too absurd for such uses. Thus it has been gravely stated that a caucus of Southern senators, held in the early part of January, resolved to assume to themselves the political power of the South, that they took entire control of all political and military operations, that they issued instructions for the passage of ordinances of secession, and for the seizure of forts, arsenals, and custom houses, with much more of the like groundless fiction. A foreign prince, who served for a time in the Federal Army, and has since undertaken to write a History of the Civil War in America, a history the incomparable blunders of which are redeemed from suspicion of willful misstatement only by the writer's ignorance of the subject, speaks of the Southern representatives as having kept their seats in Congress in order to be able to paralyze its action, forming at the same time a center whence they issued directions to their friends in the South to complete the dismemberment of the Republic. And again, with reference to the secession of several states, he says that the word of command issued by the committee at Washington was promptly obeyed. Statements such as these are a travesty upon history. That the representatives of the South held conference with one another and took counsel together, as men having common interests and threatened by common dangers, is true, and is the full extent of the truth. That they communicated to friends at home information of what was passing is to be presumed, and would have been most obligatory if it had not been that the published proceedings rendered such communication needless. But that any such man, or committee of men, should have undertaken to direct the mighty movement then progressing throughout the South, or to control, through the telegraph and the mails, the will and the judgment of conventions of the people, assembled under the full consciousness of the dignity of that sovereignty which they represented, would have been an extraordinary degree of folly and presumption. The absurdity of the statement is further evident from a consideration of the fact that the movements which culminated in the secession of the several states began before the meeting of Congress. They were not inaugurated, prosecuted, or controlled by the senators and representatives in Congress, but by the governors, legislators, and finally by the delegates of the people in conventions of the respective states. I believe I may fairly claim to have possessed a full share of the confidence of the people of the state which I in part represented, and proof has already been furnished to show how little effect my own influence could have upon their action, even in the negative capacity of a brake upon the wheels, by means of which it was hurried on to consummation. As for the imputation of holding our seats as a vantage ground in plotting for the dismemberment of the Union, in connection with which the Count of Paris does me the honor to single out my name for special mention, it is a charge so dishonorable, if true to its object, so disgraceful, if false, to its author, as to be outside of the proper limit of discussion. It is a charge which no accuser ever made in my presence, though I had in public debate more than once challenged its assertion and denounced its falsehood. It is enough to say that I always held, and repeatedly avowed, the principle that a senator in Congress occupied the position of an ambassador from the state which he represented to the government of the United States, as well as in some sense a member of the government, and that in either capacity it would be dishonorable to use his powers and privileges for the destruction or for the detriment of the government to which he was accredited. Acting on this principle, as long as I held a seat in the Senate, my best efforts were directed to the maintenance of the Constitution, the Union resulting from it, and to make the general government an effective agent of the States for its prescribed purpose. As soon as the paramount allegiance due to Mississippi forbade a continuance of these efforts, I withdrew from the position. To say that during this period I did nothing secretly, in conflict with what was done or professed openly, would be merely to assert my own integrity, which would be worthless to those who may doubt it, and superfluous to those who believe in it. What has been said on the subject for myself, I believe to be also true of my Southern associates in Congress. With regard to the forts, arsenals, etc., something more remains to be said. The authorities of the Southern States, immediately after, and in some cases a few days before, their actual secession, took possession, in every instance without resistance or bloodshed, of forts, arsenals, custom houses, and other public property within their respective limits. I do not propose at this time to consider the question of their right to do so. That may be more properly done hereafter. But it may not be out of place briefly to refer to the statement, often made, that the absence of troops from the military posts in the South, which enabled the States so quietly to take such possession, was the result of collusion and prearrangement between the Southern leaders and the Federal Secretary of War, John B. Floyd, of Virginia. It is a sufficient answer to this allegation to state the fact that the absence of troops from these posts, instead of being exceptional, was and still is their ordinary condition in time of peace. At the very moment when these sentences are being written, in 1880, although the Army of the United States is twice as large as in 1860, although 4 years of internal war and a yet longer period of subsequent military occupation of the South have habituated the public to the presence of troops in their midst, to an extent that would formerly have been startling if not offensive. Although allegations of continued disaffection on the part of the Southern people have been persistently reiterated for party purposes, yet it is believed that the forts and arsenals in the states of the Gulf are in as defenseless a condition, and as liable to quiet seizure, if any such purpose existed, as in the beginning of the year 1861. Certainly those within the range of my personal information are occupied, as they were at that time, only by ordnance sergeants or fort keepers. There were, however, some exceptions to this general rule, especially in the defensive works of the harbor of Charleston, the forts at Key West and the Dry Tortugas, and those protecting the entrance of Pensacola Bay. The events which occurred in Charleston harbor will be more conveniently noticed hereafter. The island forts, near the extreme southern point of Florida, were too isolated and too remote from population to be disturbed at that time, but the situation long maintained at the mouth of Pensacola Bay affords a signal illustration of the forbearance and conciliatory spirit that animated Southern councils. For a long time, Fort Pickens, on the island of Santa Rosa, at the entrance to the harbor, was occupied only by a small body of Federal soldiers and marines, less than 100 all told. Immediately opposite, and in possession of the other 2 forts and the adjacent navy yard, was a strong force of volunteer troops of Florida and Alabama, which might on short notice have been largely increased, ready and anxious to attack and take possession of Fort Pickens. That they could have done so is unquestionable, and if mere considerations of military advantage had been consulted, it would surely have been done. But the love of peace, and the purpose to preserve it, together with a revulsion from the thought of engaging in fraternal strife, were more potent than considerations of probable interest. During the anxious period of uncertainty and apprehension which ensued, the efforts of the Southern senators in Washington were employed to dissuade (they could not command) from any aggressive movement, however justifiable, that might lead to collision. These efforts were exerted through written and telegraphic communications to the governors of Alabama and Florida, the commander of the Southern troops, and other influential persons near the scene of operations. The records of the telegraph office, if preserved, will no doubt show this to be a very moderate statement of those efforts. It is believed that by such influence alone a collision was averted, and it is certain that its exercise gave great dissatisfaction at the time to some of the ardent advocates of more active measures. It may be that they were right, and that we, who counseled delay and forbearance, were wrong. Certainly, if we could have foreseen the ultimate failure of all efforts for a peaceful settlement, and the perfidy that was afterward to be practiced in connection with them, our advice would have been different. Certain resolutions, said to have been adopted in a meeting of senators held on the evening of the 5th of January, have been magnified by the representations of artful commentators on the events of the period into something vastly momentous. Footnote. Subjoined are the resolutions referred to, adopted by the senators from Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas. Messrs. Toombs of Georgia and Sebastian of Arkansas are said to have been absent from the meeting. Quote, resolved that in our opinion each of the states should as soon as may be secede from the Union. Resolved that provision should be made for a convention to organize a confederacy of the seceding states, the convention to meet not later than the 15th of February at the city of Montgomery in the state of Alabama. Resolved that in view of the hostile legislation that is threatened against the seceding states, and which may be consummated before the 4th of March, we ask instructions whether the delegations are to remain in Congress until that date, for the purpose of defeating such legislation. Resolved that a committee be and are hereby appointed, consisting of Messrs. Davis, Slidell, and Mallory, to carry out the objects of this meeting. End footnote. The significance of these resolutions was the admission that we could not longer advise delay, and even that was unimportant under the circumstances, for 3 of the states concerned had taken final action on the subject before the resolutions could have been communicated to them. As an expression of opinion, they merely stated that of which we had all become convinced by the experience of the previous month, that our long-cherished hopes had proved illusory, that further efforts in Congress would be unavailing, and that nothing remained except that the states should take the matter into their own hands, as final judges of their wrongs and of the measure of redress. They recommended the formation of a confederacy among the seceding states as early as possible after their secession, advice the expediency of which could hardly be questioned, either by friend or foe. As to the instructions asked for with regard to the propriety of continuing to hold their seats, I suppose it must have been caused by some diversity of opinion, which then and long afterward continued to exist, and the practical value of which must have been confined to senators of states which did not actually secede. For myself, I can only say that no advice could have prevailed on me to hold a seat in the Senate after receiving notice that Mississippi had withdrawn from the Union. The best evidence that my associates thought likewise is the fact that, although no instructions were given them, they promptly withdrew on the receipt of official information of the withdrawal of the states which they represented. It will not be amiss here briefly to state what were my position and feelings at the period now under consideration, as they have been the subject of gross and widespread misrepresentation. It is not only untrue but absurd to attribute to me motives of personal ambition to be gratified by a dismemberment of the Union. Much of my life had been spent in the military and civil service of the United States. Whatever reputation I had acquired was identified with their history, and if future preferment had been the object, it would have led me to cling to the Union as long as a shred of it should remain. If any, judging after the event, should assume that I was allured by the high office subsequently conferred upon me by the people of the Confederate States, the answer to any such conclusion has been made by others, to whom it was well known, before the Confederacy was formed, that I had no desire to be its president. When the suggestion was made to me, I expressed a decided objection, and gave reasons of a public and permanent character against being placed in that position. Furthermore, I then held the office of United States Senator from Mississippi, one which I preferred to all others. The kindness of the people had 3 times conferred it upon me, and I had no reason to fear that it would not be given again, as often as desired. So far from wishing to change this position for any other, I had specially requested my friends, some of whom had thought of putting me in nomination for the presidency of the United States in 1860, not to permit my name to be used before the convention for any nomination whatever. I had been so near the office for 4 years, while in the cabinet of Mr. Pierce, that I saw it from behind the scenes, and it was to me an office in no wise desirable. The responsibilities were great. The labor, the vexations, the disappointments were greater. Those who have intimately known the official and personal life of our presidents can not fail to remember how few have left the office as happy men as when they entered it, how darkly the shadows gathered around the setting sun, and how eagerly the multitude would turn to gaze upon another orb just rising to take its place in the political firmament. Worn by incessant fatigue, broken in fortune, debarred by public opinion, prejudice, or tradition, from future employment, the wisest and best who have filled that office have retired to private life, to remember rather the failure of their hopes than the success of their efforts. He must, indeed, be a self-confident man who could hope to fill the chair of Washington with satisfaction to himself, with the assurance of receiving on his retirement the meed awarded by the people to that great man, that he had lived enough for life and for glory, or even a feeling that the sacrifice of self had been compensated by the service rendered to his country. The following facts were presented in a letter written several years ago by the Hon. C.C. Clay, of Alabama, who was one of my most intimate associates in the Senate, with reference to certain misstatements to which his attention had been called by one of my friends. Quote, "The import is that Mr. Davis, disappointed and chagrined at not receiving the nomination of the Democratic party for President of the United States in 1860, took the lead in the assembling of Congress in December, 1860, in a conspiracy of Southern senators which planned the secession of the Southern States from the Union, and, on the night of January 5th, 1861, framed the scheme of revolution which was implicitly and promptly followed at the South. In other words, that Southern senators, and chief among them Jefferson Davis, then and there instigated and induced the Southern States to secede. I am quite sure that Mr. Davis neither expected nor desired the nomination for the presidency of the United States in 1860. He never evinced any such aspiration, by word or sign, to me, with whom he was, I believe, as intimate and confidential as with any person outside his own family. On the contrary, he requested the delegation from Mississippi not to permit the use of his name before the convention; and after the nomination of both Douglas and Breckinridge, he conferred with them, at the instance of leading Democrats, to persuade them to withdraw, that their friends might unite on some second choice, an office he would never have undertaken had he sought the nomination or believed he was regarded as an aspirant. Mr. Davis did not take an active part in planning or hastening secession. I think he only regretfully consented to it as a political necessity for the preservation of popular and state rights, which were seriously threatened by the triumph of a sectional party who were pledged to make war on them. I know that some leading men, and even Mississippians, thought him too moderate and backward, and found fault with him for not taking a leading part in secession. No plan of secession or scheme of revolution was to my knowledge discussed, certainly none matured, at the caucus, 5th of January, 1861, unless, forsooth, the resolutions appended hereto be so held. They comprise the sum and substance of what was said and done. I never heard that the caucus advised the South to accumulate munitions of war, or to organize and equip an army of 100,000 men, or determined to hold on as long as possible to the Southern seats. So far from it, a majority of Southern senators seemed to think there would be no war, that the dominant party in the North desired separation from the South, and would gladly let their erring sisters go in peace. I could multiply proofs of such a disposition. As to holding on to their seats, no Southern legislature advised it, no Southern senator who favored secession did so but one, and none others wished to do so, I believe. The plan of secession, if any, and the purpose of secession unquestionably originated not in Washington city, or with the senators or representatives of the South, but among the people of the several states, many months before it was attempted. They followed no leaders at Washington or elsewhere, but acted for themselves with an independence and unanimity unprecedented in any movement of such magnitude. Before the meeting of the caucus of January 5, 1861, South Carolina had seceded, and Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Louisiana, and Texas had taken the initial step of secession by calling conventions for its accomplishment. Before the election of Lincoln, all the Southern states, excepting one or two, had pledged themselves to separate from the Union upon the triumph of a sectional party in the presidential election, by acts or resolutions of their legislatures, resolves of both Democratic and Whig state conventions, and of primary assemblies of the people, in every way in which they could commit themselves to any future act. Their purpose was proclaimed to the world through the press and telegraph, and criticized in Congress, in the Northern legislatures, in press and pulpit, and on the hustings, during many months before Congress met in December, 1860. Over and above all these facts, the reports of the United States Senate show that, prior to the 5th of January, 1861, Southern senators united with Northern Democratic senators in an effort to effect pacification and prevent secession, and that Jefferson Davis was one of a committee appointed by the Senate to consider and report such a measure; that it failed because the Northern Republicans opposed everything that looked to peace; that Senator Douglas arraigned them as trying to precipitate secession, referred to Jefferson Davis as one who sought conciliation, and called upon the Republican senators to tell what they would do, if anything, to restore harmony and prevent disunion. They did not even deign a response. Thus, by their sullen silence, they made confession, without avoidance, of their stubborn purpose to hold up no hand raised to maintain the Union. End of chapter 1. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 2 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 2. Tenure of public property ceded by the states. Sovereignty and eminent domain. Principles asserted by Massachusetts, New York, Virginia, and other states. The Charleston forts. South Carolina sends commissioners to Washington. Sudden movement of Major Anderson. Correspondence of the commissioners with the President. Interviews of the author with Mr. Buchanan. Major Anderson. The Star of the West. The President's special message. Speech of the author in the Senate. Further proceedings and correspondence relative to Fort Sumter. Mr. Buchanan's rectitude in purpose and vacillation in action. The sites of forts, arsenals, navy yards, and other public property of the federal government were ceded by the states, within whose limits they were, subject to the condition, either expressed or implied, that they should be used solely and exclusively for the purposes for which they were granted. The ultimate ownership of the soil, or eminent domain, remains with the people of the state in which it lies, by virtue of their sovereignty. Thus the state of Massachusetts has declared that "the sovereignty and jurisdiction of the Commonwealth extend to all places within the boundaries thereof, subject only to such rights of concurrent jurisdiction as have been or may be granted over any places ceded by the Commonwealth to the United States." In the acts of cession of the respective states, the terms and conditions on which the grant is made are expressed in various forms and with differing degrees of precision. The act of New York, granting the use of a site for the Brooklyn Navy Yard, may serve as a specimen. It contains this express condition: "The United States are to retain such use and jurisdiction so long as said tract shall be applied to the defense and safety of the city and port of New York, and no longer. But the jurisdiction hereby ceded, and the exemption from taxation herein granted, shall continue in respect to said property and to each portion thereof, so long as the same shall remain the property of the United States, and be used for the purposes aforesaid, and no longer." The cession of the site of the Watervliet Arsenal is made in the same or equivalent terms, except that, instead of "defense and safety of the city and port of New York," etc., the language is "defense and safety of the said state, and no longer." South Carolina, in 1805, by legislative enactment, ceded to the United States, in Charleston Harbor and on Beaufort River, various forts and fortifications, and sites for the erection of forts, on the following conditions, viz.: "That if the United States shall not, within 3 years from the passing of this act, and notification thereof by the governor of this state to the Executive of the United States, repair the fortifications now existing thereon, or build such other forts or fortifications as may be deemed most expedient by the Executive of the United States on the same, and keep a garrison or garrisons therein, in such case this grant or cession shall be void and of no effect." Statutes at Large of South Carolina, Volume 5, page 501. It will hardly be contended that the conditions of this grant were fulfilled; and if it be answered that the state did not demand the restoration of the forts or sites, the answer certainly fails after 1860, when the controversy arose and the unfounded assertion was made that those forts and sites had been purchased with the money, and were therefore the property of the United States. The terms of the cession sufficiently manifest that they were free will offerings of such forts and sites as belonged to the state, and public functionaries were bound to know that, by the United States law of March 20th, 1794, it was provided, "that no purchase shall be made where such lands are the property of a state," act to provide for the defense of certain ports and harbors of the United States. The stipulations made by Virginia in ceding the ground for Fortress Monroe and the Rip Raps, on the 1st of March, 1821, are as follows: "An act ceding to the United States the lands on Old Point Comfort and the shoal called the Rip Raps. Whereas it is shown to the present General Assembly that the government of the United States is solicitous that certain lands at Old Point Comfort and at the shoal called the Rip Raps should be, with the right of property and entire jurisdiction thereon, vested in the said United States for the purpose of fortification and other objects of national defense. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly, that it shall be lawful and proper for the governor of this Commonwealth, by conveyance or deeds in writing under his hand and the seal of the state, to transfer, assign, and make over unto the said United States the right of property and title, as well as all the jurisdiction which this Commonwealth possesses over the lands and shoal at Old Point Comfort and the Rip Raps. 2. And be it further enacted, that, should the said United States at any time abandon the said lands and shoal, or appropriate them to any other purposes than those indicated in the preamble to this act, that then, and in that case, the same shall revert to and revest in this Commonwealth. By accepting such grants, under such conditions, the government of the United States assented to their propriety, and the principle that holds good in any one case is, of course, applicable to all others of the same sort, whether expressly asserted in the act of cession or not. Indeed, no express declaration would be necessary to establish a conclusion resulting so directly from the nature of the case and the settled principles of sovereignty and eminent domain. A state withdrawing from the Union would necessarily assume the control theretofore exercised by the general government over all public defenses and other public property within her limits. It would, however, be but fair and proper that adequate compensation should be made to the other members of the partnership or their common agent for the value of the works and for any other advantage obtained by the one party, or loss incurred by the other. Such equitable settlement the seceding states of the South, without exception, as I believe, were desirous to make, and prompt to propose to the federal authorities. On the secession of South Carolina, the condition of the defenses of Charleston Harbor became a subject of anxiety with all parties. Of the 3 forts in or at the entrance of the harbor, 2 were unoccupied, but the third, Fort Moultrie, was held by a garrison of but little more than 100 men, of whom only 63 were said to be effectives, under command of Major Robert Anderson of the 1st Artillery. About 12 days before the secession of South Carolina, the representatives in Congress from that state had called on the President to assure him, in anticipation of the secession of the state, that no purpose was entertained by South Carolina to attack, or in any way molest, the forts held by the United States in the harbor of Charleston, at least until opportunity could be had for an amicable settlement of all questions that might arise with regard to these forts and other public property, provided that no reinforcements should be sent, and the military status should be permitted to remain unchanged. The South Carolinians understood Mr. Buchanan as approving of this suggestion, although declining to make any formal pledge. It appears, nevertheless, from subsequent developments, that both before and after the secession of South Carolina, preparations were secretly made for reinforcing Major Anderson in case it should be deemed necessary by the government at Washington. On the 11th of December, instructions were communicated to him from the War Department, of which the following is the essential part. You are carefully to avoid every act which would needlessly tend to provoke aggression, and for that reason you are not, without evident and imminent necessity, to take up any position which could be construed into the assumption of a hostile attitude, but you are to hold possession of the forts in this harbor, and if attacked, You are to defend yourself to the last extremity. The smallness of your force will not permit you, perhaps, to occupy more than one of the three forts, but an attack on, or attempt to take possession of either of them will be regarded as an act of hostility, and you may then put your command into either of them which you may deem most proper, to increase its power of resistance. You are also authorized to take similar defensive steps whenever you have tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act." These instructions were afterward modified, as we are informed by Mr. Buchanan, so as, instead of requiring him to defend himself to the last extremity, to direct him to do so as long as any reasonable hope remained of saving the fort. Immediately after the secession of the State, the convention of South Carolina deputed three distinguished citizens of that State, Messrs. Robert W. Barnwell, James H. Adams, and James L. Orr, to proceed to Washington, "to treat with the government of the United States for the delivery of the forts, magazines, lighthouses, and other real estate, with their appurtenances, within the limits of South Carolina, and also for an apportionment of the public debt, and for a division of all other property held by the government of the United States, as agent of the Confederated States, of which South Carolina was recently a member, and generally to negotiate as to all other measures and arrangements proper to be made and adopted in the existing relation of the parties, and for the continuance of peace and amity between this Commonwealth and the government at Washington." The commissioners, in the discharge of the duty entrusted to them, arrived in Washington on the 26th of December. Before they could communicate with the President, however, indeed on the morning after their arrival, they were startled, and the whole country electrified, by the news that during the previous night Major Anderson had "secretly dismantled Fort Moultrie," spiked his guns, burned his gun carriages, and removed his command to Fort Sumter, which occupied a more commanding position in the harbor. This movement changed the whole aspect of affairs. It was considered by the government and people of South Carolina as a violation of the implied pledge of a maintenance of the status quo. The remaining forts and other public property were at once taken possession of by the State, and the condition of public feeling became greatly exacerbated. An interview between the President and the Commissioners was followed by a sharp correspondence, which was terminated on the 1st of January, 1861, by the return to the Commissioners of their final communication, with an endorsement stating that it was of such a character that the President declined to receive it. The negotiations were thus abruptly broken off. This correspondence may be found in the Appendix. In the meantime, Mr. Cass, Secretary of State, had resigned his position early in December on the ground of the refusal of the President to send reinforcements to Charleston. On the occupation of Fort Sumter by Major Anderson, Mr. Floyd, Secretary of War, taking the ground that it was virtually a violation of a pledge given or implied by the government, had asked that the garrison should be entirely withdrawn from the harbor of Charleston, and on the refusal of the President to consent to this, had tendered his resignation, which was promptly accepted. This is believed to be a correct outline of the earlier facts with regard to the Charleston forts, and in giving it I have done so, as far as possible, without prejudice or any expression of opinion upon the motives of the actors. The kind relations, both personal and political, which had long existed between Mr. Buchanan and myself, had led him occasionally during his presidency to send for me to confer with him on subjects that caused him anxiety, and warranted me in sometimes calling upon him to offer my opinion on matters of special interest or importance. Thus it was that I had communicated with him freely in regard to the threatening aspect of events in the earlier part of the winter of 1860 61, when he told me of the work that had been done, or was doing, at Fort Moultrie, that is, the elevation of its parapet by crowning it with barrels of sand. I pointed out to him the impolicy as well as inefficiency of the measure. It seemed to me impolitic to make ostensible preparations for defense when no attack was threatened, and the means adopted were inefficient, because any ordinary field piece would knock the barrels off the parapet, and thus too render them only hurtful to the defenders. He inquired whether the expedient had not been successful at Fort Brown, on the Rio Grande, in the beginning of the Mexican War, and was answered that the attack on Fort Brown had been made with small arms, or at great distance. After the removal of the garrison to the stronger and safer position of Fort Sumter, I called upon him again to represent, from my knowledge of the people and the circumstances of the case, how productive the movement would be of discontent, and how likely to lead to collision. One of the vexed questions of the day was, by what authority the collector of the port should be appointed, and the rumor was that instructions had been given to the commanding officer of Fort Sumter not to allow vessels to pass unless under clearance from the United States collector. It was easy to understand that if a vessel were fired upon under such circumstances, it would be accepted as the beginning of hostilities, a result which both he and I desired to avert as the greatest calamity that could be foreseen or imagined. My opinion was, that the wisest and best course would be to withdraw the garrison altogether from the harbor of Charleston. The President's objection to this was, that it was his bounden duty to preserve and protect the property of the United States. To this I replied, with all the earnestness the occasion demanded, that I would pledge my life that, if an inventory were taken of all the stores and munitions in the fort, and an ordnance sergeant, with a few men left in charge of them, they would not be disturbed. As a further guarantee, I offered to obtain from the governor of South Carolina full assurance that, in case any marauders, or lawless combination of persons, should attempt to seize or disturb the property, he would send from the citadel of Charleston an adequate guard to protect it and to secure its keepers against molestation. The President promised me to reflect upon this proposition, and to confer with his cabinet upon the propriety of adopting it. All cabinet consultations are secret, which is equivalent to saying that I never knew what occurred in that meeting to which my proposition was submitted. The result was not communicated to me, but the events which followed proved that the suggestion was not accepted. Major Anderson, who commanded the garrison, had many ties and associations that bound him to the South. He performed his part like the true soldier and man of the finest sense of honor that he was, but that it was most painful to him to be charged with the duty of holding the fort as a threat to the people of Charleston is a fact known to many others as well as to myself. We had been cadets together. He was my first acquaintance in that corps, and the friendship then formed was never interrupted. We had served together in the summer and autumn of 1860 in a commission of inquiry into the discipline, course of studies, and general condition of the United States Military Academy. At the close of our labors, the commission had adjourned to meet again in Washington about the end of the ensuing November, to examine the report and revise it for transmission to Congress. Major Anderson's duties in Charleston Harbor hindered him from attending this adjourned meeting of the commission, and he wrote to me, its chairman, to explain the cause of his absence. That letter was lost when my library and private papers were captured from my home in Mississippi. If any one has preserved it as a trophy of war, its publication would show how bright was the honor, how broad the patriotism of Major Anderson, and how fully he sympathized with me as to the evils which then lowered over the country. In comparing the past and the present among the mighty changes which passion and sectional hostility have wrought, one is profoundly and painfully impressed by the extent to which public opinion has drifted from the landmarks set up by the sages and patriots who formed the constitutional union, and observed by those who administered its government down to the time when war between the states was inaugurated. Mr. Buchanan, the last president of the old school, would as soon have thought of aiding in the establishment of a monarchy among us, as of accepting the doctrine of coercing the states into submission to the will of a majority in mass of the people of the United States. When discussing the question of withdrawing the troops from the port of Charleston, he yielded a ready assent to the proposition that the cession of a site for a fort, for purposes of public defense, lapses whenever that fort should be employed by the grantee against the state by which the cession was made, with the familiar principle that any grant for a special purpose expires when it ceases to be used for that purpose. Whether on this or any other ground, if the garrison of Fort Sumter had been withdrawn in accordance with the spirit of the Constitution of the United States, from which the power to apply coercion to a state was deliberately and designedly excluded, and if this had been distinctly assigned as a reason for its withdrawal, the honor of the United States government would have been maintained intact, and nothing could have operated more powerfully to quiet the apprehensions and allay the resentment of the people of South Carolina. The influence which such a measure would have exerted upon the states which had not yet seceded, but were then contemplating the adoption of that extreme remedy, would probably have induced further delay, and the mellowing effect of time, with a realization of the dangers to be incurred, might have wrought mutual forbearance, if, indeed, anything could have checked the madness then prevailing among the people of the Northern States in their thirst for power and forgetfulness of the duties of federation. It would have been easy to concede this point. The little garrison of Fort Sumter served only as a menace, for it was utterly incapable of holding the fort if attacked, and the poor attempt soon afterward made to reinforce and provision it by such a vessel as the Star of the West might by the uncharitable be readily construed as a scheme to provoke hostilities. Yet, from my knowledge of Mr. Buchanan, I do not hesitate to say that he had no such wish or purpose. His abiding hope was to avert a collision, or at least to postpone it to a period beyond the close of his official term. The management of the whole affair was what Talleyrand describes as something worse than a crime, a blunder. Whatever treatment the case demanded should have been prompt. To wait was fatuity. The ill-advised attempt secretly to throw reinforcements and provisions into Fort Sumter, by means of the steamer Star of the West, resulted in the repulsion of that vessel at the mouth of the harbor by the authorities of South Carolina on the morning of the 9th of January. On her refusal to heave to, she was fired upon and put back to sea, with her recruits and supplies. A telegraphic account of this event was handed me, a few hours afterward, when stepping into my carriage to go to the Senate Chamber. Although I had then, for some time, ceased to visit the President, yet, under the impulse of this renewed note of danger to the country, I drove immediately to the Executive Mansion, and for the last time appealed to him to take such prompt measures as were evidently necessary to avert the impending calamity. The result was even more unsatisfactory than that of former efforts had been. On the same day, the special message of the President on the State of the Union, dated the day previous, 8th of January, was submitted to Congress. This message was accompanied by the first letter of the South Carolina Commissioners to the President, with his answer, but of course not by their rejoinder, which he had declined to receive. Mr. Buchanan, in his memoirs, complains that, immediately after the reading of his message, this rejoinder, which he terms an insulting letter, was presented by me to the Senate, and by that body received and entered into its journal. The simple truth is that, regarding it as essential to a complete understanding of the transaction, and its publication as a mere act of justice to the commissioners, I presented and had it read in the Senate. But its appearance upon the journal as part of the proceedings, instead of being merely a document introduced as part of my remarks, was the result of a discourteous objection made by a so-called Republican senator to the reading of the document by the clerk of the Senate at my request. This will be made manifest by an examination of the debate and proceedings which ensued. The discourtesy recoiled upon its author and supporters, and gave the letter a vantage ground in respect of prominence which I could not have foreseen or expected. The next day, January 10th, the speech was delivered, the greater part of which may be found in the appendix, the last that I ever made in the Senate of the United States, except in taking leave, and by the sentiments of which I am content that my career, both before and since, should be judged. The history of Fort Sumter during the remaining period, until the organization of the Confederate government, may be found in the correspondence given in the appendix. From this it will be seen that the authorities of South Carolina still continued to refrain from any act of aggression and retaliation, under the provocation of the secret attempt to reinforce the garrison, as they had previously under that of its nocturnal transfer from one fort to another. Another commissioner, the Hon. I.W. Haney, was sent to Washington by the governor of South Carolina to effect, if possible, an amicable and peaceful transfer of the fort, and settlement of all questions relating to property. This commissioner remained for nearly a month, endeavoring to accomplish the objects of his mission, but was met only by evasive and unsatisfactory answers, and eventually returned without having effected anything. There is one passage in the last letter of Colonel Haney to the President which presents the case of the occupancy of Fort Sumter by the United States troops so clearly and forcibly that it may be proper to quote it. He writes as follows, quote, "You say that the fort was garrisoned for our protection, and is held for the same purposes for which it has been ever held since its construction. Are you not aware that to hold in the territory of a foreign power a fortress against her will, avowedly for the purpose of protecting her citizens, is perhaps the highest insult which one government can offer to another? But Fort Sumter was never garrisoned at all until South Carolina had dissolved her connection with your government. This garrison entered it in the night, with every circumstance of secrecy, after spiking the guns and burning the gun carriages and cutting down the flagstaff of an adjacent fort, which was then abandoned. South Carolina had not taken Fort Sumter into her own possession only because of her misplaced confidence in a government which deceived her." Thus, during the remainder of Mr. Buchanan's administration, matters went rapidly from bad to worse. The old statesman, who with all his defects had long possessed, and was entitled still to retain, the confidence due to extensive political knowledge and love of his country in all its parts, who had, in his earlier career, looked steadily to the Constitution, as the mariner looks to the compass, for guidance, retired to private life at the expiration of his term of office, having effected nothing to allay the storm which had been steadily gathering during his administration. Timid vacillation was then succeeded by unscrupulous cunning, and for futile efforts, without hostile collision, to impose a claim of authority upon people who repudiated it, were substituted measures which could be sustained only by force. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 3 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B. Part 3, Chapter 3. Secession of Mississippi and Other States. Withdrawal of Senators. Address of the author on taking leave of the Senate. Answer to certain objections. Mississippi was the second state to withdraw from the Union, her ordinance of secession being adopted on the 9th of January, 1861. She was quickly followed by Florida on the 10th, Alabama on the 11th, and, in the course of the same month, by Georgia on the 18th and Louisiana on the 26th. The conventions of these states, together with that of South Carolina, agreed in designating Montgomery, Alabama, as the place, and the 4th of February as the day, for the assembling of a Congress of the seceding states, to which each state convention, acting as the direct representative of the sovereignty of the people thereof, appointed delegates. Telegraphic intelligence of the secession of Mississippi had reached Washington some considerable time before the fact was officially communicated to me. This official knowledge I considered it proper to await before taking formal leave of the Senate. My associates from Alabama and Florida concurred in this view. Accordingly, having received notification of the secession of these three states about the same time, on the 21st of January, Messrs. Yulee and Mallory of Florida, Fitzpatrick and Clay of Alabama, and myself, announced the withdrawal of the states from which we were respectively accredited, and took leave of the Senate at the same time. In the action which she then took, Mississippi certainly had no purpose to levy war against the United States, or any of them. As her senator, I endeavored plainly to state her position in the annexed remarks addressed to the Senate in taking leave of the body. I rise, Mr. President, for the purpose of announcing to the Senate that I have satisfactory evidence that the State of Mississippi, by a solemn ordinance of her people, in convention assembled, has declared her separation from the United States. Under these circumstances, of course, my functions are terminated here. It has seemed to me proper, however, that I should appear in the Senate to announce that fact to my associates, and I will say but very little more. The occasion does not invite me to go into argument, and my physical condition would not permit me to do so if it were otherwise. And yet it seems to become me to say something on the part of the state I here represent on an occasion so solemn as this. It is known to senators who have served with me here that I have for many years advocated, as an essential attribute of state sovereignty, the right of a state to secede from the Union. Therefore, if I had not believed there was justifiable cause, if I had thought that Mississippi was acting without sufficient provocation or without an existing necessity, I should still, under my theory of the government, because of my allegiance to the state of which I am a citizen, have been bound by her action. I, however, may be permitted to say that I do think she has justifiable cause, and I approve of her act. I conferred with her people before that act was taken, counseled them then that, if the state of things which they apprehended should exist when their convention met, they should take the action which they have now adopted. I hope none who hear me will confound this expression of mine with the advocacy of the right of a state to remain in the Union and to disregard its constitutional obligations by the nullification of the law. Such is not my theory. Nullification and secession, so often confounded, are indeed antagonistic principles. Nullification is a remedy which it is sought to apply within the Union and against the agent of the states. It is only to be justified when the agent has violated his constitutional obligations, and a state, assuming to judge for itself, denies the right of the agent thus to act, and appeals to the other states of the Union for a decision. But, when the states themselves, and when the people of the states, have so acted as to convince us that they will not regard our constitutional rights, then, and then for the first time, arises the doctrine of secession in its practical application. A great man who now reposes with his fathers, and who has often been arraigned for a want of fealty to the Union, advocated the doctrine of nullification because it preserved the Union. It was because of his deep-seated attachment to the Union, his determination to find some remedy for existing ills short of a severance of the ties which bound South Carolina to the other states, that Mr. Calhoun advocated the doctrine of nullification, which he proclaimed to be peaceful, to be within the limits of state power, not to disturb the Union, but only to be a means of bringing the agent before the tribunal of the states for their judgment. Secession belongs to a different class of remedies. It is to be justified upon the basis that the states are sovereign. There was a time when none denied it. I hope the time may come again when a better comprehension of the theory of our government, and the inalienable rights of the people of the states, will prevent anyone from denying that each state is a sovereign, and thus may reclaim the grants which it has made to any agent whomsoever. I therefore say I concur in the action of the people of Mississippi, believing it to be necessary and proper, and should have been bound by their action if my belief had been otherwise. And this brings me to the important point which I wish, on this last occasion, to present to the Senate. It is by this confounding of nullification and secession that the name of a great man whose ashes now mingle with his mother earth has been evoked to justify coercion against a seceded state. The phrase, "to execute the laws," was an expression which General Jackson applied to the case of a state refusing to obey the laws while yet a member of the Union. That is not the case which is now presented. The laws are to be executed over the United States, and upon the people of the United States. They have no relation to any foreign country. It is a perversion of terms, at least it is a great misapprehension of the case, which cites that expression for application to a state which has withdrawn from the Union. You may make war on a foreign state. If it be the purpose of gentlemen, they may make war against a state which has withdrawn from the Union. But there are no laws of the United States to be executed within the limits of a seceded state. A state, finding herself in the condition in which Mississippi has judged she is, in which her safety requires that she should provide for the maintenance of her rights out of the Union, surrenders all the benefits, and they are known to be many, deprives herself of the advantages, and they are known to be great, severs all the ties of affection, and they are close and enduring, which have bound her to the Union, and thus divesting herself of every benefit, taking upon herself every burden, she claims to be exempt from any power to execute the laws of the United States within her limits. I well remember an occasion when Massachusetts was arraigned before the bar of the Senate, and when the doctrine of coercion was rife and to be applied against her, because of the rescue of a fugitive slave in Boston. My opinion then was the same that it is now. Not in a spirit of egotism, but to show that I am not influenced in my opinions because the case is my own, I refer to that time and that occasion as containing the opinion which I then entertained, and on which my present conduct is based. I then said that if Massachusetts, following her purpose through a stated line of conduct, chose to take the last step, which separates her from the Union, it is her right to go, and I will neither vote $1 nor one man to coerce her back. But I will say to her, Godspeed, in memory of the kind associations which once existed between her and the other states. It has been a conviction of pressing necessity, it has been a belief that we are to be deprived in the Union of the rights which our fathers bequeathed to us, which has brought Mississippi to her present decision. She has heard proclaimed the theory that all men are created free and equal, and this made the basis of an attack upon her social institutions. And the sacred Declaration of Independence has been invoked to maintain the position of the equality of the races. That Declaration of Independence is to be construed by the circumstances and purposes for which it was made. The communities were declaring their independence. The people of those communities were asserting that no man was born, to use the language of Mr. Jefferson, booted and spurred, to ride over the rest of mankind, that men were created equal, meaning the men of political community, that there was no divine right to rule, that no man inherited the right to govern, that there were no classes by which power and place descended to families, but that all stations were equally within the grasp of each member of the body politic. These were the great principles they announced. These were the purposes for which they made their declaration. These were the ends to which their enunciation was directed. They have no reference to the slave. Else, how happened it that among the items of arraignment against George III was that he endeavored to do just what the North has been endeavoring of late to do, to stir up insurrection among our slaves? Had the Declaration announced that the negroes were free and equal, how was the prince to be arraigned for raising up insurrection among them? And how was this to be enumerated among the high crimes which caused the colonies to sever their connection with the mother country? When our Constitution was formed, the same idea was rendered more palpable, for there we find provision made for that very class of persons as property. They were not put upon the footing of equality with white men, not even upon that of paupers and convicts, but, so far as representation was concerned, were discriminated against as a lower caste, only to be represented in the numerical proportion of 3/5. So stands the compact which binds us together. Then, Senators, we recur to the principles upon which our government was founded, and when you deny them, and when you deny to us the right to withdraw from a government which, thus perverted, threatens to be destructive of our rights, we but tread in the path of our fathers when we proclaim our independence and take the hazard. This is done, not in hostility to others, not to injure any section of the country, not even for our own pecuniary benefit, but from the high and solemn motive of defending and protecting the rights we inherited, and which it is our duty to transmit unshorn to our children. I find in myself perhaps a type of the general feeling of my constituents toward yours. I am sure I feel no hostility toward you, Senators from the North. I am sure there is not one of you, whatever sharp discussion there may have been between us, to whom I can not now say, in the presence of my God, I wish you well, and such, I am sure, is the feeling of the people whom I represent toward those whom you represent. I therefore feel that I but express their desire when I say I hope, and they hope, for peaceable relations with you, though we must part. They may be mutually beneficial to us in the future, as they have been in the past, if you so will it. The reverse may bring disaster on every portion of the country, and, if you will have it thus, we will invoke the God of our fathers, who delivered them from the power of the lion, to protect us from the ravages of the bear. And thus, putting our trust in God and in our firm hearts and strong arms, we will vindicate the right as best we may. In the course of my service here, associated at different times with a great variety of senators, I see now around me some with whom I have served long. There have been points of collision, but whatever of offense there has been to me, I leave here. I carry with me no hostile remembrance. Whatever offense I have given which has not been redressed, or for which satisfaction has not been demanded, I have, senators, in this hour of our parting, to offer you my apology for any pain which, in the heat of discussion, I have inflicted. I go hence unencumbered by the remembrance of any injury received, and having discharged the duty of making the only reparation in my power for any injury offered. Mr. President and Senators, having made the announcement which the occasion seemed to me to require, it only remains for me to bid you a final adieu." There are some who contend that we should have retained our seats and fought for our rights in the Union. Could anything be less rational or less consistent than that a senator, an ambassador from his state, should insist upon representing it in a confederacy from which the state has withdrawn? What was meant by "fighting in the Union" I have never quite understood. If it be to retain a seat in Congress for the purpose of crippling the government and rendering it unable to perform its functions, I can certainly not appreciate the idea of honor that sanctions the suggestion. Among the advantages claimed for this proposition by its supporters was that of thwarting the President in the appointment of his cabinet and other officers necessary for the administration of public affairs. Would this have been to maintain the Union formed by the States? Would such have been the government which Washington recommended as a remedy for the defects of the original Confederation, the greatest of which was the paralysis of the action of the general agent by the opposition or indifference of the States? Sad as have been the consequences of the war which followed secession, disastrous in its moral, material, and political relations, still we have good cause to feel proud that the course of the Southern States has left no blot nor stain upon the honor and chivalry of her people. And if our children must obey, they must, but, thinking on our day, 'twill less debase them to submit. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B. Part 3, Chapter 4. Threats of Arrest. Departure from Washington. Indications of public anxiety. Will there be war? Organization of the Army of Mississippi. Lack of preparations for defense in the South. Evidences of the good faith and peaceable purposes of the Southern people. During the interval between the announcement by telegraph of the secession of Mississippi and the receipt of the official notification which enabled me to withdraw from the Senate, rumors were in circulation of a purpose, on the part of the United States government, to arrest members of Congress preparing to leave Washington on account of the secession of the states which they represented. This threat received little attention from those most concerned. Indeed, it was thought that it might not be an undesirable mode of testing the question of the right of a state to withdraw from the Union. No attempt, however, was made to arrest any of the retiring members, and, after a delay of a few days in necessary preparations, I left Washington for Mississippi, passing through southwestern Virginia, East Tennessee, a small part of Georgia, and North Alabama. A deep interest in the events which had recently occurred was exhibited by the people of these states, and much anxiety was indicated as to the future. Many years of agitation had made them familiar with the idea of separation. Nearly 2 generations had risen to manhood since it had begun to be discussed as a possible alternative. Few, very few, of the Southern people had ever regarded it as a desirable event, or otherwise than as a last resort for escape from evils more intolerable. It was a calamity, which, however threatened, they had still hoped might be averted, or indefinitely postponed, and they had regarded with contempt, rather than anger, the ravings of a party in the North which denounced the Constitution and the Union, and persistently defamed their brethren of the South. Now, however, as well in Virginia and Tennessee, neither of which had yet seceded, as in the more southern states, which had already taken that step, the danger so often prophesied was perceived to be at the door, and eager inquiries were made as to what would happen next, especially as to the probability of war between the states. The course which events were likely to take was shrouded in the greatest uncertainty. In the minds of many there was the not unreasonable hope, which had been expressed by the commissioner sent from Mississippi to Maryland, that the secession of 6 Southern states, certainly soon to be followed by that of others, would so arouse the sober thought and better feeling of the Northern people as to compel their representatives to agree to a convention of the states, and that such guarantees would be given as would secure to the South the domestic tranquility and equality in the Union which were rights assured under the federal compact. There were others, and they the most numerous class, who considered that the separation would be final, but peaceful. For my own part, while believing that secession was a right, and properly a peaceable remedy, I had never believed that it would be permitted to be peaceably exercised. Very few in the South at that time agreed with me, and my answers to queries on the subject were, therefore, as unexpected as they were unwelcome. On my arrival in Jackson, the capital of Mississippi, I found that the convention of the state had made provision for a state army, and had appointed me to the command, with a rank of major general. 4 brigadier generals, appointed in like manner by the convention, were awaiting my arrival for assignment to duty. After the preparation of the necessary rules and regulations, the division of the state into districts, the apportionment among them of the troops to be raised, and the appointment of officers of the general staff, as authorized by the ordinance of the convention, such measures as were practicable were taken to obtain the necessary arms. The state had few serviceable weapons, and no establishment for their manufacture or repair. This fact, which is true of other Southern states as of Mississippi, is a clear proof of the absence of any desire or expectation of war. If the purpose of the Northern states to make war upon us because of secession had been foreseen, preparation to meet the consequences would have been contemporaneous with the adoption of a resort to that remedy, a remedy the possibility of which had for many years been contemplated. Had the Southern states possessed arsenals, and collected in them the requisite supplies of arms and munitions, such preparation would not only have placed them more nearly on an equality with the North in the beginning of the war, but might perhaps have been the best conservator of peace. Let us, the survivors, however, not fail to do credit to the generous credulity which could not understand how, in violation of the compact of union, a war could be waged against the states, or why they should be invaded because their people had deemed it necessary to withdraw from an association which had failed to fulfill the ends for which they had entered into it, and which, having been broken to their injury by the other parties, had ceased to be binding upon them. It is a satisfaction to know that the calamities which have befallen the Southern states were the result of their credulous reliance on the power of the Constitution, that, if it failed to protect their rights, it would at least suffice to prevent an attempt at coercion, if, in the last resort, they peacefully withdrew from the Union. When, in after times, the passions of the day shall have subsided, and all the evidence shall have been collected and compared, the philosophical inquirer who asks why the majority of the stronger section invaded the peaceful homes of their late associates, will be answered by history. The lust of empire impelled them to wage against their weaker neighbors a war of subjugation. End of Part 3, Chapter 4.
Section 5 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis. Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 5. Meeting of the Provisional Congress of the Confederate States. Adoption of a Provisional Constitution. Election of President and Vice President. Notification to the author of his election. His views with regard to it. Journey to Montgomery. Interview with Judge Sharkey. False reports of speeches on the way. Inaugural Address. Editor's Note. The Congress of Delegates from the seceding states convened at Montgomery, Alabama, according to appointment, on the 4th of February, 1861. Their first work was to prepare a provisional constitution for the new Confederacy, to be formed of the states which had withdrawn from the Union, for which the style Confederate States of America was adopted. The powers conferred upon them were adequate for the performance of this duty, the immediate necessity for which was obvious and urgent. This Constitution was adopted on the 8th of February, to continue in force for 1 year, unless superseded at an earlier date by a permanent organization. It is printed in an appendix, and for convenience of reference, the permanent Constitution, adopted several weeks afterward, is exhibited in connection with it, and side by side with the Constitution of the United States, after which it was modeled. The attention of the reader is invited to these documents and to a comparison of them, although a more particular notice of the permanent Constitution will be more appropriate hereafter. On the next day, 9th of February, an election was held for the chief executive offices, resulting, as I afterward learned, in my election to the presidency with the Honorable Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia as vice president. Mr. Stephens was a delegate from Georgia to the Congress. While these events were occurring, having completed the most urgent of my duties at the capital of Mississippi, I had gone to my home, Briarfield, in Warren County, and had begun, in the homely but expressive language of Mr. Clay, to repair my fences. While thus engaged, notice was received of my election to the presidency of the Confederate States, with an urgent request to proceed immediately to Montgomery for inauguration. As this had been suggested as a probable event, and what appeared to me adequate precautions had been taken to prevent it, I was surprised and still more disappointed. For reasons which it is not now necessary to state, I had not believed myself as well suited to the office as some others. I thought myself better adapted to command in the field, and Mississippi had given me the position which I preferred to any other, the highest rank in her army. It was, therefore, that I afterward said in an address delivered in the Capitol, before the legislature of the State, with reference to my election to the presidency of the Confederacy, that the duty to which I was thus called was temporary, and that I expected soon to be with the Army of Mississippi again. While on my way to Montgomery, and waiting in Jackson, Mississippi, for the railroad train, I met the Hon. William L. Sharkey, who had filled with great distinction the office of Chief Justice of the State.
He said he was looking for me to make an inquiry. He desired to know if it was true, as he had just learned, that I believed there would be war. My opinion was freely given that there would be war, long and bloody, and that it behooved every one to put his house in order. He expressed much surprise, and said that he had not believed the report attributing this opinion to me. He asked how I supposed war could result from the peaceable withdrawal of a sovereign state. The answer was, that it was not my opinion that war should be occasioned by the exercise of that right, but that it would be. Judge Sharkey and I had not belonged to the same political party, he being a Whig, but we fully agreed with regard to the question of the sovereignty of the States. He had been an advocate of nullification, a doctrine to which I had never assented, and which had at one time been the main issue in Mississippi politics. He had presided over the well-remembered Nashville Convention in 1849, and had possessed much influence in the state, not only as an eminent jurist, but as a citizen who had grown up with it, and held many offices of honor and trust. On my way to Montgomery, brief addresses were made at various places at which there were temporary stoppages of the trains, in response to calls from the crowds assembled at such points. Some of these addresses were grossly misrepresented in sensational reports made by irresponsible persons, which were published in Northern newspapers, and were not considered worthy of correction under the pressure of the momentous duties then devolving upon me. These false reports, which represented me as invoking war and threatening devastation of the North, have since been adopted by partisan writers as authentic history. It is a sufficient answer to these accusations to refer to my farewell address to the Senate, already given, as reported for the press at the time, and in connection therewith to my inaugural address at Montgomery, on assuming the office of President of the Confederate States on the 18th of February. These two addresses, delivered at an interval of a month, during which no material change of circumstances had occurred, being one before and the other after the date of the sensational reports referred to, are sufficient to stamp them as utterly untrue. The inaugural was deliberately prepared and uttered as written, and, in connection with the farewell speech to the Senate, presents a clear and authentic statement of the principles and purposes which actuated me on assuming the duties of the high office to which I had been called. Inaugural Address. Gentlemen of the Congress of the Confederate States of America, friends and fellow citizens, called to the difficult and responsible station of Chief Magistrate of the provisional government which you have instituted, I approach the discharge of the duties assigned to me with humble distrust of my abilities, but with a sustaining confidence in the wisdom of those who are to guide and aid me in the administration of public affairs, and an abiding faith in the virtue and patriotism of the people. Looking forward to the speedy establishment of a permanent government to take the place of this, which by its greater moral and physical power will be better able to combat with many difficulties that arise from the conflicting interests of separate nations, I enter upon the duties of the office to which I have been chosen, with the hope that the beginning of our career as a confederacy may not be obstructed by hostile opposition to our enjoyment of the separate existence and independence we have asserted, and which, with the blessing of Providence, we intend to maintain. Our present political position has been achieved in a manner unprecedented in the history of nations. It illustrates the American idea that governments rest on the consent of the governed, and that it is the right of the people to alter or abolish them at will whenever they become destructive of the ends for which they were established. The declared purpose of the compact of the Union from which we have withdrawn was to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquillity, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. And when, in the judgment of the sovereign states composing this confederacy, it has been perverted from the purposes for which it was ordained, and ceased to answer the ends for which it was established, a peaceful appeal to the ballot box declared that, so far as they are concerned, the government created by that compact should cease to exist. In this they merely asserted the right which the Declaration of Independence of July 4th, 1776, defined to be inalienable. Of the time and occasion of its exercise, they, as sovereigns, were the final judges, each for itself. The impartial and enlightened verdict of mankind will vindicate the rectitude of our conduct, and he who knows the hearts of men will judge of the sincerity with which we have labored to preserve the government of our fathers in its spirit. The right solemnly proclaimed at the birth of the United States, which has been solemnly affirmed and reaffirmed in the Bills of Rights of the States subsequently admitted into the Union of 1789, undeniably recognizes in the people the power to resume the authority delegated for the purposes of government. Thus, the sovereign states here represented have proceeded to form this confederacy, and it is by abuse of language that their act has been denominated a revolution. They formed a new alliance, but within each state its government has remained so that the rights of persons and property have not been disturbed. The agent through which they communicated with foreign nations is changed, but this does not necessarily interrupt their international relations, sustained by the consciousness that the transition from the former Union to the present Confederacy has not proceeded from a disregard, on our part, of just obligations, or any failure to perform every constitutional duty, moved by no interest or passion to invade the rights of others, anxious to cultivate peace and commerce with all nations. If we may not hope to avoid war, we may at least expect that posterity will acquit us of having needlessly engaged in it. Doubly justified by the absence of wrong on our part, and by wanton aggression on the part of others, there can be no cause to doubt that the courage and patriotism of the people of the Confederate States will be found equal to any measure of defense which their honor and security may require. An agricultural people, whose chief interest is the export of commodities required in every manufacturing country, our true policy is peace, and the freest trade which our necessities will permit. It is alike our interest and that of all those to whom we would sell, and from whom we would buy, that there should be the fewest practicable restrictions upon the interchange of these commodities. There can, however, be but little rivalry between ours and any manufacturing or navigating community, such as the northeastern states of the American Union. It must follow, therefore, that mutual interest will invite to goodwill and kind offices on both parts. If, however, passion or lust of dominion should cloud the judgment or inflame the ambition of those states, we must prepare to meet the emergency and maintain by the final arbitrament of the sword the position which we have assumed among the nations of the earth. We have entered upon the career of independence, and it must be inflexibly pursued. Through many years of controversy with our late associates of the Northern States, we have vainly endeavored to secure tranquillity and obtain respect for the rights to which we were entitled. As a necessity, not a choice, we have resorted to the remedy of separation, and henceforth our energies must be directed to the conduct of our affairs, and the perpetuity of the Confederacy which we have formed. If a just perception of mutual interest shall permit us peaceably to pursue our separate political career, my most earnest desire will have been fulfilled. But if this be denied to us, and the integrity of our territory and jurisdiction be assailed, it will but remain for us with firm resolve to appeal to arms and invoke the blessing of Providence on a just cause. As a consequence of our new condition and relations, and with a view to meet anticipated wants, it will be necessary to provide for the speedy and efficient organization of branches of the executive department having special charge of foreign intercourse, finance, military affairs, and the postal service. For purposes of defense, the Confederate States may, under ordinary circumstances, rely mainly upon the militia, but it is deemed advisable, in the present condition of affairs, that there should be a well-instructed and disciplined army, more numerous than would usually be required on a peace establishment. I also suggest that, for the protection of our harbors and commerce on the high seas, a navy adapted to those objects will be required. But this, as well as other subjects appropriate to our necessities, have doubtless engaged the attention of Congress. With a constitution differing only from that of our fathers in so far as it is explanatory of their well-known intent, freed from sectional conflicts which have interfered with the pursuit of the general welfare, it is not unreasonable to expect that states from which we have recently parted may seek to unite their fortunes to ours under the government which we have instituted. For this your Constitution makes adequate provision. But beyond this, if I mistake not the judgment and will of the people, a reunion with the states from which we have separated is neither practicable nor desirable. To increase the power, develop the resources, and promote the happiness of the Confederacy, it is requisite that there should be so much of homogeneity that the welfare of every portion shall be the aim of the whole. When this does not exist, antagonisms are engendered which must and should result in separation. Actuated solely by the desire to preserve our own rights and promote our own welfare, the separation by the Confederate States has been marked by no aggression upon others, and followed by no domestic convulsion. Our industrial pursuits have received no check, the cultivation of our fields have progressed as heretofore, and even should we be involved in war, there would be no considerable diminution in the production of the staples which have constituted our exports, and which the commercial world has an interest scarcely less than our own. This common interest of the producer and consumer can only be interrupted by exterior force, which would obstruct the transmission of our staples to foreign markets, a course of conduct which would be as unjust as it would be detrimental to manufacturing and commercial interests abroad. Should reason guide the action of the government from which we have separated, a policy so detrimental to the civilized world, the Northern States included, could not be dictated by even the strongest desire to inflict injury upon us. But if the contrary should prove true, a terrible responsibility will rest upon it, and the suffering of millions will bear testimony to the folly and wickedness of our aggressors. In the meantime, there will remain to us, besides the ordinary means before suggested, the well-known resources for retaliation upon the commerce of an enemy. Experience in public stations, of subordinate grade to this which your kindness has conferred, has taught me that toil and care and disappointment are the price of official elevation. You will see many errors to forgive, many deficiencies to tolerate, but you shall not find in me either want of zeal or fidelity to the cause that is to me the highest in hope and of most enduring affection. Your generosity has bestowed upon me an undeserved distinction, one which I neither sought nor desired. Upon the continuance of that sentiment, and upon your wisdom and patriotism, I rely to direct and support me in the performance of the duties required at my hands. We have changed the constituent parts, but not the system of government. The Constitution framed by our fathers is that of these Confederate States. In their exposition of it, and in the judicial construction it has received, we have a light which reveals its true meaning. Thus instructed as to the true meaning and just interpretation of that instrument, and ever remembering that all offices are but trusts held for the people, and that powers delegated are to be strictly construed, I will hope, by due diligence in the performance of my duties, though I may disappoint your expectations, yet to retain, when retiring, something of the goodwill and confidence which welcome my entrance into office. It is joyous in the midst of perilous times to look around upon a people united in heart, where one purpose of high resolve animates and actuates the whole, where the sacrifices to be made are not weighed in the balance against honor and right and liberty and equality. Obstacles may retard, but they can not long prevent the progress of a movement sanctified by its justice and sustained by a virtuous people. Reverently let us invoke the God of our fathers to guide and protect us in our efforts to perpetuate the principles which by his blessing they were able to vindicate, establish, and transmit to their posterity. With the continuance of his favor, ever gratefully acknowledged, we may hopefully look forward to success, to peace, and to prosperity. End quote. Note, relative to the election of President of the Confederate States under the Provisional Constitution, and some other subjects referred to in the foregoing chapters. Statements having been made, seemingly to imply that I was a candidate for the presidency of the Confederate States, that my election was the result of a misunderstanding or of accidental complications, and also that I held extreme views and entertained at that period an inadequate conception of the magnitude of the war probably to be waged. Information on the subject has been contributed by several distinguished members of the Provisional Congress who still survive. From a number of their letters which have been published, the annexed extracts are given, parts being omitted which refer to matters not of historical interest. From a communication of the Hon. Alexander M. Clayton, of Mississippi, to the Memphis Appeal of June 21st, 1870, quote, I was at the time a member of the Provisional Congress from Mississippi, believing that Mr. Davis was the choice of the South for the position of President. Before repairing to Montgomery, I addressed him a letter to ascertain if he would accept it. He replied that it was not the place he desired, that if he could have his choice, he would greatly prefer to be in active service as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, but that he would give himself to the cause in any capacity whatever. That was the only letter of which I have any knowledge that he wrote on the subject, and that was known to only a very few persons, and only when I was asked if Mr. Davis would accept the presidency. There was no electioneering, no management on the part of anyone. Each voter was left to determine for himself in whose hands the destinies of the infant Confederacy should be placed. By a law as fixed as gravitation itself, and as little disturbed by outside influences, the minds of members centered upon Mr. Davis. After a few days of anxious, intense labor, the Provisional Constitution was framed, and it became necessary to give it vitality by putting someone at the head of the new government. Without any effort on the part of the friends of either Messrs. Davis or Stephens, the election was made without the slightest dissent. Of the accidental complications referred to, I have not the least knowledge, and always thought that the election of Mr. Davis arose from the spontaneous conviction of his peculiar fitness. I have consulted no one on the subject, and have appended my name only to avoid resting an important fact upon anonymous authority. Very respectfully yours, (Signed) Alexander M. Clayton. From the Hon. J. A. P. Campbell, of Mississippi, now a justice of the Supreme Court of that State: "If there was a delegate from Mississippi or any other State who was opposed to the election of Jefferson Davis as President of the Confederate States, I never heard of the fact. I had the idea that Mr. Davis did not desire to be President, and preferred to be in the military service, but no other man was spoken of for President within my hearing. It is within my personal knowledge that the statement of the interview, that Mr. Davis did not have a just appreciation of the serious character of the contest between the seceding States and the Union, is wholly untrue. Mr. Davis, more than any man I ever heard talk on the subject, had a correct apprehension of the consequences of secession, and of the magnitude of the war to be waged to coerce the seceding States. While at Montgomery he expressed the belief that heavy fighting must occur, and that Virginia was to be the chief battleground. Years prior to secession, in his address before the legislature and people of Mississippi, Mr. Davis had earnestly advised extensive preparation for the possible contingency of secession. After the formation of the Confederate States, he was far in advance of the Constitutional Convention and the Provisional Congress, and, as I believe of any man in it, in his views of the gravity of the situation and the probable extent and duration of the war, and of the provision which should be made for the defense of the seceding States. Before secession, Mr. Davis thought war would result from it, and after secession he expressed the view that the war commenced would be an extensive one. What he may have thought at a later day than the early part of 1862, I do not know, but it is inconceivable that the interview can be correct as to that. The idea that Mr. Davis was so extreme in his views is a new one. He was extremely conservative on the subject of secession. The suggestion that Mississippi would have preferred General Toombs or Mr. Cobb for President has no foundation in fact. My opinion is that no man could have obtained a single vote in the Mississippi delegation against Mr. Davis, who was then, as he is now, the most eminent and popular of all the citizens of Mississippi. Very respectfully, (Signed) J. A. P. Campbell." From the Hon. Duncan F. Kenner, of Louisiana: "My recollections of what transpired at the time are very vivid and positive. Who should be President was the absorbing question of the day. It engaged the attention of all present, and elicited many letters from our respective constituencies. The general inclination was strongly in favor of Mr. Davis. In fact, no other name was so prominently or so generally mentioned. The name of Mr. Rhett, of South Carolina, was probably more frequently mentioned than that of any other person next to Mr. Davis. The rule adopted at our election was that each State should have one vote, to be delivered in open session, viva voce, by one of the delegates as spokesman for his colleagues. The delegates of the different States met in secret session to select their candidate and spokesman. Of what occurred in these various meetings I cannot speak authoritatively as to other States, as their proceedings were considered secret. I can speak positively, however, of what took place at a meeting of the delegates from Louisiana. We, the Louisiana delegates, without hesitation and unanimously, after a very short session, decided in favor of Mr. Davis. No other name was mentioned. The claims of no one else were considered or even alluded to. There was not the slightest opposition to Mr. Davis on the part of any of our delegation. Certainly none was expressed. All appeared enthusiastic in his favor, and I have no reason to doubt felt so. Nor was the feeling induced by any solicitation on the part of Mr. Davis or his friends. Mr. Davis was not in or near Montgomery at the time. He was never heard from on this subject, so far as I knew. He was never announced as a candidate. We were seeking the best man to fill the position, and the conviction at the time, in the minds of a large majority of the delegates, that Mr. Davis was the best qualified from both his civil and military knowledge and experience, induced many to look upon Mr. Davis as the best selection that could be made. This conviction, coupled with his well-recognized conservative views, for in no sense did we consider Mr. Davis extreme, either in his views or purposes, was the deciding consideration which controlled the votes of the Louisiana delegation. Of this I have not the least doubt. I remain, respectfully, very truly yours, etc., signed, Duncan F. Kenner. From the Hon. James Chestnut of South Carolina. Quote, Before leaving home, I made up my mind as to who was the fittest man to be president and who to be vice president, Mr. Davis for the first and Mr. Stephens for the second, and this was known to all my friends as well as to my colleagues. Mr. Davis, then conspicuous for ability, had long experience in civil service, was reputed a most successful organizer and administrator of the military department of the United States when he was Secretary of War, and came out of the Mexican War with much éclat as a soldier. Possessing a combination of these high and needful qualities, he was regarded by nearly the whole South as the fittest man for the position. I certainly so regarded him, and did not change my mind on the way to Montgomery. Georgia was a great state, great in numbers, comparatively great in wealth, and great in the intellectual gifts and experiences of many of her sons. Conspicuous among them were Stephens, Toombs, and Cobb. In view of these facts, it was thought by all of us expedient, nay, more positively right and just, that Georgia should have a corresponding weight in the counsels and conduct of the new government. Mr. Stephens was also a man of conceited ability, of high character, conservative, devoted to the rights of the states, and known to be a power in his own state. Hence all eyes turned to him to fill the second place. Howell Cobb became president of the convention, and General Toombs secretary of state. These two gifted Georgians were called to their respective positions because of their experience, ability, and ardent patriotism. Mr. Rhett was a very bold and frank man. So was Colonel Keitt, and they, as always, avowed their opinions and acted upon them with energy. Nevertheless, the vote of the delegation was cast for Mr. Davis. Signed, James Chestnut. From the Hon. W. Porcher Miles, of Virginia, formerly of South Carolina, and a member of the Provisional Congress of 1861. Oak Ridge, January 27, 1880. To the best of my recollection, there was entire unanimity in the South Carolina delegation at Montgomery on the subject of the choice of a president. I think it very likely that Keitt, from his warm personal friendship for Mr. Toombs, may at first have preferred him. I have no recollections of Chestnut's predilections. I think there was no question that Mr. Davis was the choice of our delegation and of the whole people of South Carolina. I do not think Mr. Rhett ever attempted to influence the course of his colleagues, either in this or in matters generally before the Congress. Nor do I think his personal influence in the delegation was as great as that of some other members of it. If I were to select any one as having a special influence with us, I would consider Mr. Robert Barnwell as the one. His singularly pure and elevated character, entire freedom from all personal ambition, or desire for place or position (he declined Mr. Davis's offer of a seat in the cabinet), as well as his long experience in public life and admirably calm and well-balanced mind, all combined to make his influence with his colleagues very great. But neither could he be said to lead the delegation. He had no desire, and never made any attempt to do so. I think there was no delegation in the Congress, the individual members of which were more independent in coming to their own conclusions of what was right and expedient to be done. There was always the frankest and freest interchange of opinions among them, but every one determined his own course for himself." End of chapter 5. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 6 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 6. The Confederate Cabinet. After being inaugurated, I proceeded to the formation of my cabinet. That is, the heads of the executive departments authorized by the laws of the Provisional Congress. The unanimity existing among our people made this a much easier and more agreeable task than where the rivalries in the party of an executive have to be consulted and accommodated, often at the expense of highest capacity and fitness. Unencumbered by any other considerations than the public welfare, having no friends to reward or enemies to punish, it resulted that not one of those who formed my first cabinet had borne to me the relation of close personal friendship, or had political claims upon me. Indeed, with two of them I had no previous acquaintance. It was my wish that the Hon. Robert W. Barnwell, of South Carolina, should be Secretary of State. I had known him intimately during a trying period of our joint service in the United States Senate, and he had won alike my esteem and regard. Before making known to him my wish in this connection, the delegation of South Carolina, of which he was a member, had resolved to recommend one of their number to be Secretary of the Treasury, and Mr. Barnwell, with characteristic delicacy, declined to accept my offer to him. I had intended to offer the Treasury Department to Mr. Toombs, of Georgia, whose knowledge on subjects of finance had particularly attracted my notice when we served together in the United States Senate. Mr. Barnwell having declined the State Department, and a colleague of his, said to be particularly qualified for the Treasury Department, having been recommended for it, Mr. Toombs was offered the State Department, for which others believed him to be well qualified. Mr. Mallory, of Florida, had been chairman of the Committee on Naval Affairs in the United States Senate, was extensively acquainted with the officers of the Navy, and, for a landsman, had much knowledge of nautical affairs. Therefore he was selected for Secretary of the Navy. Mr. Benjamin, of Louisiana, had a very high reputation as a lawyer, and my acquaintance with him in the Senate had impressed me with the lucidity of his intellect, his systematic habits, and capacity for labor. He was therefore invited to the post of Attorney General. Mr. Reagan, of Texas, I had known for a sturdy, honest representative in the United States Congress, and his acquaintance with the territory included in the Confederate States was both extensive and accurate. These, together with his industry and ability to labor, indicated him as peculiarly fit for the office of Postmaster General. Mr. Memminger, of South Carolina, had a high reputation for knowledge of finance. He bore an unimpeachable character for integrity and close attention to duties, and on the recommendation of the delegation from South Carolina, he was appointed Secretary of the Treasury and proved himself entirely worthy of the trust. Mr. Walker of Alabama was a distinguished member of the bar of North Alabama, and was eminent among the politicians of that section. He was earnestly recommended by gentlemen intimately and favorably known to me, and was therefore selected for the War Department. His was the only name presented from Alabama. The executive departments having been organized, my attention was first directed to preparation for military defense. For though I, in common with others, desired to have a peaceful separation, and sent commissioners to the United States government to effect, if possible, negotiations to that end, I did not hold the common opinion that we would be allowed to depart in peace, and therefore regarded it as an imperative duty to make all possible preparation for the contingency of war. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Early acts of the Confederate Congress. Laws of the United States continued in force. Officers of Customs and Revenue continued in office. Commission to the United States. Navigation of the Mississippi. Restrictions on the coasting trade removed. Appointment of commissioners to Washington. The legislation of the Confederate Congress furnishes the best evidence of the temper and spirit which prevailed in the organization of the Confederate government. The very first enactment, made on the 9th of February, 1861, the day after the adoption of the Provisional Constitution, was this, that all the laws of the United States of America in force and in use in the Confederate States of America on the first day of November last, and not inconsistent with the Constitution of the Confederate States, be and the same are hereby continued in force until altered or repealed by the Congress. The next act, adopted on the 14th of February, was one continuing in office until the 1st of April next, ensuing all officers connected with the collection of customs, and the assistant treasurers entrusted with the keeping of the moneys arising therefrom, who were engaged in the performance of such duties within any of the Confederate States, with the same powers and functions which they had been exercising under the government of the United States. The Provisional Constitution itself, in the second section of its 6th article, had ordained as follows: "The government hereby instituted shall take immediate steps for the settlement of all matters between the States forming it and their other late confederates of the United States, in relation to the public property and public debt at the time of their withdrawal from them, these States hereby declaring it to be their wish and earnest desire to adjust everything pertaining to the common property, common liabilities, and common obligations of that Union, upon the principles of right, justice, equity, and good faith." In accordance with this requirement of the Constitution, the Congress, on the 15th of February, before my arrival at Montgomery, passed a resolution declaring, "that it is the sense of this Congress that a commission of 3 persons be appointed by the President-elect as early as may be convenient after his inauguration, and sent to the Government of the United States of America for the purpose of negotiating friendly relations between that Government and the Confederate States of America, and for the settlement of all questions of disagreement between the two governments upon principles of right, justice, equity, and good faith." Persistent, and to a great extent successful efforts were made to inflame the minds of the people of the Northwestern States by representing to them that, in consequence of the separation of the States, they would lose the free navigation of the Mississippi River. At that early period in the life of the Confederacy, the intercourse between the North and South had been so little interrupted, that the agitators, whose vocation it was to deceive the masses of the people, could not, or should not, have been ignorant that, as early as the 25th of February, 1861, an act was passed by the Confederate Congress, and approved by the President, "to declare and establish the free navigation of the Mississippi River." The act began with the announcement that "the peaceful navigation of the Mississippi River is hereby declared free to the citizens of any of the States upon its borders, or upon the borders of its navigable tributaries," and its provisions secured that freedom for all ships, boats, or vessels, with their cargoes, without any duty or hindrance, except light money, pilotage, and other like charges. By an act approved on the 26th of February, all laws which forbade the employment in the coasting trade of vessels not enrolled or licensed, and all laws imposing discriminating duties on foreign vessels or goods imported in them, were repealed. These acts and all other indications manifest the well-known wish of the people of the Confederacy to preserve the peace and encourage the most unrestricted commerce with all nations, surely not least with their late associates, the Northern States. Thus far the hope that peace might be maintained was predominant. Perhaps the wish was father to the thought that there would be no war between the States lately united. Indeed, all the laws enacted during the first session of the Provisional Congress show how consistent were the purposes and actions of its members with their original avowal of a desire peacefully to separate from those with whom they could not live in tranquillity, albeit the government had been established to promote the common welfare. Under this state of feeling, the government of the Confederacy was instituted. My own views and inclinations, as has already been fully shown, were in entire accord with the disposition manifested by the requirement of the Provisional Constitution and the resolution of the Congress above recited, for the appointment of a commission to negotiate friendly relations with the United States and an equitable and peaceable settlement of all questions which would necessarily arise under the new relations of the States toward one another. Next to the organization of a cabinet, that of such a commission was accordingly one of the very first objects of attention. 3 discreet, well-informed, and distinguished citizens were selected as said commissioners, and accredited to the President of the Northern States, Mr. Lincoln, to the end that by negotiation all questions between the two governments might be so adjusted as to avoid war, and perpetuate the kind relations which had been cemented by the common trials, sacrifices, and glories of the people of all the States. If sectional hostility had been engendered by dissimilarity of institutions, and by a mistaken idea of moral responsibilities, and by irreconcilable creeds, if the family could no longer live and grow harmoniously together, by patriarchal teaching older than Christianity, it might have been learned that it was better to part peaceably, and to continue from one to another the good offices of neighbors who by sacred memories were forbidden ever to be foes. The nomination of the members of the commission was made on the 25th of February, within a week after my inauguration, and confirmed by Congress on the same day.
The commissioners appointed were Messrs. A. B. Roman, of Louisiana, Martin J. Crawford, of Georgia, and John Forsyth, of Alabama. Mr. Roman was an honored citizen, and had been governor of his native state. Mr. Crawford had served with distinction in Congress for several years. Mr. Forsyth was an influential journalist, and had been minister to Mexico under appointment of Mr. Pierce, near the close of his term, and continued so under that of Mr. Buchanan. These gentlemen, moreover, represented the three great parties which had ineffectually opposed the sectionalism of the so-called Republicans. Ex-Governor Roman had been a Whig in former years, and one of the Constitutional Union, or Bell and Everett party in the canvass of 1860. Mr. Crawford, as a state rights Democrat, had supported Mr. Breckinridge, and Mr. Forsyth had been a zealous advocate of the claims of Mr. Douglas. The composition of the commission was therefore such as should have conciliated the sympathy and cooperation of every element of conservatism with which they might have occasion to deal. Their commissions authorized and empowered them, in the name of the Confederate States, to meet and confer with any person or persons duly authorized by the government of the United States, being furnished with like power and authority, and with him or them to agree, treat, consult, and negotiate, concerning all matters in which the parties were both interested. No secret instructions were given them, for there was nothing to conceal. The objects of their mission were open and avowed, and its inception and conduct throughout were characterized by frankness and good faith. How this effort was received, how the commissioners were kept waiting, and while fair promises were held to the ear, how military preparations were pushed forward for the unconstitutional criminal purpose of coercing states, let the shameful record of that transaction attest. End of chapter 7. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 7 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 8. The Peace Conference. Demand for a little bloodletting. Plan proposed by the conference. Its contemptuous reception and treatment in the United States Congress. Failure of last efforts at reconciliation and reunion. Note: Speech of General Lane of Oregon. While the events which have just been occupying our attention were occurring, the last conspicuous effort was made within the Union to stay the tide of usurpation which was driving the Southern States into secession. This effort was set on foot by Virginia, the General Assembly of which State, on the 19th of January, 1861, adopted a preamble and resolutions deprecating disunion and inviting all such states as were willing to unite in an earnest endeavor to avert it by an adjustment of the then existing controversies to appoint commissioners to meet in Washington on the 4th of February, "to consider and, if practicable, agree on some suitable adjustment."
ex-President John Tyler, and Messrs. William C. Rivas, John W. Brockenbrew, George W. Summers, and James A. Seddon, 5 of the most distinguished citizens of the State, were appointed to represent Virginia in the proposed conference. If they could agree with the commissioners of other States upon any plan of settlement requiring amendments to the Federal Constitution, they were instructed to communicate them to Congress, with a view to their submission to the several States for ratification. The border States, in general, promptly acceded to this proposition of Virginia, and others followed, so that in the Peace Congress, or conference which assembled, according to appointment, on the 4th, and adjourned on the 27th of February, 21 States were eventually represented, of which 14 were Northern, or non-slaveholding, and 7 slaveholding States. The 6 States which had already seceded were of course not of the number represented, nor were Texas and Arkansas, the secession of which, although not consummated, was obviously inevitable. 3 of the northwestern States, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and the 2 Pacific States, Oregon and California, also held aloof from the conference. In the case of these last 2, distance and lack of time perhaps hindered action. With regard to the other 3, their reasons for declining to participate in the movement were not officially assigned, and are therefore only subjects for conjecture. Some remarkable revelations were afterward made, however, with regard to the action of one of them. It appears from correspondence read in the Senate on the 27th of February that the 2 senators from Michigan had at first opposed the participation of that State in the conference, on the ground that it was, as one of them expressed it, "a step toward obtaining that concession which the imperious slave power so insolently demands." That is to say, in plain terms, they objected to it because it might lead to a compromise and pacification. Finding, however, that most of the other northern States were represented, some of them by men of moderate and conciliatory temper, that writer had subsequently changed his mind, and at a late period of the session of the conference recommended the sending of delegations of true unflinching men, who would be in favor of the Constitution as it is; that is, who would oppose any amendment proposed in the interests of harmony and pacification. The other senator exhibits a similar alarm at the prospect of compromise, and a concurrent change of opinion. He urges the sending of stiff-backed men to thwart the threatened success of the friends of peace, and concludes with an expression of the humane and patriotic sentiment that, "without a little bloodletting," the Union would not be "worth a rush." With such unworthy levity did these leaders of sectional strife express their exultation in the prospect of the conflict, which was to drench the land with blood and enshroud thousands of homes in mourning. Footnote 131. See Congressional Globe, ut supra. As this letter, last referred to, is brief and characteristic of the temper of the typical so-called Republicans of the period, it may be inserted entire. "Washington, February 11th, 1861. My dear Governor: Governor Bingham and myself telegraphed you on Saturday, at the request of Massachusetts and New York, to send delegates to the Peace or Compromise Congress. They admit that we were right, and that they were wrong; that no Republican State should have sent delegates, but they are here and cannot get away. Ohio, Indiana, and Rhode Island are caving in, and there is danger of Illinois, and now they beg us for God's sake to come to their rescue and save the Republican party from rupture. I hope you will send stiff-backed men or none. The whole thing was gotten up against my judgment and advice, and will end in thin smoke. Still, I hope, as a matter of courtesy to some of our erring brethren, that you will send the delegates. Truly your friend, (Signed) Z. Chandler. His Excellency Austin Blair. P.S. Some of the manufacturing states think that a fight would be awful. Without a little bloodletting, this Union will not, in my estimation, be worth a rush. End quote. The reader should not fall into the mistake of imagining that the erring brethren toward whom a concession of courtesy is recommended by the writer of this letter were the people of the seceding, or even of the border, states. It is evident from the context that he means the people of those so-called Republican states, which had fallen into the error of taking part in a plan for peace, which might have averted the bloodletting recommended. End of footnote. It is needless to follow the course of the deliberations of the Peace Conference. It included among its members many men of distinction and eminent ability, and some of unquestionable patriotism, from every part of the Union. The venerable John Tyler presided, and took an active and ardent interest in the efforts made to effect a settlement and avert the impending disasters. A plan was finally agreed upon by a majority of the States represented for certain amendments to the Federal Constitution, which it was hoped might be acceptable to all parties and put an end to further contention. In its leading features this plan resembled that of Mr. Crittenden, heretofore spoken of, which was still pending in the Senate, though with some variations, which were regarded as less favorable to the South. It was reported immediately to both houses of the United States Congress. In the Senate, Mr. Crittenden promptly expressed his willingness to accept it as a substitute for his own proposition, and eloquently urged its adoption. But the arrogance of a sectional majority, inflated by recent triumph, was too powerful to be allayed by the appeals of patriotism or the counsels of wisdom. The plan of the Peace Conference was treated by the majority with the contemptuous indifference shown to every other movement for conciliation. Its mere consideration was objected to by the extreme radicals, and although they failed in this, it was defeated on a vote, as were the Crittenden propositions. With the failure of these efforts, which occurred on the eve of the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln, and the accession to power of a party founded on a basis of sectional aggression, and now thoroughly committed to its prosecution and perpetuation, expired the last hopes of reconciliation and union. Note: in the course of the debate in the Senate on these grave propositions, a manly and eloquent speech was made on the 2nd of March, 1861, by the Hon. Joseph Lane, a senator from Oregon, who had been the candidate of the Democratic State Rights Party for the Vice Presidency of the United States in the canvass of 1860. Some passages of this speech seem peculiarly appropriate for insertion here. General Lane was replying to a speech of Mr. Andrew Johnson, of Tennessee, afterward President of the United States. Quote, "Mr. President, the senator from Tennessee complains of my remarks on his speech. He complains of the tone and temper of what I said. He complains that I replied at all, as I was a Northern senator. Mr. President, I am a citizen of this Union and a senator of the United States. My residence is in the North.
but I have never seen the day, and I never shall, when I will refuse justice as readily to the South as to the North. I know nothing but my country, the whole country, the Constitution, and the equality of the States, the equal right of every man in the common territory of the whole country, and by that I shall stand. The Senator complains that I replied at all, as I was a Northern Senator and a Democrat whom he had supported at the last election for a high office. Now I was, as I stated at the time, surprised at the Senator's speech, because I understood it to be for coercion, as I think it was understood by almost everybody else, except, as we are now told, by the Senator himself, and I still think it amounted to a coercion speech, notwithstanding the soft and plausible phrases by which he describes it. A speech for the execution of the laws and the protection of the federal property. Sir, if there is, as I contend, the right of secession, then whenever a State exercises that right, this government has no laws in that State to execute, nor has it any property in any such State that can be protected by the power of this government. In attempting, however, to substitute the smooth phrases executing the laws and protecting public property for coercion, for civil war, we have an important concession. That is, that this government dare not go before the people with a plain avowal of its real purposes and of their consequences. No, sir, the policy is to inveigle the people of the North into civil war by masking the design in smooth and ambiguous terms. Congressional Globe, 2nd Session, 36th Congress, page 1347. End of chapter 8. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 8 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis. Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 9. Northern Protests Against Coercion. The New York Tribune, Albany Argus, and New York Herald. Great Public Meeting in New York. Speeches of Mr. Thayer, ex-Governor Seymour, ex-Chancellor Walworth, and others. The Press in February 1861. Mr. Lincoln's Inaugural. The Marvelous Change or Suppression of Conservative Sentiment. Historic Precedents. It is a great mistake or misstatement of fact to assume that at the period under consideration the Southern States stood alone in the assertion of the principles which have been laid down in this work, with regard to the right of secession and the wrong of coercion. Down to the formation of the Confederate government, the one was distinctly admitted, the other still more distinctly disavowed and repudiated, by many of the leaders of public opinion in the North of both parties. Indeed, any purpose of direct coercion was disclaimed by nearly all. If presented at all, it was in the delusive and ambiguous guise of the execution of the laws and protection of the public property. The New York Tribune, the leading organ of the party which triumphed in the election of 1860, had said, soon after the result of that election was ascertained, with reference to secession, "We hold with Jefferson to the inalienable right of communities to alter or abolish forms of government that have become oppressive or injurious, and if the Cotton States shall decide that they can do better out of the Union than in it, we insist on letting them go in peace. The right to secede may be a revolutionary right, but it exists nevertheless, and we do not see how one party can have a right to do what another party has a right to prevent. We must ever resist the asserted right of any state to remain in the Union and nullify or defy the laws thereof. To withdraw from the Union is quite another matter, and whenever a considerable section of our Union shall deliberately resolve to go out, we shall resist all coercive measures designed to keep her in. We hope never to live in a republic whereof one section is pinned to the residue by bayonets." The only liberty taken with this extract has been that of presenting certain parts of it in italics. Nothing that has ever been said by the author of this work, in the foregoing chapters, on the floor of the Senate, or elsewhere, more distinctly asserted the right of secession. Nothing that has been quoted from Hamilton, or Madison, or Marshall, or John Quincy Adams, more emphatically repudiates the claim of right to restrain or coerce a state in the exercise of its free choice. Nothing that has been said since the war which followed could furnish a more striking condemnation of its origin, prosecution, purposes, and results. A comparison of the sentiments above quoted with the subsequent career of the party, of which that journal was and long had been the recognized organ, would exhibit a striking incongruity and inconsistency. The Tribune was far from being singular among its Northern contemporaries in the entertainment of such views, as Mr. Greeley, its chief editor, has shown by many citations in his book, The American Conflict. The Albany Argus, about the same time, said, in language which Mr. Greeley characterizes as clear and temperate, "We sympathize with and justify the South as far as this: their rights have been invaded to the extreme limit possible within the forms of the Constitution, and beyond this limit their feelings have been insulted, and their interests and honor assailed by almost every possible form of denunciation and invective; and if we deemed it certain that the real animus of the Republican party could be carried into the administration of the federal government and become the permanent policy of the nation, we should think that all the instincts of self-preservation and of manhood rightfully impelled them to a resort to revolution and a separation from the Union, and we would applaud them and wish them Godspeed in the adoption of such a remedy." Again, the same paper said, a day or two afterward, "If South Carolina, or any other state, through a convention of her people, shall formally separate herself from the Union, probably both the present and the next executive will simply let her alone and quietly allow all the functions of the federal government within her limits to be suspended. Any other course would be madness, as it would at once enlist all the Southern States in the controversy and plunge the whole country into a civil war. As a matter of policy and wisdom, therefore, independent of the question of right, we should deem resort to force most disastrous." The New York Herald, a journal which claimed to be independent of all party influences, about the same period said, "Each state is organized as a complete government, holding the purse and wielding the sword, possessing the right to break the tie of the Confederation as a nation might break a treaty, and to repel coercion as a nation might repel invasion. Coercion, if it were possible, is out of the question." On the 31st of January, 1861, after 6 states had already seceded, a great meeting was held in the city of New York to consider the perilous condition of the country. At this meeting Mr. James S. Thayer, an old line Whig, made a speech which was received with great applause. The following extracts from the published report of Mr. Thayer's speech will show the character of the views which then commanded the cordial approval of that metropolitan audience. "We can at least, in an authoritative way and a practical manner, arrive at the basis of a peaceable separation. (Cheers.) We can, at least, by discussion, enlighten, settle, and concentrate the public sentiment in the State of New York upon this question, and save it from that fearful current which circuitously but certainly sweeps madly on through the narrow gorge of the enforcement of the laws to the shoreless ocean of civil war. (Cheers.) Against this, under all circumstances, in every place and form, we must now and at all times oppose a resolute and unfaltering resistance. The public mind will bear the avowal, and let us make it, that if a revolution of force is to begin, it shall be inaugurated at home, and if the incoming administration shall attempt to carry out the line of policy that has been foreshadowed, we announce that when the hand of black republicanism turns to blood red, and seeks from the fragment of the Constitution to construct a scaffolding for coercion, another name for execution, we will reverse the order of the French Revolution, and save the blood of the people by making those who would inaugurate a reign of terror the first victims of a national guillotine." Enthusiastic applause. And again, "It is announced that the Republican administration will enforce the laws against and in all the seceding states. A nice discrimination must be exercised in the performance of this duty. You remember the story of William Tell. Let an arrow winged by the federal bow strike the heart of an American citizen, and who can number the avenging darts that will cloud the heavens in the conflict that will ensue?" Prolonged applause. What, then, is the duty of the State of New York? What shall we say to our people when we come to meet this state of facts? That the Union must be preserved? But if that can not be, what then? Peaceable separation. Applause. Painful and humiliating as it is, let us temper it with all we can of love and kindness, so that we may yet be left in a comparatively prosperous condition, in friendly relations with another confederacy." Cheers. At the same meeting, ex-Governor Horatio Seymour asked the question, on which subsequent events have cast their own commentary, whether "successful coercion by the North is less revolutionary than successful secession by the South. Shall we prevent revolution," he added, "by being foremost in overthrowing the principles of our government, and all that makes it valuable to our people and distinguishes it among the nations of the earth?" The venerable ex-Chancellor Walworth thus expressed himself: "It would be as brutal, in my opinion, to send men to butcher our own brothers of the Southern States, as it would be to massacre them in the Northern States. We are told, however, that it is our duty to, and we must, enforce the laws. But why, and what laws are to be enforced? There were laws that were to be enforced in the time of the American Revolution. Did Lord Chatham go for enforcing those laws? No, he gloried in defense of the liberties of America. he made that memorable declaration in the British Parliament, "If I were an American citizen instead of being as I am an Englishman, I never would submit to such laws. Never, never, never!" Prolonged applause. Other distinguished speakers expressed themselves in similar terms, varying somewhat in their estimate of the propriety of the secession of the Southern States, but all agreeing in emphatic and unqualified reprobation of the idea of coercion. A series of conciliatory resolutions was adopted, one of which declares that "civil war will not restore the Union, but will defeat forever its reconstruction." At a still later period, sometime in the month of February, the Free Press, a leading paper in Detroit, had the following: "If there shall not be a change in the present seeming purpose to yield to no accommodation of the national difficulties, and if troops shall be raised in the North to march against the people of the South, a fire in the rear will be opened upon such troops, which will either stop their march altogether or wonderfully accelerate it." The Union of Bangor, Maine, spoke no less decidedly to the same effect. "The difficulties between the North and the South must be compromised, or the separation of the States shall be peaceable. If the Republican party refuse to go the full length of the Crittenden Amendment, which is the very least the South can or ought to take, then here in Maine not a Democrat will be found who will raise his arm against his brethren of the South. From one end of the State to the other, let the cry of democracy be, compromise or peaceable separation." That these were not expressions of isolated or exceptional sentiment is evident from the fact that they were copied with approval by other Northern journals. Mr. Lincoln, when delivering his inaugural address on the 4th of March, 1861, had not so far lost all respect for the consecrated traditions of the founders of the Constitution, and for the majesty of the principle of state sovereignty, as openly to enunciate the claim of coercion, while arguing against the right to secede, and asserting his intention "to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and collect the duties and imposts." He says that "beyond what may be necessary for these objects, there will be no invasion, no using of force against or among the people anywhere," and appends to this declaration the following pledge: "Where hostility to the United States shall be so great as to prevent competent resident citizens from holding the federal offices, there will be no attempt to force obnoxious strangers among the people for that object. While the strict legal right may exist of the government to enforce the exercise of these offices, the attempt to do so would be so irritating and so nearly impracticable withal, that I deem it better to forego for the time the uses of such offices." These extracts will serve to show that the people of the South were not without grounds for cherishing the hope, to which they so fondly clung, that the separation would indeed be as peaceable in fact as it was, on their part, in purpose; that the conservative and patriotic feeling still existing in the North would control the elements of sectional hatred and bloodthirsty fanaticism; and that there would be really no war. And here the ingenuous reader may very naturally ask, what became of all this feeling? How was it that, in the course of a few weeks, it had disappeared like a morning mist? Where was the host of men who had declared that an army marching to invade the Southern States should first pass over their dead bodies? No new question had arisen, no change in the attitude occupied by the seceding states, no cause for controversy not already existing when these utterances were made, and yet the sentiments which they expressed were so entirely swept away by the tide of reckless fury which soon afterward impelled an armed invasion of the South, that, with a few praiseworthy but powerless exceptions, scarcely a vestige of them was left. Not only were they obliterated, but seemingly forgotten. I leave to others to offer, if they can, an explanation of this strange phenomenon. To the student of human nature, however, it may not seem altogether without precedent, when he remembers certain other instances on record of mutations in public sentiment equally sudden and extraordinary. 10,000 swords that would have leaped from their scabbards, as the English statesmen thought, to avenge even a look of insult to a lovely queen, hung idly in their places when she was led to the scaffold in the midst of the vilest taunts and execrations. The case that we have been considering was, perhaps, only an illustration of the general truth that in times of revolutionary excitement the higher and better elements are crushed and silenced by the lower and baser, not so much on account of their greater extent as of their greater violence. End of chapter 9. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 9 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 10. Temper of the Southern people, indicated by the action of the Confederate Congress. The Permanent Constitution, modeled after the Federal Constitution. Variations and special provisions. Provisions with regard to slavery and the slave trade. A false assertion refuted. Excellence of the Constitution. Admissions of hostile or impartial criticism. The conservative temper of the people of the Confederate States was conspicuously exhibited in the most important product of the early labors of their representatives in Congress assembled. The Provisional Constitution, although prepared only for temporary use, and necessarily in some haste, was so well adapted for the purposes which it was intended to serve, that many thought it would have been wise to continue it in force indefinitely, or at least until the independency of the Confederacy should be assured. The Congress, however, deeming it best that the system of government should emanate from the people, accordingly, on the 11th of March, prepared the permanent Constitution, which was submitted to and ratified by the people of the respective states. Of this Constitution, which may be found in an appendix, side by side with the Constitution of the United States, the Hon. Alexander H. Stephens, who was one of its authors, very properly says, "The whole document utterly negatives the idea which so many have been active in endeavoring to put in the enduring form of history, that the convention at Montgomery was nothing but a set of conspirators, whose object was the overthrow of the principles of the Constitution of the United States, and the erection of a great slavery oligarchy, instead of the free institutions thereby secured and guaranteed. this work of the Montgomery Convention, with that of the Constitution for a provisional government, will ever remain, not only as a monument of the wisdom, forecast, and statesmanship of the men who constituted it, but an everlasting refutation of the charges which have been brought against them. These works together show clearly that their only leading object was to sustain, uphold, and perpetuate the fundamental principles of the Constitution of the United States." End quote. The Constitution of the United States was the model followed throughout, with only such changes as experience suggested for better practical working or for greater perspicuity. The preamble to both instruments is the same in substance and very nearly identical in language. The words, "We the people of the United States," in one, are replaced by "We the people of the Confederate States," in the other, and the gross perversion which has been made of the former expression is precluded in the latter merely by the addition of the explanatory clause, "each state acting in its sovereign and independent character," an explanation which, at the time of the formation of the Constitution of the United States, would have been deemed entirely superfluous. The official term of the President was fixed at 6 instead of 4 years, and it was provided that he should not be eligible for re-election. This was in accordance with the original draft of the Constitution of 1787. The President was empowered to remove officers of his cabinet, or those engaged in the diplomatic service, at his discretion, but in all other cases removal from office could be made only for cause, and the cause was to be reported to the Senate. Congress was authorized to provide by law for the admission of "the principal officer in each of the executive departments," or cabinet officers, to a seat upon the floor of either house, with the privilege of taking part in the discussion of subjects pertaining to his department. This wise and judicious provision, which would have tended to obviate much delay and misunderstanding, was, however, never put into execution by the necessary legislation. Protective duties for the benefit of special branches of industry, which had been so fruitful a source of trouble under the government of the United States, were altogether prohibited. So also were bounties from the Treasury and extra compensation for services rendered by officers, contractors, or employees of any description. A vote of 2/3 of each house was requisite for the appropriation of money from the Treasury, unless asked for by the chief of a department and submitted to Congress by the President, or for payment of the expenses of Congress, or of claims against the Confederacy judicially established and declared. The President was also authorized to approve any one appropriation and disapprove any other in the same bill. With regard to the impeachment of federal officers, it was entrusted, as formerly, to the discretion of the House of Representatives, with the additional provision, however, that in the case of any judicial or other officer exercising his functions solely within the limits of a particular state, impeachment might be made by the legislature of such state, the trial in all cases to be by the Senate of the Confederate States. Any 2 or more states were authorized to enter into compacts with each other for the improvement of the navigation of rivers flowing between or through them. A vote of 2/3 of each house, the Senate voting by states, was required for the admission of a new state. With regard to amendments of the Constitution, it was made obligatory upon Congress, on the demand of any 3 states, concurring in the proposed amendment or amendments, to summon a convention of all the states to consider and act upon them, voting by states, but restricted in its action to the particular propositions thus submitted. If approved by such convention, the amendments were to be subject to final ratification by 2/3 of the states. Other changes or modifications worthy of special notice related to internal improvements, bankruptcy laws, duties on exports, suits in the federal courts, and the government of the territories. With regard to slavery and the slave trade, the provisions of this Constitution furnish an effectual answer to the assertion, so often made, that the Confederacy was founded on slavery, that slavery was its cornerstone, etc. Property in slaves, already existing, was recognized and guaranteed, just as it was by the Constitution of the United States, and the rights of such property in the common territories were protected against any such hostile discrimination as had been attempted in the Union. But the extension of slavery, in the only practical sense of that phrase, was more distinctly and effectually precluded by the Confederate than by the Federal Constitution. This will be manifest on a comparison of the provisions of the two relative to the slave trade. These are found at the beginning of the 9th section of the first article of each instrument. The Constitution of the United States has the following: quote, "The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importations, not exceeding $10 for each person." End quote. The Confederate Constitution, on the other hand, ordained as follows: quote, "1. The importation of negroes of the African race from any foreign country other than the slaveholding states or territories of the United States of America is hereby forbidden, and Congress is required to pass such laws as shall effectually prevent the same. 2. Congress shall also have the power to prohibit the introduction of slaves from any state not a member of or territory not belonging to this Confederacy." End quote. In the case of the United States, the only prohibition is against any interference by Congress with the slave trade for a term of years, and it was further legitimatized by the authority given to impose a duty upon it. The term of years, it is true, had long since expired, but there was still no prohibition of the trade by the Constitution. It was after 1808 entirely within the discretion of Congress either to encourage, tolerate, or prohibit it. Under the Confederate Constitution, on the contrary, the African slave trade was hereby forbidden, positively and unconditionally, from the beginning. Neither the Confederate government nor that of any of the states could permit it, and the Congress was expressly required to enforce the prohibition. The only discretion in the matter entrusted to the Congress was, whether or not to permit the introduction of slaves from any of the United States or their territories. Mr. Lincoln, in his inaugural address, has said, quote, "I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the States where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." End quote. Now, if there was no purpose on the part of the government of the United States to interfere with the institution of slavery within its already existing limits, a proposition which permitted its propagation within those limits by natural increase, and inasmuch as the Confederate Constitution precluded any other than the same natural increase, we may plainly perceive the disingenuousness and absurdity of the pretension by which a factitious sympathy has been obtained in certain quarters for the war upon the South, on the ground that it was a war in behalf of freedom against slavery. As late as the 22nd of April, 1861, Mr. Seward, United States Secretary of State, in a dispatch to Mr. Dayton, Minister to France, since made public, expressed the views and purposes of the United States government in the premise as follows. It may be proper to explain that, by what he is pleased to term the Revolution, Mr. Seward means the withdrawal of the Southern States, and that the words italicized are perhaps not so distinguished in the original. He says, "The territories will remain in all respects the same, whether the Revolution shall succeed or shall fail. The condition of slavery in the several States will remain just the same, whether it succeed or fail. There is not even a pretext for the complaint that the disaffected States are to be conquered by the United States if the Revolution fails, for the rights of the States and the condition of every being in them will remain subject to exactly the same laws and forms of administration, whether the Revolution shall succeed or whether it shall fail. In the one case, the States would be federally connected with the new Confederacy; in the other, they would, as now, be members of the United States, but their constitutions and laws, customs, habits, and institutions, in either case, will remain the same." End footnote. I had no direct part in the preparation of the Confederate Constitution. No consideration of delicacy forbids me, therefore, to say, in closing this brief review of that instrument, that it was a model of wise, temperate, and liberal statesmanship. Intelligent criticism, from hostile as well as friendly sources, has been compelled to admit its excellences, and has sustained the judgment of a popular Northern journal, which said in a few days after it was adopted and published, "The new Constitution is the Constitution of the United States with various modifications and some very important and most desirable improvements. We are free to say that the invaluable reforms enumerated should be adopted by the United States with or without a reunion of the seceded States, and as soon as possible. But why not accept them with the propositions of the Confederate States on slavery as a basis of reunion?" New York Herald, March 19th, 1861. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 10 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 11. The Commission to Washington City. Arrival of Mr. Crawford. Mr. Buchanan's Alarm. Note of the Commissioners to the New Administration. Mediation of Justices Nelson and Campbell. The Difficulty about Forts Sumter and Pickens. Mr. Secretary Seward's Assurances. Duplicity of the Government at Washington. Mr. Fox's Visit to Charleston. Secret Preparations for Coercive Measures. Visit of Mr. Lamon. Renewed Assurances of Good Faith. Notification to Governor Pickens. Developments of Secret History. Systematic and complicated perfidy exposed. The appointment of commissioners to proceed to Washington for the purpose of establishing friendly relations with the United States and effecting an equitable settlement of all questions relating to the common property of the States and the public debt has already been mentioned. No time was lost in carrying this purpose into execution. Mr. Crawford, first of the commissioners, left Montgomery on or about the 27th of February, and arrived in Washington 2 or 3 days before the expiration of Mr. Buchanan's term of office as President of the United States. Besides his official credentials, he bore the following letter to the President, of a personal or semi-official character, intended to facilitate, if possible, the speedy accomplishment of the objects of his mission. To the President of the United States. Sir: Being animated by an earnest desire to unite and bind together our respective countries by friendly ties, I have appointed Martin J. Crawford, one of our most esteemed and trustworthy citizens, as special commissioner of the Confederate States to the Government of the United States, and I have now the honor to introduce him to you, and to ask for him a reception and treatment corresponding to his station and to the purposes for which he is sent. Those purposes he will more particularly explain to you. Hoping that through his agency these may be accomplished, I avail myself of this occasion to offer to you the assurance of my distinguished consideration. (Signed) Jefferson Davis, Montgomery, February 27, 1861. It may here be mentioned, in explanation of my desire that the commission, or at least a part of it, should reach Washington before the close of Mr. Buchanan's term, that I had received an intimation from him, through a distinguished senator of one of the border States, [Footnote: Mr. Hunter of Virginia.] that he would be happy to receive a commissioner or commissioners from the Confederate States, and would refer to the Senate any communication that might be made through such a commission. Mr. Crawford, now a judge of the Supreme Court of Georgia and the only surviving member of the commission, in a manuscript account, which he has kindly furnished, of his recollection of the events connected with it, says that on arriving in Washington at the early hour of 4:30 in the morning, he was surprised to see Pennsylvania Avenue, from the Old National to Willard's Hotel, crowded with men hurrying, some toward the former, but most of the faces in the direction of the latter, where the new President, Mr. Lincoln, President elect, the great political almoner, for the time being had taken up his lodgings. At this point, continues Judge Crawford, the crowd swelled to astonishing numbers of expectant and hopeful men, awaiting an opportunity, either to see Mr. Lincoln himself, or to communicate with him through some one who might be so fortunate as to have access to his presence. Describing his reception in the Federal Capitol, Judge Crawford says: "The feverish and emotional condition of affairs soon made the presence of the special commissioner at Washington known throughout the city. Congress was still, of course, in session. Senators and members of the House of Representatives, excepting those of the Confederate States who had withdrawn, were in their seats, and the manifestations of anxious care and gloomy forebodings were plainly to be seen on all sides. This was not confined to sections, but existed among the men of the North and West as well as those of the South. Mr. Buchanan, the President, was in a state of most thorough alarm, not only for his home in Wheatland, but for his personal safety." [Footnote: This statement is in accord with a remark which Mr. Buchanan made to the author at an earlier period of the same session, with regard to the violence of Northern sentiment then lately indicated, that he thought it not impossible that his homeward route would be lighted by burning effigies of himself, and that on reaching his home he would find it a heap of ashes. End footnote. In the very few days which had elapsed between the time of his promise to receive a commissioner from the Confederate States and the actual arrival of the commissioner, he had become so fearfully panic-stricken that he declined either to receive him or to send any message to the Senate touching the subject matter of his mission. The commissioner had been for several years in Congress before the administration of Mr. Buchanan, as well as during his official term, and had always been in close political and social relations with him. Yet he was afraid of a public visit from him. He said that he had only 3 days in official life left, and could incur no further dangers or reproaches than those he had already borne from the press and public speakers of the North. The intensity of the prevalent feeling increased as the vast crowds, arriving by every train, added fresh material, and hatred and hostility toward our new government were manifested in almost every conceivable manner. Another of the commissioners, Mr. Forsyth, having arrived in Washington on the 12th of March, 8 days after the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln, the two commissioners then present, Messrs. Forsyth and Crawford, addressed to Mr. Seward, Secretary of State, a note informing him of their presence, stating the friendly and peaceful purposes of their mission, and requesting the appointment of a day as early as possible for the presentation to the President of the United States of their credentials and the objects which they had in view. This letter will be found in the appendix, with other correspondence which ensued, published soon after the events to which it relates. The attention of the reader is specially invited to these documents, but as additional revelations have been made since they were first published, it will be proper, in order to a full understanding of the transactions to which they refer, to give here a brief statement of the facts. No written answer to the note of the commissioners was delivered to them for 27 days after it was written. The paper of Mr. Seward, in reply, without signature or address, dated March 15th, was filed, as he states on that day, in the Department of State, but a copy of it was not handed to the commissioners until the 8th of April. But an oral answer had been made to the note of the commissioners at a much earlier date, for the significance of which it will be necessary to bear in mind the condition of affairs at Charleston and Pensacola. Fort Sumter was still occupied by the garrison, under command of Major Anderson, with no material change in the circumstances since the failure of the attempt made in January to reinforce it by means of the Star of the West. This standing menace at the gates of the chief harbor of South Carolina had been tolerated by the government and the people of that state, and afterward by the Confederate authorities, in the abiding hope that it would be removed without compelling a collision of forces. Fort Pickens, on one side of the entrance to the harbor of Pensacola, was also occupied by a garrison of United States troops, while the two forts, Barrancas and McRee, on the other side were in possession of the Confederates. Communication by sea was not entirely precluded, however, in the case of Fort Pickens. The garrison had been strengthened and a fleet of Federal men of war was lying outside of the harbor. The condition of affairs at these forts, especially at Fort Sumter, was a subject of anxiety with the friends of peace, and the hope of settling by negotiation the questions involved in their occupation had been one of the most urgent motives for the prompt dispatch of the commissioners to Washington. The letter of the commissioners to Mr. Seward was written, as we have seen, on the 12th of March. The oral message, above mentioned, was obtained and communicated to the commissioners through the agency of two judges of the Supreme Court of the United States, Justices Nelson of New York and Campbell of Alabama. On the 15th of March, according to the statement of Judge Campbell, Mr. Justice Nelson visited the Secretaries of State and of the Treasury and the Attorney General, Messrs. Seward, Chase, and Bates, to dissuade them from undertaking to put in execution any policy of coercion. During the term of the Supreme Court he had very carefully examined the laws of the United States to enable him to attain his conclusions, and from time to time he had consulted the Chief Justice, Taney, upon the questions which his examination had suggested. His conclusion was that, without very serious violations of Constitution and statutes, coercion could not be successfully effected by the executive department. I had made, continued Judge Campbell, a similar examination, and I concurred in his conclusions and opinions. As he was returning from his visit to the State Department, we casually met, and he informed me of what he had done. He said he had spoken to these officers at large, that he was received with respect and listened to with attention by all, with approbation by the Attorney General, and with great cordiality by the Secretary of State; that the Secretary had expressed gratification to find so many impediments to the disturbance of peace, and only wished there had been more. He stated that the Secretary told him there was a present cause of embarrassment, that the Southern commissioners had demanded recognition, and a refusal would lead to irritation and excitement in the Southern States, and would cause a counter irritation and excitement in the Northern States, prejudicial to a peaceful adjustment. Justice Nelson suggested that I might be of service. The result of the interview between these two distinguished gentlemen, we are informed, was another visit, by both of them, to the State Department, for the purpose of urging Mr. Seward to reply to the commissioners and assure them of the desire of the United States government for a friendly adjustment. Mr. Seward seems to have objected to an immediate recognition of the commissioners, on the ground that the state of public sentiment in the North would not sustain it, in connection with the withdrawal of the troops from Fort Sumter, which had been determined on. The evacuation of Sumter, he said, is as much as the administration can bear. Judge Campbell adds, I concurred in the conclusion that the evacuation of Sumter involved responsibility, and stated that there could not be too much caution in the adoption of measures so as not to shock or to irritate the public sentiment, and that the evacuation of Sumter was sufficient for the present in that direction. I stated that I would see the commissioners, and I would write to Mr. Davis to that effect. I asked him what I should say as to Sumter and as to Pickens. He authorized me to say that, before that letter could reach him (Mr. Davis), he would learn by telegraph that the order for the evacuation of Sumter had been made. He said the condition of Pickens was satisfactory and that there would be no change made there. The italics in this extract are my own. The letter in which this promise was communicated to me has been lost, but it was given in substantially the terms above stated as authorized by Mr. Seward, that the order for evacuation of the fort would be issued before the letter could reach me. The same assurance was given on the same day to the commissioners. Judge Campbell tells us that Mr. Crawford was slow to consent to refrain from pressing the demand for recognition. It was only after some discussion and the expression of some objections that he consented to do so. This consent was clearly one part of a stipulation, of which the other part was the pledge that the fort would be evacuated in the course of a few days. Mr. Crawford required the pledge of Mr. Seward to be reduced to writing, with Judge Campbell's personal assurance of its genuineness and accuracy. Footnote: in the course of this conversation I told Judge Crawford that it was fair to tell him that the opinion at Washington was, the secession movements were short-lived, that his government would wither under sunshine, and that the effect of these measures might be as supposed, that they might have a contrary effect, but that I did not consider the effect. I wanted, above all other things, peace. I was willing to accept whatever peace might bring, whether union or disunion. I did not look beyond peace. He said he was willing to take all the risks of sunshine. Letter of Judge Campbell to Colonel Munford, as above. This written statement was exhibited to Judge Nelson before its delivery, and approved by him. The fact that the pledge had been given in his name and behalf was communicated to Mr. Seward the same evening by letter. He was cognizant of, consenting to, and in great part the author of, the whole transaction. It will be observed that not only the commissioners in Washington, but the Confederate government at Montgomery also, were thus assured on the highest authority, that of the Secretary of State of the United States, the official organ of communication of the views and purposes of his government, of the intention of that government to order the evacuation of Fort Sumter within a few days from the 15th of March, and not to disturb the existing status at Fort Pickens. Moreover, this was not the mere statement of a fact, but a pledge, given as the consideration of an appeal to the Confederate government and its commissioners to refrain from embarrassing the Federal administration by prosecuting any further claims at the same time. As such a pledge it was accepted, and while its fulfillment was quietly awaited, the commissioners forbore to make any further demand for reply to their note of the 12th of March. 5 days having elapsed in this condition of affairs, the commissioners in Washington telegraphed Brigadier General Beauregard, commander of the Confederate forces at Charleston, inquiring whether the fort had been evacuated, or any action taken by Major Anderson indicating the probability of an evacuation. Answer was made to the dispatch that the fort had not been evacuated, that there were no indications of such a purpose, but that Major Anderson was still working on its defenses. This dispatch was taken to Mr. Seward by Judge Campbell. 2 interviews occurred in relation to it, at both of which Judge Nelson was also present. Of the result of these interviews, Judge Campbell states, the last was full and satisfactory. The Secretary was buoyant and sanguine. He spoke of his ability to carry through his policy with confidence. He accounted for the delay as accidental, and not involving the integrity of his assurance that the evacuation would take place, and that I should know whenever any change was made in the resolution in reference to Sumter or to Pickens. I repeated this assurance in writing to Judge Crawford, and informed Governor Seward in writing what I had said. It would be incredible, but for the ample proofs which have since been brought to light, that during all this period of reiterated assurances of a purpose to withdraw the garrison from Fort Sumter, and of excuses for the delay on account of the difficulties which embarrassed it, the Government of the United States was assiduously engaged in devising means for furnishing supplies and reinforcements to the garrison, with the view of retaining possession of the fort. Mr. G. V. Fox, afterward Assistant Secretary of the United States Navy, had proposed a plan for reinforcing and furnishing supplies to the garrison of Fort Sumter in February, during the administration of Mr. Buchanan. In a letter published in the newspapers since the war, he gives an account of the manner in which the proposition was renewed to the new administration and its reception by them, as follows: On the 12th of March I received a telegram from Postmaster General Blair to come to Washington. I arrived there on the 13th. Mr. Blair, having been acquainted with the proposition I presented to General Scott under Mr. Buchanan's administration, sent for me to tender the same to Mr. Lincoln, informing me that Lieutenant General Scott had advised the President that the fort could not be relieved and must be given up. Mr. Blair took me at once to the White House, and I explained the plan to the President. Thence we adjourned to Lieutenant General Scott's office, where a renewed discussion of the subject took place. The General informed the President that my plan was practicable in February, but that the increased number of batteries erected at the mouth of the harbor since that time rendered it impossible in March. Finding that there was great opposition to any attempt at relieving Fort Sumter, and that Mr. Blair alone sustained the President in his policy of refusing to yield, I judged that my arguments in favor of the practicability of sending in supplies would be strengthened by a visit to Charleston and the fort. The President readily agreed to my visit, if the Secretary of War and General Scott raised no objection. Both these gentlemen consenting, I left Washington on the 19th of March, and passing through Richmond and Wilmington, reached Charleston on the 21st. Thus we see that at the very moment when Mr. Secretary Seward was renewing to the Confederate government, through Judge Campbell, his positive assurance that the evacuation would take place, this emissary was on his way to Charleston to obtain information and devise measures by means of which this promise might be broken. On his arrival in Charleston, Mr. Fox tells us that he sought an interview with Captain Hartstein of the Confederate Navy, and through this officer obtained from Governor Pickens permission to visit Fort Sumter. He fails in his narrative to state what we learn from Governor Pickens himself, that this permission was obtained expressly upon the pledge of pacific purposes. Notwithstanding this pledge, he employed the opportunity afforded by his visit to mature the details of his plan for furnishing supplies and reinforcements to the garrison. He did not, he says, communicate his plan or purposes to Major Anderson, the commanding officer of the garrison, having discernment enough, perhaps, to divine that the instincts of that brave and honest soldier would have revolted at and rebuked the duplicity and perfidy of the whole transaction. The result of his visit was, however, reported at Washington. His plan was approved by President Lincoln, and he was sent to New York to make arrangements for putting it into execution. In a very few days after, says Governor Pickens, in the message already quoted above, another confidential agent, Colonel Lamon, was sent by the President, Mr. Lincoln, who informed me that he had come to try and arrange for the removal of the garrison, and, when he returned from the fort, asked if a war vessel could not be allowed to remove them. I replied that no war vessel could be allowed to enter the harbor on any terms. He said he believed Major Anderson preferred an ordinary steamer, and I agreed that the garrison might be thus removed. He said he hoped to return in a very few days for that purpose. This, it will be remembered, occurred while Mr. Fox was making active though secret preparations for his relief expedition. Colonel, or Major Lamon, as he is variously styled in the correspondence, did not return to Charleston as promised. About the 30th of March, which was Saturday, a telegram from Governor Pickens was received by the commissioners in Washington, making inquiry with regard to Colonel Lamon and the meaning of the protracted delay to fulfill the promise of evacuation. This was 15 days after the original assurance of Mr. Seward that the garrison would be withdrawn immediately, and 10 days after his explanation that the delay was accidental. The dispatch of Governor Pickens was taken by Judge Campbell to Mr. Seward, who appointed the ensuing Monday, 1st of April, for an interview and answer. At that interview Mr. Seward informed Judge Campbell that the President was concerned about the contents of the telegram. There was a point of honor involved, that Lamon had no agency from him, nor title to speak. This late suggestion of the point of honor would seem, under the circumstances, to have been made in a spirit of sarcastic pleasantry, like Sir John Falstaff's celebrated discourse on the same subject. The only substantial result of the conversation, however, was the written assurance of Mr. Seward, to be communicated to the commissioners, that the government will not undertake to supply Fort Sumter without giving notice to Governor Pickens. This, it will be observed, was a very material variation from the positive pledge previously given and reiterated to the commissioners, to Governor Pickens, and to myself directly, that the fort was to be forthwith evacuated. Judge Campbell, in his account of the interview, says, "I asked him (Mr. Seward) whether I was to understand that there had been a change in his former communications. His answer was, 'None.'" About the close of the same week, the first in April, the patience of the commissioners having now been well nigh exhausted, and the hostile preparations of the Government of the United States, notwithstanding the secrecy with which they were conducted, having become a matter of general rumor, a letter was addressed to Mr. Seward upon the subject by Judge Campbell in behalf of the commissioners, again asking whether the assurances so often given were well or ill founded. To this the Secretary returned answer in writing: "Faith as to Sumter fully kept. Wait and see." This was on the 7th of April. The very next day, the 8th, the following official notification, without date or signature, was read to Governor Pickens of South Carolina and to General Beauregard in Charleston by Mr. Chew, an official of the State Department (Mr. Seward's) in Washington, who said, as did Captain or Lieutenant Talbot, who accompanied him, that it was from the President of the United States, and delivered by him to Mr. Chew on the 6th, the day before Mr. Seward's assurance of faith fully kept. "I am directed by the President of the United States to notify you to expect an attempt will be made to supply Fort Sumter with provisions only, and that, if such an attempt be not resisted, no effort to throw in men, arms, or ammunition will be made without further notice or in case of an attack upon the fort." Thus disappeared the last vestige of the plighted faith and pacific pledges of the Federal Government. In order fully to appreciate the significance of this communication, and of the time and circumstances of its delivery, it must be borne in mind that the naval expedition, which had been secretly in preparation for some time at New York, under the direction of Captain Fox, was now ready to sail, and might reasonably be expected to be at Charleston almost immediately after the notification was delivered to Governor Pickens, and before preparation could be made to receive it. Owing to cross purposes or misunderstandings in the Washington cabinet, however, and then to the delay caused by a severe storm at sea, this expectation was disappointed, and the Confederate commander at Charleston had opportunity to communicate with Montgomery and to receive instructions for his guidance before the arrival of the fleet, which had been intended to be a surprise. In publications made since the war by members of Mr. Lincoln's cabinet, it has been represented that during the period of the disgraceful transactions above detailed, there were dissensions and divisions in the cabinet, certain members of it urging measures of prompt and decided coercion, the Secretary of State favoring a pacific or at least a dilatory policy, and the President vacillating for a time between the two, but eventually adopting the views of the coercionists. In these statements it is represented that the assurances and pledges given by Mr. Seward to the Confederate Government and its commissioners were given on his own authority, and without the consent or approval of the President of the United States. The absurdity of any such attempt to disassociate the action of the President from that of his Secretary, and to relieve the former of responsibility for the conduct of the latter, is too evident to require argument or comment. It is impossible to believe that during this whole period of nearly a month Mr. Lincoln was ignorant of the communications that were passing between the Confederate commissioners and Mr. Seward, though the distinguished member of the Supreme Court, still holding his seat as such, who was acting as an intermediary. On the occasion, Judge Campbell informs us that the Secretary, in the midst of an important interview, excused himself for the purpose of conferring with the President before giving a final answer, and left his visitor for some time, awaiting his return from that conference, when the answer was given, avowedly and directly proceeding from the President. If, however, it were possible to suppose that Mr. Seward was acting on his own responsibility and practicing a deception upon his own chief, as well as upon the Confederate authorities, in the pledges which he made to the latter, it is nevertheless certain that the principal facts were brought to light within a few days after the close of the efforts at negotiation. Yet the Secretary of State was not impeached and brought to trial for the grave offense of undertaking to conduct the most momentous and vital transactions that had been or could be brought before the Government of the United States, without the knowledge and opposition to the will of the President, and for having involved the Government in dishonor, if not in disaster. He was not even dismissed from office, but continued to be the chief officer of the Cabinet and confidential adviser of the President, as he was afterward of the ensuing administration, occupying that station during 2 consecutive terms. No disavowal of his action, no apology nor explanation was ever made. Politically and legally, the President is unquestionably responsible in all cases for the action of any member of his Cabinet, and in this case it is as preposterous to attempt to dissever from him the moral, as it would be impossible to relieve him of the legal, responsibility that rests upon the Government of the United States for the systematic series of frauds perpetrated by its authority. On the other hand, Mr. Seward, throughout the whole negotiation, was fully informed of the views of his colleagues in the Cabinet and of the President. Whatever his real hopes or purposes may have been in the beginning, it is positively certain that long before the end, and while still reiterating his assurances that the garrison would be withdrawn, he knew that it had been determined, and that active preparations were in progress, to strengthen it. Mr. Gideon Welles, who was Secretary of the Navy in Mr. Lincoln's Cabinet, gives the following account of one of the transactions of the period. One evening in the latter part of the month of March there was a small gathering at the Executive Mansion, while the Sumter question was still pending. The members of the Cabinet were soon individually and quietly invited to the council chamber, where, as soon as assembled, the President informed him that he had just been advised by General Scott that it was expedient to evacuate Fort Pickens as well as Fort Sumter, which last was assumed at military headquarters to be a determined fact, in conformity with the views of Secretary Seward and the General in Chief. A brief silence followed the announcement of the amazing recommendation of General Scott, when Mr. Blair, who had been much annoyed by the vacillating course of the General in Chief in regard to Sumter, remarked, looking earnestly at Mr. Seward, that it was evident the old general was playing politician in regard to both Sumter and Pickens, for it was not possible, if there was a defense, for the rebels to take Pickens, and that the administration would not be justified if it listened to his advice and evacuated either. Very soon thereafter, I think at the next Cabinet meeting, the President announced his decision that supplies should be sent to Sumter, and issued confidential orders to that effect. All were gratified with this decision except Mr. Seward, who still remonstrated, but preparations were immediately commenced to fit out an expedition to forward supplies. This account is confirmed by a letter of Mr. Montgomery Blair. The date of the announcement of the President's final purpose is fixed by Mr. Welles in the neat paragraph to that above quoted as the 28th of March. This was 4 days before Mr. Seward's assurance given Judge Campbell, after conference with the President, that there would be no departure from the pledges previously given, which were that the fort would be evacuated, and 10 days before his written renewal of the assurance, faith as to Sumter fully kept, wait and see. This assurance, too, was given at the very moment when a messenger from his own department was on the way to Charleston to notify the Governor of South Carolina faith would not be kept in the matter. It is scarcely necessary to say that the commissioners had, with good reason, ceased to place any confidence in the promises of the United States Government before they ceased to be made. On the 8th of April they sent the following dispatch to General Beauregard: Washington, April 8, 1861. General G. T. Beauregard. Accounts uncertain because of the constant vacillation of this government. We were reassured yesterday that the status of Sumter would not be changed without previous notice to Governor Pickens, but we have no faith in them. The war policy prevails in the Cabinet at this time. M. J. Crawford. On the same day the announcement made to Governor Pickens through Mr. Chew was made known. The commissioners immediately applied for a definitive answer to their note of March 12th, which had been permitted to remain in abeyance. The paper of the Secretary of State, dated March 15th, was thereupon delivered to them. This paper, with the final rejoinder of the commissioners and Judge Campbell's letters to the Secretary of April 13th and April 20th, respectively, will be found in the appendix. Negotiation was now at an end, and the commissioners withdrew from Washington and returned to their homes. Their last dispatch before leaving shows that they were still dependent upon public rumor and the newspapers for information as to the real purposes and preparations of the Federal administration. It was in these words: Washington, April 10, 1861. General G. T. Beauregard, the Tribune of today declares the main object of the expedition to be the relief of Sumter, and that a force will be landed which will overcome all opposition. Roman, Crawford, and Forsyth. The annexed extracts from my message to the Confederate Congress at the opening of its special session on the 29th of April will serve as a recapitulation of the events above narrated, with all of comment that it was then, or is now, considered necessary to add. Extracts from President's Message to the Confederate Congress of April 29, 1861. Scarce had you assembled in February last, when prior even to the inauguration of the chief magistrate you had elected, you expressed your desire for the appointment of commissioners and for the settlement of all questions of disagreements between two governments upon principles of right, justice, equity, and good faith. It was my pleasure, as well as my duty, to cooperate with you in this work of peace. Indeed, in my address to you, on taking the oath of office, and before receiving from you the communication of this resolution, I had said that, as a necessity, not as a choice, we have resorted to the remedy of separating, and henceforth our energies must be directed to the conduct of our own affairs and the perpetuity of the Confederacy which we have formed. If a just perception of mutual interest shall permit us to peaceably pursue our separate political career, my most earnest desire will then have been fulfilled. It was in furtherance of these accordant views of the Congress and the Executive that I made choice of 3 discreet, able, and distinguished citizens, who repaired to Washington. Aided by their cordial cooperation and that of the Secretary of State, every effort compatible with self-respect and the dignity of the Confederacy was exhausted, before I allowed myself to yield to the conviction that the Government of the United States was determined to attempt the conquest of this people, and that our cherished hopes of peace were unattainable. On the arrival of our commissioners in Washington on the 5th of March, [Footnote: Mr. Crawford, as we have seen, had arrived some days earlier. The statement in the message refers to the arrival of the full commission or a majority of it.] They postponed, at the suggestion of a friendly intermediator, doing more than giving informal notice of their arrival. This was done with a view to afford time to the President of the United States, who had just been inaugurated, for the discharge of other pressing official duties in the organization of his administration, before engaging his attention to the object of their mission. It was not until the 12th of the month that they officially addressed the Secretary of State, informing him of the purpose of their arrival, and stating in the language of their instructions their wish to make to the Government of the United States overtures for the opening of negotiations, assuring the Government of the United States that the President, Congress, and people of the Confederate States desired a peaceful solution of these great questions; that it was neither their interest nor their wish to make any demand which was not founded on the strictest principles of justice, nor to do any act to injure their late confederates. To this communication no formal reply was received until the 8th of April. During the interval, the commissioners had consented to waive all questions of form, with the firm resolve to avoid war if possible. They went so far even as to hold, during that long period, unofficial intercourse through an intermediary whose high position and character inspired the hope of success, and through whom constant assurances were received from the Government of the United States of its peaceful intentions, of its determination to evacuate Fort Sumter, and further that no measure would be introduced changing the existing status prejudicial to the Confederate States; that, in the event of any change in regard to Fort Pickens, notice would be given to the commissioners. The crooked path of diplomacy can scarcely furnish an example so wanting in courtesy, in candor, and directness, as was the course of the United States government toward our commissioners in Washington. For proof of this I refer to the annexed documents marked, taken in connection with further facts which I now proceed to relate. Early in April the attention of the whole country was attracted to extraordinary preparations in New York and other Northern ports for an extensive military and naval expedition. These preparations were commenced in secrecy for an expedition whose destination was concealed, and only became known when nearly completed; and on the 5th, 6th, and 7th of April, transports and vessels of war, with troops, munitions, and military supplies, sailed from Northern ports, bound southward. Alarmed by so extraordinary a demonstration, the commissioners requested the delivery of an answer to their official communication of the 12th of March, and the reply, dated on the 15th of the previous month, was obtained, from which it appears that during the whole interval, while the commissioners were receiving assurances calculated to inspire hope of the success of their mission, the Secretary of State and the President of the United States had already determined to hold no intercourse with them whatever, to refuse to even listen to any proposals they had to make, and had profited by the delay created by their own assurances in order to prepare secretly the means for effective hostile operations. That these assurances were given has been virtually confessed by the Government of the United States by its act of sending a messenger to Charleston to give notice of its purpose to use force, if opposed in its intention of supplying Fort Sumter. No more striking proof of the absence of good faith in the conduct of the Government of the United States toward the Confederacy can be required than is contained in the circumstances which accompanied this notice. According to the usual course of navigation, the vessels composing the expedition, and designed for the relief of Fort Sumter, might be looked for in Charleston Harbor on the 9th of April. Yet our commissioners in Washington were detained under assurances that notice should be given of any military movement. The notice was not addressed to them, but a messenger was sent to Charleston to give notice to the governor of South Carolina, and the notice was given at a late hour on the 8th of April, the eve of the very day which the fleet might be expected to arrive. That this maneuver failed in its purpose was not the fault of those who controlled it. A heavy tempest delayed the arrival of the expedition, and gave time to the commander of our forces at Charleston to ask and receive instructions of the government. End of Part 3, Chapter 11.
Section 11 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by R.W. Rushing. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 12. Protests against the conduct of the government of the United States. Senator Douglas's proposition to evacuate the forts, and extracts from his speech in support of it. General Scott's advice. Manly letters of Major Anderson protesting against the action of the federal government. Misstatements of the Count of Paris. Correspondence relative to the proposed evacuation of the fort. A crisis. The course pursued by the government of the United States with regard to the forts had not passed without earnest remonstrance from the most intelligent and patriotic of its own friends during the period of the events which constitute the subject of the preceding chapter. In the Senate of the United States, which continued in executive session for several weeks after the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln, it was the subject of discussion. Mr. Douglas of Illinois, who was certainly not suspected of sympathy with secession or of lack of devotion to the Union, on the 15th of March offered a resolution recommending the withdrawal of the garrisons from all forts within the limits of the states which had seceded, except those at Key West and the Dry Tortugas. In support of this resolution, he said, quote, "We certainly cannot justify the holding of forts there, much less the recapturing of those which have been taken, unless we intend to reduce those states themselves into subjection. I take it for granted, no man will deny the proposition, that whoever permanently holds Charleston in South Carolina is entitled to the possession of Fort Sumter. Whoever permanently holds Pensacola in Florida is entitled to the possession of Fort Pickens. Whoever holds the states in whose limits those forts are placed is entitled to the forts themselves, unless there is something peculiar in the location of some particular fort that makes it important for us to hold it for the general defense of the whole country, its commerce and interests, instead of being useful only for the defense of a particular city or locality. It is true that Forts Taylor and Jefferson at Key West and Tortugas are so situated as to be essentially national, and therefore important to us without reference to our own relation with the seceded states. Not so with Moultrie, Johnson, Castle Pinckney, and Sumter in Charleston Harbor. Not so with Pulaski on the Savannah River. Not so with Morgan and other forts in Alabama. Not so with those other forts that were intended to guard the entrance of a particular harbor for local defense. We cannot deny that there is a Southern Confederacy de facto in existence, with its capital at Montgomery. We may regret it. I regret it most profoundly, but I cannot deny the truth of the fact, painful and mortifying as it is. I proclaim boldly the policy of those with whom I act. We are for peace." End of quote. Mr. Douglas, in urging the maintenance of peace as a motive for the evacuation of the forts, was no doubt aware of the full force of his words. He knew that their continued occupation was virtually a declaration of war. The General-in-Chief of the United States Army also, it is well known, urgently advised the evacuation of the forts. But the most striking protest against the coercive measures finally adopted was that of Major Anderson himself. The letter in which his views were expressed has been carefully suppressed in the partisan narratives of that period and well nigh lost sight of, although it does the highest honor to his patriotism and integrity. It was written on the same day on which the announcement was made to Governor Pickens of the purpose of the United States government to send supplies to the fort, and is worthy of reproduction here. Letter of Major Anderson, United States Army, protesting against Fox's plan for relieving Fort Sumter. Quote, Fort Sumter, South Carolina, April 8, 1861. To Colonel L. Thomas, Adjutant General, United States Army. Colonel, I have the honor to report that the resumption of work yesterday, Sunday, at various points on Morris Island, and the vigorous prosecution of it this morning, apparently strengthening all the batteries which are under the fire of our guns, shows that they either have just received some news from Washington which has put them on the qui-vive, or they have received orders from Montgomery to commence operations here. I am preparing, by the side of my barbette guns, protection for our men from the shells which will be almost continually bursting over or in our work. I had the honor to receive, by yesterday's mail, the letter of the Honorable Secretary of War, dated April 4th, and confess that what he there states surprises me very greatly, following as it does, and contradicting so positively, the assurance Mr. Crawford telegraphed he was authorized to make. I trust that this matter will be at once put in a correct light, as a movement made now, when the South has been erroneously informed that none such would be attempted, would produce most disastrous results throughout our country. It is, of course, now too late for me to give any advice in reference to the proposed scheme of Captain Fox. I fear that its result cannot fail to be disastrous to all concerned. Even with his boat at our walls, the loss of life, as I think I mentioned to Mr. Fox, in unloading her, will more than pay for the good to be accomplished by the expedition, which keeps us, if I can maintain possession of this work, out of position, surrounded by strong works which must be carried to make this fort of the least value to the United States government. We have not oil enough to keep a light in the lantern for one night. The boats will have to, therefore, rely at night entirely upon other marks. I ought to have been informed that this expedition was to come. Colonel Layman's remark convinced me that the idea, merely hinted at to me by Captain Fox, would not be carried out. We shall strive to do our duty, though I frankly say that my heart is not in this war which I see is to be thus commenced. That God will still avert it and cause us to resort to pacific means to maintain our rights is my ardent prayer. I am, Colonel, very respectfully, your obedient servant, Robert Anderson, Major, 1st Artillery, Commanding. End quote. This frank and manly letter, although written with the reserve necessarily belonging to a communication from an officer to his military superiors, expressing dissatisfaction with orders, fully vindicates Major Anderson from all suspicion of complicity or sympathy with the bad faith of the government which he was serving. It accords entirely with the sentiments expressed in his private letter to me, already mentioned as lost or stolen, and exhibits him in the attitude of faithful performance of a duty inconsistent with his domestic ties and repugnant to his patriotism. Footnote: The Count of Paris libels the memory of Major Anderson and perverts the truth of history in this, as he has done in other particulars, by saying, with reference to the visit of Captain Fox to the fort, that, quote, Having visited Anderson at Fort Sumter, a plan had been agreed upon between them for revictualling the garrison, unquote. Fox himself says in his published letter, quote, I made no arrangements with Major Anderson for supplying the fort, nor did I inform him of my plan, unquote. And Major Anderson, in the letter above, says the idea had been merely hinted at by Captain Fox, and that Colonel Lamon had led him to believe that it had been abandoned. End of footnote. The relief squadron, as with unconscious irony it was termed, was already underway for Charleston, consisting, according to their own statement, of 8 vessels carrying 26 guns and about 1,400 men, including the troops sent for reinforcement of the garrison. These facts became known to the Confederate government, and it was obvious that no time was to be lost in preparing for, and if possible anticipating, the impending assault. The character of the instructions given General Beauregard in this emergency may be inferred from the ensuing correspondence, which is here reproduced from contemporary publications. Quote, Charleston, April 8, 1861. 2. L.P. Walker, Secretary of War, Confederate States of America. An authorized messenger from President Lincoln just informed Governor Pickens and myself that provisions will be sent to Fort Sumter peaceably or otherwise by force. Signed, G.T. Beauregard, Montgomery, the 10th. 2. General G.T. Beauregard, Charleston. If you have no doubt of the authorized character of the agent who communicated to you the intention of the Washington government to supply Fort Sumter by force, you will at once demand its evacuation, and, if this is refused, proceed, in such a manner as you may determine, to reduce it. Answer. Signed, L.P. Walker, Secretary of War, Charleston, April 10th. 2. L.P. Walker, Secretary of War. The demand will be made tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Signed, G.T. Beauregard, Montgomery, April 10th. 2. General Beauregard, Charleston. Unless there are especial reasons connected with your condition, it is considered proper that you should make the demand at an early hour. Signed, L.P. Walker, Secretary of War, Charleston, April 10th. 2. L.P. Walker, Secretary of War, Montgomery. The reasons are special for 12 o'clock. Signed, G.T. Beauregard. From Headquarters Provisional Army, Confederate States of America, Charleston, South Carolina, April 11th, 1861, 2 p.m. To Fort Sumter. Sir, the government of the Confederate States has hitherto forborne from any hostile demonstration against Fort Sumter in the hope that the government of the United States, with a view to the amicable adjustment of all questions between the two governments, and to avert the calamities of war, would voluntarily evacuate it. There was reason at one time to believe that such would be the course pursued by the government of the United States, and under that impression, my government has refrained from making any demand for surrender of the fort. But the Confederate States can no longer delay assuming actual possession of a fortification commanding the entrance of one of their harbors and necessary to its defense and security. I am ordered by the government of the Confederate States to demand the evacuation of Fort Sumter. My aides, Colonel Chestnut and Captain Lee, are authorized to make such demand of you. All proper facilities will be afforded for the removal of yourself and command, together with company arms and property, and all private property, to any post in the United States which you may elect. The flag which you have upheld so long and with so much fortitude under the most trying circumstances may be saluted by you on taking it down. Colonel Chestnut and Captain Lee will, for a reasonable time, await your answer. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, signed, G.T. Beauregard, Brigadier General Commanding. From Major Robert Anderson, Commanding at Fort Sumter, Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. Headquarters, Fort Sumter, South Carolina, April 11th, 1861. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your communication demanding the evacuation of this fort. and to say in reply thereto that it is a demand which I regret that my sense of honor and of my obligations to my government prevents my compliance. Thanking you for the fair, manly, and courteous terms proposed, and for the high compliment paid me, I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant, signed Robert Anderson, Major U.S. Army, commanding. To Brigadier General G.T. Beauregard, commanding Provisional Army, Confederate States of America, Montgomery, April 11th. General Beauregard, Charleston. We do not desire needlessly to bombard Fort Sumter, if Major Anderson will state the time at which, as indicated by him, he will evacuate, and agree that, in the meantime, he will not use his guns against us, unless ours should be employed against Fort Sumter. You are thus to avoid the effusion of blood. If this or its equivalent be refused, reduce the fort as your judgment decides to be most practicable. Signed, L.P. Walker, Secretary of War. Headquarters, Provisional Army, Confederate States of America, Charleston, April 11th, 1861, 11 p.m. Major, in consequence of the verbal observations made to you by my aides, Messrs. Chestnut and Lee, in relation to the condition of your supplies, and that you would in a few days be starved out if our guns did not batter you to pieces, or words to that effect, and desiring no useless effusion of blood, I communicated both the verbal observation and your written answer to my government. If you will state the time at which you will evacuate Fort Sumter, and agree that in the meantime you will not use your guns against us, unless ours shall be employed against Fort Sumter, we will abstain from opening fire upon you. Colonel Chestnut and Captain Lee are authorized by me to enter into such an agreement with you. You are therefore requested to communicate to them an open answer. I remain, Major, very respectfully, your obedient servant, signed G.T. Beauregard, Brigadier General, commanding. Major Robert Anderson, commanding at Fort Sumter, Charleston, South Carolina. Headquarters, Fort Sumter, South Carolina, 2:30 a.m., April 12th, 1861. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your second communication of the 11th instant by Colonel Chestnut, and to state in reply that, cordially uniting with you in the desire to avoid the useless effusion of blood, I will, if provided with the proper and necessary means of transportation, evacuate Fort Sumter by noon on the 15th instant, should I not receive, prior to that time, controlling instructions from my government or additional supplies, and that I will not, in the meantime, open my fire upon your forces unless compelled to do so by some hostile act against this fort, or the flag of my government, by the forces under your command, or by some portion of them, or by the perpetration of some act showing a hostile intention on your part against this fort, or the flag it bears. I have the honor to be, General, your obedient servant, signed Robert Anderson, Major, U.S. Army, commanding. 2. Fort Sumter, South Carolina, April 12, 1861, 3:20 a.m. Sir, by authority of Brigadier General Beauregard, commanding the provisional forces of the Confederate States, we have the honor to notify you that he will open fire of his batteries on Fort Sumter in 1 hour from this time. We have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servants. Signed, James Chestnut, Jr., Aide-de-Camp. Signed, Stephen D. Lee, Captain, South Carolina Army, and Aide-de-Camp. End of quote. It is essential to a right understanding of the last two letters to give more than a superficial attention to that of Major Anderson, bearing in mind certain important facts not referred to in the correspondence. Major Anderson had been requested to state the time at which he would evacuate the fort, if unmolested, agreeing in the meantime not to use his guns against the city and the troops defending it, unless Fort Sumter should be first attacked by them. On these conditions, General Beauregard offered to refrain from opening fire upon him. In his reply, Major Anderson promises to evacuate the fort on the 15th of April, provided he should not, before that time, receive controlling instructions or additional supplies from his government. He furthermore offers to pledge himself not to open fire upon the Confederates, unless in the meantime compelled to do so by some hostile act against the fort or the flag of his government. Inasmuch as it was known to the Confederate commander that the controlling instructions were already issued, and that the additional supplies were momentarily expected, inasmuch also as any attempt to introduce the supplies would compel the opening of fire upon the vessels bearing them under the flag of the United States, thereby releasing Major Anderson from his pledge, it is evident that his conditions could not be accepted. It would have been merely after the avowal of a hostile determination by the government of the United States to await an inevitable conflict with the guns of Fort Sumter and the naval forces of the United States in combination, with no possible hope of averting it, unless in the improbable event of a delay of the expected fleet for nearly 4 days longer. In point of fact, it arrived off the harbor on the same day, but was hindered by a gale of wind from entering it. There was obviously no other course to be pursued than that announced in the answer given by General Beauregard. It should not be forgotten that, during the early occupation of Fort Sumter by a garrison, the attitude of which was at least offensive, no restriction had been put upon their privilege of purchasing in Charleston fresh provisions, or any delicacies or comforts not directly tending to the supply of the means needful to hold the fort for an indefinite time. End of Chapter 12. Recording by R.W. Rushing, Austin, Texas.
Section 12 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 3, Chapter 13. A pause and a review. Attitude of the two parties. Sophistry exposed and shams torn away. Forbearance of the Confederate government. Who was the aggressor? Major Anderson's view, and that of a naval officer. Mr. Horace Greeley on the Fort Sumter case. The bombardment and surrender. Gallant action of ex-Senator Wigfall. Mr. Lincoln's statement of the case. Here, in the brief hour immediately before the outburst of the long-gathering storm, although it can hardly be necessary for the reader who has carefully considered what has already been written, we may pause for a moment to contemplate the attitude of the parties to the contest and the grounds on which they respectively stand. I do not refer to the original causes of controversy, to the comparative claims of statehood and union, or to the question of the right and wrong of secession, but to the proximate and immediate causes of conflict. The fact that South Carolina was a state, whatever her relations may have been to the other states, is not and cannot be denied. It is equally undeniable that the ground on which Fort Sumter was built was ceded by South Carolina to the United States in trust for the defense of her own soil and her own chief harbor. This has been shown by ample evidence to have been the principle governing all cessions by the states of sites for military purposes, but it applies with special force to the case of Charleston. The streams flowing into that harbor from source to mouth lie entirely within the limits of the state of South Carolina. No other state or combination of states could have any distinct interest or concern in the maintenance of a fortress at that point, unless as a means of aggression against South Carolina herself. The practical view of the case was correctly stated by Mr. Douglas when he said, quote, "I take it for granted that whoever permanently holds Charleston in South Carolina is entitled to the possession of Fort Sumter. Whoever permanently holds Pensacola and Florida is entitled to the possession of Fort Pickens. Whoever holds the states in whose limits these forts are placed is entitled to the forts themselves, unless there is something peculiar in the location of some particular fort that makes it important for us to hold it for the general defense of the whole country. Its commerce and interests, instead of being useful only for the defense of a particular city or locality." End quote. No such necessity could be alleged with regard to Fort Sumter. The claim to hold it as public property of the United States was utterly untenable and unmeaning, apart from a claim of coercive control over the state. If South Carolina was a mere province in a state of open rebellion, the government of the United States had a right to retain its hold of any fortified place within her limits which happened to be in its possession, and it would have an equal right to acquire possession of any other. It would have had the same right to send an army to Columbia to batter down the walls of the state capital. The subject may at once be stripped of the sophistry which would make a distinction between the two cases. The one was as really an act of war as the other would have been. The right or the wrong of either depended entirely upon the question of the rightful power of the federal government to coerce a state into submission, a power which we have seen was unanimously rejected in the formation of the federal Constitution, and which was still unrecognized by many, perhaps by a majority, even of those who denied the right of a state to secede. If there existed any hope or desire for a peaceful settlement of the questions at issue between the states, either party had a right to demand that, pending such settlement, there should be no hostile grasp upon its throat. This grip had been held on the throat of South Carolina for almost 4 months from the period of her secession, and no forcible resistance to it had yet been made. Remonstrances and patient, persistent, and reiterated attempts at negotiation for its removal had been made with 2 successive administrations of the government of the United States, at first by the state of South Carolina and by the government of the Confederate States after its formation. These efforts had been met not by an open avowal of coercive purposes, but by evasion, prevarication, and perfidy. The agreement of one administration to maintain the status quo at the time when the question arose was violated in December by the removal of the garrison from its original position to the occupancy of a stronger. Another attempt was made to violate it in January by the introduction of troops concealed below the deck of the steamer Star of the West, but this was thwarted by the vigilance of the state service. Footnote. See the report of her commander, Captain McGowan, who says he took on board in the harbor of New York 4 officers and 200 soldiers. Arriving off Charleston, he says, quote, "The soldiers were now all put below, and no one allowed on deck except our own crew." End quote. End footnote. The protracted course of fraud and prevarication practiced by Mr. Lincoln's administration in the months of March and April has been fully exhibited. It was evident that no confidence whatever could be reposed in any pledge or promise of the federal government as then administered. Yet, notwithstanding all this, no resistance, other than that of pacific protest and appeals for an equitable settlement, was made, until after the avowal of a purpose of coercion, and when it was known that a hostile fleet was on the way to support and enforce it. At the very moment when the Confederate commander gave the final notice to Major Anderson of his purpose to open fire upon the fort, the fleet was lying off the mouth of the harbor and hindered from entering only by a gale of wind. The forbearance of the Confederate government under the circumstances is perhaps unexampled in history. It is carried to the extreme verge, short of a disregard of the safety of the people who had entrusted to that government the duty of their defense against their enemies. The attempt to represent us as the aggressors in the conflict which ensued is as unfounded as the complaint made by the wolf against the lamb in the familiar fable. He who makes the assault is not necessarily he that strikes the first blow or fires the first gun. To have awaited further strengthening of their position by land and naval forces, with hostile purpose now declared, for the sake of having them fire the first gun, would have been as unwise as it would be to hesitate to strike down the arm of the assailant, who levels a deadly weapon at one's breast until he has actually fired. The disingenuous rant of demagogues against firing on the flag might serve to rouse the passion of insensate mobs in times of general excitement, but will be impotent in impartial history to relieve the federal government from the responsibility of the assault made by sending a hostile fleet against the harbor of Charleston to cooperate with the menacing garrison of Fort Sumter. After the assault was made by the hostile descent of the fleet, the reduction of Fort Sumter was a measure of defense rendered absolutely and immediately necessary. Such clearly was the idea of the commander of the Pawnee when he declined, as Captain Fox informs us, without orders from a superior, to make any effort to enter the harbor, there to inaugurate civil war. The straightforward simplicity of the sailor had not been perverted by the shams of political sophistry. Even Mr. Horace Greeley, with all his extreme partisan feeling, is obliged to admit that, quote, whether the bombardment and reduction of Fort Sumter shall or shall not be justified by posterity, it is clear that the Confederacy had no alternative but its own dissolution, end quote. According to the notice given by General Beauregard, fire was opened upon Fort Sumter from the various batteries which had been erected around the harbor at 4:30 on the morning of Friday, the 12th of April, 1861. The fort soon responded. It is not the purpose of this work to give minute details of the military operation, as the events of the bombardment have often been related and are generally well known, with no material discrepancy in matters of fact among the statements of the various participants. It is enough, therefore, to add that the bombardment continued for about 33 to 34 hours. The fort was eventually set on fire by shells after having been partly destroyed by shot, and Major Anderson, after a resolute defense, finally surrendered on the 13th, the same terms being accorded to him which had been offered 2 days before. It is a remarkable fact, probably without precedent in the annals of war, that notwithstanding the extent and magnitude of the engagement, the number and caliber of the guns, and the amount of damage done to inanimate material on both sides, especially to Fort Sumter, nobody was injured on either side by bombardment. The only casualty attendant upon the affair was the death of one man and the wounding of several others by the explosion of a gun and the firing of salute to their flag by the garrison on evacuating the fort the day after the surrender. A striking incident marked the close of the bombardment. Ex-Senator Louis T. Wigfall of Texas, a man as generous as he was recklessly brave, when he saw the fort on fire, supposing the garrison to be hopelessly struggling for the honor of the flag, voluntarily and without authority went under fire in an open boat to the fort, and climbing through one of his embrasures, asked for Major Anderson, and insisted that he should surrender a fort which it was palpably impossible that he could hold. Major Anderson agreed to surrender on the same terms and conditions that had been offered him before his works were battered in breach, and the agreement between them to that effect was promptly ratified by the Confederate commander. Thus unofficially was inaugurated the surrender and evacuation of the fort. The President of the United States, in his message of July 4, 1861, to the Federal Congress convened in extra session, said, quote, it is thus seen that the assault upon and reduction of Fort Sumter was in no sense a matter of self-defense on the part of the assailants. They well knew that the garrison in the fort could by no possibility commit aggression upon them. They knew, they were expressly notified, that the giving of bread to the few brave and hungry men of the garrison was all which would on that occasion be attempted, unless themselves, by resisting so much, should provoke more. End quote. Mr. Lincoln well knew that if the brave men of the garrison were hungry, they had only him and his trusted advisers to thank for it. They had been kept for months in a place where they ought not to have been, contrary to the judgment of the general-in-chief of his army, contrary to the counsels of the wisest statesmen of his confidence, and the protests of the commander of the garrison. A word from him would have relieved them at any moment in the manner most acceptable to them and most promotive of peaceful results. But suppose the Confederate authorities had been disposed to yield, and to consent to the introduction of supplies for the maintenance of the garrison, what assurance would they have had that nothing further would be attempted? what reliance could be placed on any assurances of the government of the United States after the experience of the attempted ruse of the Star of the West and the deceptions practiced upon the Confederate commissioners in Washington. He says we were expressly notified that nothing more would, on that occasion, be attempted. The words in italics themselves, on that occasion, constituting a very significant, though unobtrusive and innocent-looking limitation. But we had been just as expressly notified long before that the garrison would be withdrawn. It would be as easy to violate the one pledge as it had been to break the other. Moreover, the so-called notification was a mere memorandum without date, signature, or authentication of any kind sent to Governor Pickens, not by an accredited agent, but by a subordinate employee of the State Department. Like the oral and written pledges of Mr. Seward, given through Judge Campbell, it seemed to be carefully and purposely divested of every attribute that could make it binding and valid, in case its author should see fit to repudiate it. It was as empty and worthless as the complaint against the federal government based upon it is disingenuous. End of section 12. Read by Mary Schneider.
Section 13 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Lucas. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis. Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 1. The War. Contents: failure of the Peace Congress, treatment of the commissioners, their withdrawal, notice of an armed expedition, action of the Confederate government, bombardment and surrender of Fort Sumter, its reduction required by the exigency of the case, disguise thrown off, President Lincoln's call for 75,000 men, his fiction of combinations, palpable violation of the Constitution, action of Virginia, of citizens of Baltimore, the charge of precipitation against South Carolina, action of the Confederate government, the universal feeling. The Congress, initiated by Virginia for the laudable purpose of endeavoring by constitutional means to adjust all the issues which threatened the peace of the country, failed to achieve anything that would cause or justify a reconsideration by the seceded states of their action to reclaim the grants they had made to the general government and to maintain for themselves a separate and independent existence. The commissioners sent by the Confederate government, after having been shamefully deceived, as has been heretofore fully set forth, left the United States Capitol to report the result of their mission to the Confederate government. The notice received that an armed expedition had sailed for operations against the state of South Carolina in the harbor of Charleston induced the Confederate government to meet, as best it might, this assault in the discharge of its obligation to defend each state of the Confederacy. To this end, the bombardment of the formidable work, Fort Sumter, was commenced, in anticipation of the reinforcement which was then moving to unite with its garrison for hostilities against South Carolina. The bloodless bombardment and surrender of Fort Sumter occurred on April 13, 1861. The garrison was generously permitted to retire with the honors of war. The evacuation of that fort, commanding the entrance to the harbor of Charleston, which, if in hostile hands, was destructive of its commerce, had been claimed as the right of South Carolina. The voluntary withdrawal of the garrison by the United States government had been considered, and those best qualified to judge believed it had been promised. Yet, when instead of the fulfillment of just expectations, instead of the withdrawal of the garrison, a hostile expedition was organized and sent forward, the urgency of the case required its reduction before it should be reinforced. Had there been delay, the more serious conflict between larger forces, land and naval, would scarcely have been bloodless, as the bombardment fortunately was. The event, however, was seized upon to inflame the mind of the Northern people, and the disguise which had been worn in the communications with the Confederate commissioners was now thrown off, and it was cunningly attempted to show that the South, which had been pleading for peace and still stood on the defensive, had by this bombardment inaugurated a war against the United States. But it should be stated that the threats implied in the declarations that the Union could not exist part slave and part free, and that the Union should be preserved, and the denial of the right of a state peaceably to withdraw, were virtually a declaration of war, and the sending of an army and navy to attack was the result to have been anticipated as the consequence of such declaration of war. On the 15th day of the same month, President Lincoln, introducing his farce of combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, called forth the military of the several states to the number of 75,000 and commanded the persons composing the combinations to disperse, etc. It can but surprise anyone in the least degree conversant with the history of the Union to find states referred to as persons composing combinations, and that the sovereign creators of the federal government, the state of the Union, should be commanded by their agent to disperse. The levy of so large an army could only mean war, but the power to declare war did not reside in the President. It was delegated to the Congress only. If, however, it had been a riotous combination or an insurrection, it must have been, according to the Constitution, against the state. And the power of the President to call forth the militia to suppress it was dependent upon an application from the state for that purpose. It could not precede such an application, and still less could it be rightfully exercised against the will of a state. The authorities on this subject have been heretofore cited and need not be referred to again. Suffice it to say that, by Section 4, Article 4 of the Constitution, the United States are bound to protect each state against invasion and against domestic violence, whenever application shall have been made by the legislature, or by the executive when the legislature cannot be convened, and that to fail to give protection against any invasion whatsoever should be a dereliction of duty. To add that there could be no justification for the invasion of a state by an army of the United States is but to repeat what has been said on the absence of any authority in the general government to coerce a state. In any possible view of the case, therefore, the conclusion must be that the calling on some of the states for 75,000 militia to invade other states, which were asserted to be still in the Union, was a palpable violation of the Constitution and the usurpation of undelegated power, or, in other words, of power reserved to the states or to the people. It might therefore have been anticipated that Virginia, one of whose sons wrote the Declaration of Independence, another of whose sons led the armies of the United States in the Revolution which achieved their independence, and another of whose sons mainly contributed to the adoption of the Constitution of the Union, would not have been slow, in the face of such events, to reclaim the grants she had made to the general government, and to withdraw from the Union to the establishment of which she had been so largely contributed. 2 days had elapsed between the surrender of Fort Sumter and the proclamation of President Lincoln calling for 75,000 militia as before stated. 2 other days elapsed, and Virginia passed her ordinance of secession, and 2 days thereafter the citizens of Baltimore resisted the passage of troops through that city on their way to make war upon the Southern states. Thus rapidly did the current of events bear us onward from peace to the desolating war which was soon to ensue. The manly effort of the unorganized, unarmed citizens of Baltimore to resist the progress of armies for the invasion of her Southern sisters was worthy of the fair fame of Maryland, becoming the descendants of the men who so gallantly fought for the freedom, independence, and sovereignty of the states. The bold stand, then and thereafter taken, extorted a promise from the executive authorities that no more troops should be sent through the city of Baltimore, which promise, however, was only observed until, by artifice, power had been gained to disregard it. Virginia, as has been heretofore stated, passed her ordinance of secession on the 17th of April. It was, however, subject to ratification by the people at an election to be held on the fourth Thursday of May. She was, in the meantime, like her Southern sisters, the object of Northern hostilities, and having a common cause with them, properly anticipated the election of May by forming an alliance with the Confederate States, which was ratified by the convention on the 25th of April. The convention for that alliance set forth that Virginia, looking to a speedy union with the Confederate States, and for the purpose of meeting pressing exigencies, agreed that the whole military force and military operations, offensive and defensive, of said Commonwealth in the impending conflict with the United States shall be under the chief control and direction of the President of the said Confederate States. The whole was made subject to the approval and ratification of the proper authorities of both governments, respectively. To those who criticize South Carolina as having acted precipitately in withdrawing from the Union, it may be answered that intervening occurrences show that her delay could not have changed the result, and further, that her prompt action had enabled her better to prepare for the contingency which it was found impossible to avert. Thus, she was prepared in her first necessities of Virginia to send to her troops organized and equipped. Before the convention for cooperation with the Confederate States had been adopted by Virginia, that knightly soldier, General Bonham, of South Carolina, went with his brigade to Richmond, and throughout the Southern States there was a prevailing desire to rush to Virginia, where it was foreseen that the first great battles of the war were to be fought, so that, as early as the 22nd of April, I telegraphed to Governor Letcher that, in addition to the forces heretofore ordered, requisitions had been made for 13 regiments, 8 to rendezvous at Lynchburg, 4 at Richmond, and 1 at Harper's Ferry. Referring to an application that had been made to him from Baltimore, I wrote, "Sustain Baltimore if practicable. We will reinforce you." The universal feeling was that of a common cause and common destiny. There was no selfish desire to linger around home, no narrow purpose to separate local interests from the common welfare, and the object was to sustain a principle, the broad principle of constitutional liberty, the right of self-government. The early demonstrations of the enemy showed that Virginia was liable to invasion from the north, from the east, and from the west, though the larger preparation indicated that the most serious danger to be apprehended was from the line of the Potomac. The first conflicts occurred in the east. The narrow peninsula between the James and York rivers had topographical features well adapted to defense. It was held by General John B. Magruder, who skillfully improved its natural strength by artificial means, and there, on the ground memorable as the field of the last battle of the Revolution, in which General Washington compelled Lord Cornwallis to surrender, Magruder with a small force held for a long time the superior forces of the enemy at check. End of Chapter 1, The War. Recording by Timothy Lucas. Section 14 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Lucas. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 2. Contents: the supply of arms, of men, love of the Union, secessionists few, efforts to prevent the final step, views of the people, effect on their agriculture, aid from African servitude, answer to the clamors on the horrors of slavery, appointment of a commissary general, his character and capacity, organization, instruction, and equipment of the army, action of Congress, the law, its signification, the hope of a peaceful solution early entertained, rapidly diminished, further action of Congress, policy of the government for peace, position of officers of United States Army, the army of the states, not of the government, the Confederate law observed by the government, officers retiring from United States Army, organization of bureaus. End of contents. The question of supplying arms and munitions of war was the first considered, because it was the want for which it was the most difficult to provide. Of men willing to engage in the defense of their country, there were many more than we could arm. Though the prevailing sentiment of the Southern people was a cordial attachment to the Union as it was formed by their fathers, their love was for the spirit of the compact, for the liberties it was designed to secure, for the self-government and state sovereignty which had been won by separation from the mother country and transmitted to them by their revolutionary sires as a legacy for their posterity forever. The number of those who desired to dissolve the Union, even though the Constitution should be faithfully observed, those who, in the language of the day, were called secessionists per se, was so small as not to be felt in any popular decision. But the number of those who held that the states had surrendered their sovereignty and had no right to secede from the Union was so inappreciably small, if indeed any such existed, that I cannot recall the fact of a single Southern advocate of that opinion. The assertion of the right is not to be confounded with the readiness to exercise it. Many who had no doubt as to the right looked upon its exercise with reluctance amounting to sorrow, and claimed that it should be the last resort, only to be adopted as the alternative to a surrender of the equality in the Union of States, free, sovereign, and independent. Of that class, forming a large majority of the people of Mississippi, I may speak with the confidence of one who belonged to it. Thus, after the legislature of Mississippi had enacted a law for a convention which, representing the sovereignty of the state, should consider the propriety of passing an ordinance to reassume the grants made to the general government and withdraw from the Union, I, as a United States Senator of Mississippi, retained my position in the Senate, and sought by every practicable mode to obtain such measures as would allay the excitement and afford to the South such security as would prevent the final step, the ordinance of secession from the Union. When the last hope of preserving the Union of the Constitution was extinguished, and the ordinance of secession was enacted by the Convention of Mississippi, which was the highest authority known under our form of government, the question of the expediency of adopting that remedy was no longer open to inquiry by one who acknowledged his allegiance as due to the state of which he was a citizen. To evade the responsibilities resulting from the decree of his sovereign, the people, would be craven. To resist it would be treason. The instincts and affections of the citizens of Mississippi led them with great unanimity to the duty of maintaining and defending their state, without pausing to ask what would be the consequences of refusing obedience to its mandate. A like feeling pervaded all of the seceding states, and it was not only for the military service, but for every service which would strengthen and sustain the Confederacy, that an enthusiasm pervading all classes, sexes, and ages was manifested. Though our agricultural products had been mainly for export, insomuch that in the planting states the necessary food supplies were to a considerable extent imported from the West, and it would require that the habits of the planters should be changed from the cultivation of staples for export to the production of supplies adequate for home consumption and the support of armies in the field, yet, even under the embarrassments of war, this was expected, and for a long time the result justified the expectation, extraordinary as it may appear when viewed by comparison with other people who have been subjected to a like ordeal. Much of our success was due to a much abused institution of African servitude, for it enabled the white man to go into the army and leave the cultivation of their fields and the care of their flocks, as well as of their wives and children, to those who, in the language of the Constitution, were held to service or labor. A passing remark may here be appropriate as to answer thus afforded to the clamor of the horrors of slavery. Had these Africans been a cruelly oppressed people, restlessly struggling to be freed from their bonds, Would their masters have dared to leave them as was done, and would they have remained as they did, continuing their usual duties? Or could the proclamation of emancipation have been put on the plea of a military necessity, if the fact had been that the Negroes were forced to serve and desired only an opportunity to rise against their masters? It will be remembered that, when the proclamation was issued, it was confessed by President Lincoln to be a nullity beyond the limit within which it could be enforced by the federal troops. To direct the production, preservation, collection, and distribution of food for the army required a man of rare capacity and character at the head of the subsistence department. It was our good fortune to have such an one in Colonel L.B. Northrop, who was appointed Commissary General at the organization of the bureaus of the Executive Department of the Confederate Government. He had been an officer of the United States Army, had served in various parts of the South, had been for some time on duty in the commissariat, and to the special and general knowledge thus acquired added strong practical sense and incorruptible integrity. Of him and the operations of the subsistence department I shall have more to say hereafter when treating of the bureaus of the Confederacy. Assured of an army as large as the population of the Confederate States could furnish, and a sufficient supply of subsistence for such an army, at least until the chances of war should interfere with production and transportation, the immediate object of attention was the organization, instruction, and equipment of the army. As heretofore stated, there was a prevailing belief that there would be no war, or, if any, that it would be of a very short duration. Therefore, the first bill which passed the Provisional Congress provided for receiving troops for short periods, as my memory serves, for 60 days. The chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs, the heroic Colonel Bartow, who sealed his devotion to the cause with his life's blood on the field of Manassas, in deference to my earnest remonstrance against such a policy, returned with the bill to the House (the Congress then consisted of but one House), and procured a modification by which the term of service was extended to 12 months unless sooner discharged. I had urged upon him in our conference the adoption of a much longer period, but he assured me that 1 year was as much as the Congress would agree to. On this, as on other occasions, that Congress showed a generous desire to yield their preconceived opinions to my objections as far as they consistently could, and, there being but one House, it was easier to change the terms of a bill after conference with the executive than when, under the permanent organization, objections had to be formally communicated in a message to that branch of Congress in which the bill originated, and when the whole proceeding was of record. This first act to provide for the public defense became a law on the 28th of February, 1861, and its fifth section so clearly indicates the opinions and expectations prevailing when the Confederation was formed, that it is inserted here. That the President be further authorized to receive into the service of this government such forces now in the service of said States, Confederate States, as may be tendered, or who may volunteer by consent of their state in such numbers as he may require for any time not less than 12 months unless sooner discharged. The supremacy of the states is the controlling idea. The President was authorized to receive from the several states the arms and munitions which they might desire to transfer to the government of the Confederate States, and he was also authorized to receive the forces which the states might tender, or any which should volunteer by the consent of their state for any time not less than 12 months unless sooner discharged. And such forces were to be received with their officers by companies, battalions, or regiments, and the President, by and with the advice and consent of Congress, was to appoint such general officer or officers for said forces as might be necessary for their service. It will be seen that the arms and munitions within the limits of the several states were regarded as entirely belonging to them, that the forces which were to constitute the provisional army could only be drawn from the several states by their consent, and that these were to be organized under state authority and to be received with their officers so appointed, that the lowest organization was to be that of a company, and the highest that of a regiment, and that the appointment of general officers to command these forces was confided to the government of the Confederate States should the assembling of large bodies of troops require organization above that of a regiment. And it will also be observed that provision was made for the discharge of the forces so provided for, before the term of service fixed by the law. No one will fail to perceive how little was anticipated a war of the vast proportions and great duration which ensued, and how tenaciously the sovereignty and self-government of the states were adhered to. At a later period, March 16, 1861, the Congress adopted resolutions recommending to the respective states to cede the forts, arsenals, navy yards, dockyards, and other public establishments within their respective limits to the Confederate States, etc. The hope which was early entertained of a peaceful solution of the issues pending between the Confederate States and the United States rapidly diminished, so that we find on the 6th of March that the Congress, in its preamble to an act to provide for the public defense, begins with the declaration that, in order to provide speedily forces to repel invasion, etc., authorized the President to employ the militia and to ask for and accept the services of any number of volunteers not exceeding 100,000, and to organize companies into battalions, battalions into regiments, and regiments into brigades and divisions. As in the first law, the President was authorized to appoint the commanding officers of such brigades and divisions, the commissions only to endure while the brigades were in service. On the same day, March 6, 1861, was enacted the law for the establishment and organization of the Army of the Confederate States of America, this being in contradistinction to the Provisional Army, which was to be composed of troops tendered by the states, as in the first act, and volunteers received, as in the second act, to constitute a provisional army. That the wish and policy of the government was peace is again manifested in this act, which, in providing for the military establishment of the Confederacy, fixed the number of enlisted men of all arms at 9,420. Due care was taken to prevent the appointment of incompetent or unworthy persons to be officers of the army, and the right to promotion up to and including the grade of colonel was carefully guarded. And beyond this, the professional character of the army was recognized as follows: appointments to the rank of brigadier general, after the army is organized, shall be made by selection from the army, there being no right of promotion above the grade of colonel in the Army of the United States. Selection for appointment to the rank of general had no other restriction than the necessity for confirmation by the Senate. The provision just quoted imposed the further restriction of requiring the person nominated by selection to have previously been an officer of the Army of the Confederate States. Regarding the Army of the United States as belonging neither to a section of the Union nor to the general government, but to the states conjointly while they remained united, it follows as a corollary of the proposition that, when disintegration occurred, the undivided personnel composing the army would be left free to choose their future place of service. Therefore, provision was made for securing to officers who should leave the Army of the United States and join that of the Confederate States the same relative rank in the latter which they held in the former. Be it further enacted that all officers who have resigned, or who may within 6 months tender their resignations from the Army of the United States, and who have been or may be appointed to original vacancies in the Army of the Confederate States, the commissions issued shall bear one and the same date, so that the relative rank of officers of each grade shall be determined by their former commissions in the United States Army, held anterior to the secession of these Confederate States from the United States. The provisions hereof are in the view entertained that the army was of the states, not of the government, and was to secure to officers adhering to the Confederate States the same relative rank which they had before those states had withdrawn from the Union. It was clearly the intent of the law to embrace in this position only those officers who had resigned or who should resign from the United States Army to enter the service of the Confederacy, or who, in other words, should thus be transferred from one service to the other. It is also to be noted that in the 11th section of the Act, to which this was amendatory, The right of promotion up to the grade of colonel in established regiments and corps was absolutely secured, but that the appointments to the higher grade should be by selection, at first without restriction, but after the army had been organized, the selection was confined to the army, thus recognizing the profession of arms and relieving officers from the hazard, beyond the limit of their legal right to promotion, of being superseded by civilians through favoritism or political influence. How well the government of the Confederacy observed both the letter and the spirit of the law will be seen by reference to its action in the matter of appointments. It is a noteworthy fact that the three highest officers in rank, and whose fame stands unchallenged either for efficiency or zeal, were all so indifferent to any question of personal interest that they had received their appointment before they were aware it was conferred. Each brought from the Army of the United States an enviable reputation, such as would have secured to him, had he chosen to remain in it, after the war commenced, any position his ambition could have coveted. Therefore, against considerations of self-interest, and impelled by devotion to principle, they severed the ties, professional and personal, which had bound them from their youths up to the time when the Southern States, asserting the consecrated truth that all governments rest on the consent of the governed, decided to withdraw from the Union they had voluntarily entered, and the Northern States resolved to coerce them to remain in it against their will. These officers were, first, Samuel Cooper, a native of New York, graduate of the United States Military Academy in 1815, and who served continuously in the Army until March 7, 1861, with such distinction as secured to him the appointment of Adjutant General of the United States Army. Second, Albert Sidney Johnston, a native of Kentucky, a graduate of the United States Military Academy in 1826, served conspicuously in the Army until 1834, then served in the Army of the Republic of Texas, and then in the United States Volunteers in the war with Mexico. Subsequently, he re-entered the United States Army, and for meritorious conduct attained the rank of Brevet Brigadier General. After the secession of Texas, his adopted state, he resigned his commission in the United States Army, May 3, 1861, and traveled by land from California to Richmond to offer his services to the Confederacy. Third, Robert E. Lee, a native of Virginia, a graduate of the United States Military Academy in 1829, when he was appointed in the Engineer Corps of the United States Army, and served continuously and with such distinction as to secure for him in 1847 brevets of 3 grades above his corps commission. He resigned from the Army of the United States April 25, 1861, upon the secession of Virginia, in whose army he served until it was transferred to the Confederate States. Samuel Cooper was the first of these to offer his services to the Confederacy at Montgomery, having known him most favorably and intimately as Adjutant General of the United States Army when I was Secretary of War. The value of his services in the organization of a new army was considered so great that I invited him to take the position of Adjutant General of the Confederate Army, which he accepted without a question either as to relative rank or anything else. The highest grade then authorized by law was that of Brigadier General, and that commission was bestowed upon him. When General Albert Sidney Johnston reached Richmond, he called upon me, and for several days at various intervals we conversed with the freedom and confidence belonging to the close friendship which had existed between us for many years. Consequent upon a remark made by me, he asked to what duty I would assign him, and when answered to serve in the West, he expressed his pleasure at service in that section, but inquired how he was to raise his command, and for the first time learned that he had been nominated and confirmed as a general in the Army of the Confederacy. The third, General Robert E. Lee, had been commissioned by the state of Virginia as Major General and commander of her army. When that army was transferred after the accession of Virginia to the Confederate States, he was nominated to be Brigadier General in the Confederate Army, but was left for obvious reasons in command of the forces in Virginia. After the seat of government was removed from Montgomery to Richmond, the course of events on the southern Atlantic coast induced me to direct General Lee to repair thither, Before leaving, he said that, while he was serving in Virginia, he had never thought it needful to inquire about his rank. But now, when about to go into other states, and to meet officers with whom he had not been previously connected, he would like to be informed upon that point. Under recent laws authorizing appointments to higher grades than that of his first commission, he had been appointed a full general. But so wholly had his heart and mind been consecrated to the public service that he had not remembered if he ever knew of his advancement. In organizing the bureaus, it was deemed advisable to select, for the chief of each, officers possessing special knowledge of the duties to be performed. The best assurance of that qualification was believed to be service creditably rendered in the several departments of the United States Army before resigning from it. Brevet Lieutenant Colonel A.C. Myers, who had held many important trusts in the United States Quartermaster's Department, was appointed Quartermaster General of the Confederacy with the rank of Colonel. Captain L.B. Northrop, a gallant officer of the United States Dragoons, and who by reason of a wound disabling him to perform regimental duty had been employed in the Subsistence Department, was after resigning from the United States Army appointed Commissary General of the Confederate States Army with the rank of Colonel. I have heretofore alluded to the difficult task thus imposed on him, and the success with which he performed it, and would be pleased here to enter into a fuller recital, but have not the needful information in regard to his administration of that department. Surgeon L.P. Moore, an officer of recognized merit in the United States Medical Department, from which he had resigned to join the Confederacy, was appointed the Surgeon General of the Confederate States Army. As in the case of other departments, there was in this a want of the stores requisite, as well for the field as the hospital. To supply medicines which were declared by the enemy to be contraband of war, our medical department had to seek in the forest for substitutes, and to add surgical instruments and appliances to the small stock on hand as best they could. It would be quite beyond my powers to do justice to the skill and knowledge with which the medical corps performed their arduous task, and regret that I have no report from the Surgeon General Moore which would enable me to do justice to the officers of his corps, as well in regard to their humanity as to their professional skill. In no branch of our service were our needs so great and our means to meet them relatively so small as in the matter of ordnance and ordnance stores. The Chief of Ordnance, General Gorgas, had been an ordnance officer of the United States Army and resigned to join the Confederacy. He has favored me with a succinct though comprehensive statement, which has enabled me to write somewhat fully of that department, but for the better understanding of its operations, the reader is referred to the Ordnance Report elsewhere. End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Timothy Lucas. Section 15 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Lucas. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 3. Contents. Commissioners to purchase arms and ammunition. My letters to Captain Semmes. Resignations of officers of United States Navy. Our destitution of accessories for the supply of naval vessels. Secretary Mallory. Food supplies. The Commissariat Department. The Quartermaster's Department, the disappearance of delusions, the supply of powder, saltpeter, sulfur, artificial niter beds, services of General G.W. Rains, destruction at Harper's Ferry of machinery, the master armorer, machinery secured, want of skillful employees, difficulties encountered by every department of the executive branch of the government. End of contents. On the third day after my inauguration at Montgomery, an officer of extensive information and high capacity was sent to the North to make purchases of arms, ammunition, and machinery, and soon afterward another officer was sent to Europe to buy in the market as far as possible, and furthermore to make contracts for arms and munitions to be manufactured. Captain, afterward Admiral, Semmes, the officer who was sent to the North, would have been quite successful but for the intervention of the civil authorities, preventing the delivery of the various articles contracted for. The officer who was sent to Europe, Major Hughes, found few serviceable arms upon the market. He, however, succeeded in making contracts for the manufacture of large quantities, being in advance of the agent sent from the northern government for the same purpose. For further and more detailed information, reference is made to the monograph of the Chief of Ordnance. My letter of instructions to Captain Semmes was as follows. Montgomery, Alabama, February 21st, 1861. Dear Sir, as agent of the Confederate States, you are authorized to proceed, as hereinafter set forth, to make purchases and contracts for machinery and munitions, or for the manufacture of arms and munitions of war. Of the proprietor of the Powder Company in you will probably be able to obtain cannon and musket powder, the former to be of the coarsest grain, and also to engage with him for the establishment of a powder mill at some point in the limits of our territory. The quantity of powder to be supplied immediately will exceed his stock on hand, and the arrangement for further supply should, if possible, be by manufacture in our own territory. If this is not practicable, means must be sought for further shipments from any and all sources which are reliable. At the arsenal at Washington you will find an artisan named who has brought the cap-making machine to its present state of efficiency, and who might furnish a cap machine, and accompany it to direct its operations. If not in this, I hope you may in some other way be able to obtain a cap machine with little delay, and have it sent to Mount Vernon Arsenal, Alabama. We shall require a manufactory for friction primers, and you will, if possible, induce some capable person to establish one in our country. The demand of the Confederate States will be the inducement in this as in the case of the powder mill proposed. A short time since, the most improved machinery for the manufacture of rifles, intended for the Harper's Ferry Armory, was, it was said, for sale by the manufacturer. If it be so at this time, you will procure it for this government, and use the needful precaution in relation to its transportation. Mr. of the Harper's Ferry Armory can give you all the information in that connection which you may require. Mr. Ball, the master armorer at Harper's Ferry, is willing to accept service under our government, and could probably bring with him skilled workmen. If we get the machinery, this will be important. Machinery for grooving muskets and heavy guns is, I hope, to be purchased ready-made. If not, you will contract for its manufacture and delivery. You will endeavor to obtain the most improved shot for rifle cannon, and persons skilled in the preparation of that and other fixed ammunition. Captain G.W. Smith and Captain Lovell, late of the United States Armory, and now of New York City, may aid you in your task, and you will please say to them that we will be happy to have their services in our army. You will make such inquiries as your very knowledge will suggest in relation to the supply of guns of different calibers, especially the largest. I suggest the advantage, if to be obtained, of having a few of the 15-inch guns, like the ones cast at Pittsburgh. I have not sought to prescribe so as to limit your inquiries, either as to object or place, but only to suggest for your reflection and consideration the points which have chanced to come under my observation. You will use your discretion in visiting places where information of persons or things is to be obtained for the furtherance of the object in view. Any contracts made will be sent to the Honorable L.P. Walker, Secretary of War, for his approval, and the contractor need not fear that delay will be encountered in the action of this government. Very respectfully yours, etc. Signed, Jefferson Davis. Captain Semmes had also been directed to seek for vessels which would serve for naval purposes, and after his return reported that he could not find any vessels which in his judgment were, or could be made, available for our uses. The Southern officers of the Navy, who were in command of United States vessels abroad, under an idea more creditable to their sentiment than to their knowledge of the nature of our constitutional union, brought the vessels they commanded into the ports of the North, and having delivered them to the authorities of the United States government, generally tendered their resignations, and repaired to the States for which they had been commissioned in the Navy, to serve where they held their allegiance to be due. The theory that they owed allegiance to their respective states was founded on the fact that the federal government was of the states. The sequence was that the Navy belonged to the states, not to their agent, the federal government, and, when the states ceased to be united, the naval vessels and armament should have been divided among the owners. While we honor the sentiment which caused them to surrender their heart-bound associations and the profession to which they were bred, on which they relied for subsistence, to go, with nothing saving their swords and faithful hearts, to fight, to bleed, and to die if need be, in defense of their homes and righteous cause, we can but remember how much was lost by their view of what their honor and duty demanded. Far, however, be it from their countrymen, for that or any other consideration, to wish that their fidelity to the dictates of a conscientious belief should have yielded to any temptation of interest. The course they pursued shows how impossible it was that they should have done so, for what did they not sacrifice to their sense of right? We were doubly bereft by losing our share of the navy we had contributed to build, and by having it all employed to assail us. The application of the appropriations for the Navy of the United States had been such that the construction of vessels had been at the North, though much of the timber used and other material employed was transported from the South to Northern shipyards. Therefore, we were without the accessories needful for the rapid supply of naval vessels. While attempting whatever was practicable at home, we sent a competent, well-deserving officer of the Navy to England to obtain there and elsewhere, by purchase or by building, vessels which could be transformed into ships of war. These efforts and the results will be noticed more fully hereafter. It may not be amiss to remark here that if the anticipations of our people were not realized, it was not from any lack of the zeal and ability of the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Mallory. As was heretofore stated, his fondness for and aptitude in nautical affairs had led him to know much of vessels, their construction and management, and, as chairman of the Committee on the United States Naval Affairs, he had superadded to this a very large acquaintance with officers of the United States Navy, which gave him the requisite information for the most useful employment of the instructed officers who joined our service. At the North, many had been deceived by the fictions of preparations at the South for the war of the sections, and among ourselves were few who realized how totally deficient the Southern States were in all which was necessary to the active operations of an army, however gallant the men might be, and however able were the generals who directed and led them. From these causes, operating jointly, resulted undue caution at the North and overweening confidence at the South. The habits of our people in hunting and protecting their stock and fields from the ravages of ferocious beasts caused them to be generally supplied with the arms used for such purposes. The facility with which individuals traveled over the country led to very erroneous ideas as to the difficulties of transporting an army. The small amount of ammunition required in time of peace gave no measure of the amount requisite for warlike operations, and the products of a country which insufficiently supplied food for its inhabitants when peaceful pursuits were uninterrupted would serve but a short time to furnish the commissariat of a large army. It was, of course, easy to foresee that, if war was waged against the seceding states by all of those which remained in the Union, the large supply of provisions which had been annually sent from the Northwest to the South could not, under the altered circumstances, be relied on. That our people did not more immediately turn their attention to the production of food supplies may be attributed to the prevailing delusion that secession would not be followed by war. To the able officer then at the head of the commissariat department, Colonel L.B. Northrop, much credit is due for his well-directed efforts to provide both for immediate and prospective wants. It gives me the greater pleasure to say this, because those less informed of all he did and skillfully tried to do have been profuse of criticism, and sparing indeed of the meed justly his due. Adequate facilities for transportation might have relieved the local want of supplies, especially in Virginia, where the largest bodies of troops were assembled, but unfortunately the quartermaster's department was scarcely less provided than that of the commissary. Not only were the railroads insufficient in number, but they were poorly furnished with rolling stock, and had been mainly dependent upon northern foundries and factories for their rails and equipment. Even the skilled operatives of the railroads were generally northern men, and their desertion followed fast upon every disaster which attended the Confederate arms. In addition to other causes which have been mentioned, the idea that cotton was king, and would produce foreign intervention, as well as a desire of the northern people for the return of peace and the restoration of trade, exercised a potent influence in preventing our agriculturalists from directing at an early period their capital and labor to the production of food supplies rather than that of our staple for export. As one after another the illusions vanished, and the material necessities of a great war were recognized by our people, never did patriotic devotion exhibit brighter examples of the sacrifice of self-interest and the abandonment of fixed habits and opinions, or a more effective and untiring effort to meet the Herculean task which was set before them. Being one of the few who regarded secession and war as inevitably connected, and the procurement and preparation of the munitions of war. If our people had not gone to war without counting the cost, they were, nevertheless, involved in it without means of providing for its necessities. It has been heretofore stated that we had no powder mills. It would be needless to say that the newborn government had no depots of powder, but it may be well to add that, beyond the small supply required for sporting purposes, our local traders had no stock on hand. Having no manufacturing industries which required saltpeter, very little of that was purchasable in our markets. The same would have been the case in regard to sulfur, but for the fact that it had been recently employed in the clarification of sugarcane juice, and thus a considerable amount of it was found in New Orleans. Prompt measures were taken to secure a supply of sulfur, and parties were employed to obtain saltpeter from the caves, as well as from the earth of old tobacco houses and cellars, and artificial niter beds were made to provide for prospective wants. Of softwood for charcoal there was abundance, and thus materials were procured for the manufacture of gunpowder to meet the demand which would arise when the limited quantity purchased by the Confederate government at the North should be exhausted. It was our good fortune to secure the services of an able and scientific soldier, General G.W. Rains, who, to a military education, added experience in a large manufacturing establishment, and to him was confided the construction of a powder mill, and the manufacture of powder, both for artillery and small arms. The appalling contemplation of the inauguration of a great war, without powder or a navy to secure its importation from abroad, was soon relieved by the extraordinary efforts of the Ordnance Department and the well-directed skill of General Rains, to whom it is but a just tribute to say that, beginning without even instructed workmen, he had, before the close of the war, made what, in the opinion of competent judges, has been pronounced to be the best powder mill in the world, and in which powder of every variety of grain was manufactured of materials which had been purified from those qualities which cause its deterioration under long exposure to a moist atmosphere. The avowed purpose and declared obligation of the federal government was to occupy and possess the property belonging to the United States. Yet one of the first acts was to set fire to the armory at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, the only establishment of the kind in the Southern States, and the only Southern depository of the rifles which the general government had on hand. What conclusion is to be drawn from such action? To avoid attributing a breach of solemn pledges, it must be supposed that Virginia was considered as out of the Union, and a public enemy, in whose borders it was proper to destroy whatever might be useful to her of the common property of the states lately united. As soon as the United States troops had evacuated the place, the citizens and armorers went to work to save the armory as far as possible from destruction, and to secure valuable materials stored in it. The master armorer, Armistead Ball, so bravely and skillfully directed these efforts, that a large part of the machinery and materials was saved from the flames. The subduing of the fire was a dangerous and difficult task, and great credit is due to those who, under the order of Master Armorer Bell, attempted and achieved it. When the fire was extinguished, the work was continued and persevered in until all the valuable machinery and material had been collected, boxed, and shipped to Richmond about the end of the summer of 1861. The machinery thus secured was divided between the arsenals at Richmond, Virginia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina, and when repaired and put in working condition, supplied to some extent the want which existed in the South of means for the alteration and repair of old or injured arms, and finally contributed to increase the very scanty supply of arms with which our country was furnished when the war began. The practice of the federal government, which had kept the construction and manufacture of the material of war at the North, had consequently left the South without the requisite number of skilled workmen, by whose labor machinery could at once be made fully effective if it were obtained. Indeed, the want of such employees prevented the small amount of machinery on hand from being worked to its full capacity. The gallant Master Armorer Bell, whose capacity, zeal, and fidelity deserve more than a passing notice, was sent with that part of the machinery assigned to the Fayetteville arsenal. The toil, the anxiety, and responsibility of his perilous position at Harper's Ferry, where he remained long after the protecting force of the Confederate army retired, had probably undermined a constitution so vigorous that in the face of a great exigency, no labor seemed too great or too long for him to grapple with and endure. So like a ship which, after having weathered the storm, goes down in the calm, the master armorer, soon after he took his quiet post at Fayetteville, was found dead in his bed. The difficulties which on every side met the several departments of the executive branch of the government, one must suppose were but little appreciated by many, whose opportunities for exact observation were the best, as one often meets with self-complacent expressions as to modes of achieving readily what prompt, patient, zealous effort proved to be insurmountable. In the progress of this work, it is hoped, will be presented not only the magnitude of the obstacles, but the spirit and capacity with which they were encountered by the unseen and much undervalued labors of the officers of the several departments, on whom devolved provision for the civil service as well as for the armies in the field. Already has the report of General St. John, Commissary General of Subsistence, of the operations of that department, just before the close of the war, exposed the hollowness of many sensational pictures intended to fix gross neglect or utter incapacity on the executive. The hoped-for and expected monograms of other chiefs of bureaus will silence like criticisms on each, so far as they are made by those who are not willfully blind or maliciously intent on the circulation of falsehood. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Timothy Lucas.
Section 16 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 4. The proclamation for 75,000 men by President Lincoln further examined. The reasons presented by him to mankind for the justification of his conduct shown to be mere fictions, having no relation to the question. What is the value of constitutional liberty, of bills of rights, of limitations of powers, if they may be transgressed at pleasure? Secession of South Carolina, proclamation of blockade, session of Congress at Montgomery, extracts from the President's message, acts of Congress, spirit of the people, secession of border states, destruction of United States property by order of President Lincoln. If any further evidence had been required to show that it was the determination of the Northern people not only to make no concessions to the grievances of the Southern states, but to increase them to the last extremity, it was furnished by the proclamation of President Lincoln issued on April 15, 1861. This proclamation, which has already been mentioned, requires a further examination, as it was the official declaration on the part of the government of the United States of the war which ensued. In it, the President called for 75,000 men to suppress combinations opposed to the laws and obstructing their execution in 7 sovereign states which had retired from the Union. 75,000 men organized and equipped are a powerful army, and when raised to operate against these states, nothing else than war could be intended. The words in which he summoned this force were these: Whereas the laws of the United States have been for some time past, and now are, opposed, and the execution thereof obstructed, in the States of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas, by combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, or by the powers vested in the marshals by law, now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, by virtue of the power in me vested by the Constitution and laws, etc. The power granted in the Constitution is thus expressed: The Congress shall have power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. It was to the Congress, not the Executive, to whom the power was delegated, and thus early was commenced a long series of usurpations of powers inconsistent with the purposes for which the Union was formed, and destructive of the fraternity it was designed to perpetuate. On November 6, 1860, the legislature of South Carolina assembled and gave the vote of the state for electors of a President of the United States. On the next day, an act was passed calling a state convention to assemble on December 17th to determine the question of the withdrawal of the state from the United States. Candidates for membership were immediately nominated. All were in favor of secession. The convention assembled on December 17th, and on the 20th passed an ordinance to dissolve the union between the state of South Carolina and other states united with her under the compact entitled the Constitution of the United States of America. The ordinance began with these words: "We, the people of the state of South Carolina, in convention assembled, do declare and ordain," etc. The state authorities immediately conformed to this action of the convention, and the laws and authority of the United States ceased to be obeyed within the limits of the state. About 4 months afterward, when the state, in union with others which had joined her, had possessed herself of the forts within her limits, which the United States government had refused to evacuate, President Lincoln issued the above-mentioned proclamation. The state of South Carolina is designated in the proclamation as a combination too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, or by the powers vested in the marshals by law. This designation does not recognize the state or manifest any consciousness of its existence, whereas South Carolina was one of the colonies that had declared her independence, and, after a long and bloody war, she had been recognized as a sovereign state by Great Britain, the only power to which she had ever owed allegiance. The fact that she had been one of the colonies in the original Congress, had been a member of the Confederation, and subsequently of the Union, strengthens but surely cannot impair her claim to be a state. Though President Lincoln designated her as a combination, it did not make her a combination. Though he refused to recognize her as a state, it did not make her any less a state. By assertion, he attempted to annihilate 7 states, and the war which followed was to enforce a revolutionary edict and to establish the supremacy of the general government on the ruins of the blood-bought independence of the states. By designating the state as a combination, and considering that under such a name it might be in a condition of insurrection, he assumed to have authority to raise a great military force and attack the state. Yet, even if the fact had been as assumed, if an insurrection had existed, the President could not lawfully have derived the power he exercised from such condition of affairs. The provision of the Constitution is as follows: "The United States shall guarantee to every State in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and, on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence." So the guarantee availed not at all to justify the act which it was presented to excuse, the fact being that a state, and not an unlawful combination, as asserted, was the object of assault, and the case one of making war. For a state or union of states to attack with military force another state is to make war. By the Constitution, the power to make war is given solely to Congress. Congress shall have power to declare war, says the Constitution, and again, to raise and support armies. Thus, under a perverted use of language, the executive at Washington did that which he undeniably had no power to do, under a faithful observance of the Constitution. To justify himself to Congress and the people, or rather before the face of mankind, for this evasion of the Constitution of his country, President Lincoln, in his message to Congress of July 4, 1861, resorted to the artifice of saying, "It," meaning the proceedings of the Confederate States, "presents to the whole family of man the question whether a constitutional republic or democracy, a government of the people by the same people, can or cannot maintain its territorial integrity against its own domestic foes. The answer to this question is very plain. In the nature of things, no union can be formed except by separate, independent, and distinct parties. Any other combination is not a union, and upon the destruction of any of these elements in the parties, the union ipso facto ceases. If the government is the result of a union of states, then these states must be separate, sovereign, and distinct, to be able to form a union, which is entirely an act of their own volition. Such a government as ours has no power to maintain its existence any longer than the contracting parties please to cohere, because it was founded on the great principle of voluntary federation, and organized to establish justice and ensure domestic tranquillity. Any departure from this principle by the general government not only perverts and destroys its nature, but furnishes a just cause to the injured state to withdraw from the Union. A new Union might subsequently be formed, but the original one could never by coercion be restored. Any effort on the part of the others to force the seceding state to consent to come back is an attempt at subjugation. It is a wrong which no lapse of time or combination of circumstances can ever make right. A forced union is a political absurdity. No less absurd is President Lincoln's effort to dissever the sovereignty of the people from that of the state, as if there could be a state without a people, or a sovereign people without a state. But the question which Mr. Lincoln presents to the whole family of man deserves a further notice. The answer which he seems to infer would be given by the whole family of man is that such a government as he supposes can maintain its territorial integrity against its own domestic foes, and therefore he concluded that he was right in the judgment of the whole family of man in commencing hostilities against us. He says, so viewing the issue, no choice was left but to call out the war power of the government, that is, the power to make war against foreign nations, for the government has no other war power. Planting himself on this position, he commenced the devastation and bloodshed which followed to effect our subjugation. Nothing could be more erroneous than such views. The supposed case which he presents is entirely unlike the real case. The government of the United States is like no other government. It is neither a constitutional republic or democracy, nor has it ever been thus called. Neither is it a government of the people by the same people, but it is known and designated as the government of the United States. It is an anomaly among governments. Its authority consists solely of certain powers delegated to it as a common agent by an association of sovereign and independent states. These powers are to be exercised only for certain specified objects, and the purposes declared in the beginning of the deed or instrument of delegation were to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. The beginning and the end of all the powers of the government of the United States are to be found in that instrument of delegation. All its powers are there expressed, defined, and limited. It was only to that instrument Mr. Lincoln, as President, should have gone to learn his duties. That was the chart which he had just solemnly pledged himself to the country faithfully to follow. He soon deviated widely from it, and fatally erroneous was his course. The administration of the affairs of a great people at a most perilous period is decided by the answer which, it is assumed, the whole family of man would give to a supposed condition of human affairs which did not exist and which could not exist. This is the ground upon which the rectitude of his cause was placed. He says, no choice was left but to call out the war power of the government, and so to resist force employed for its destruction by force for its preservation. Here, he says, no choice was left but to call out the war power of the government. For what purpose must he call out this war power? He answers by saying, and so to resist force employed for its destruction by force for its preservation. But this which he asserts is not a fact. There was no force employed for its destruction. Let the reader turn to the record of the facts in Part 3 of this work and peruse the fruitless efforts for peace which were made by us and which Mr. Lincoln did not deign to notice. The assertion is not only incorrect in stating that force was employed by us, but also in declaring that it was for the destruction of the government of the United States. On the contrary, we wished to leave it alone. Our separation did not involve its destruction. To such fiction was Mr. Lincoln compelled to resort to give even apparent justice to his cause. He now goes to the Constitution for the exercise of his war power, and here we have another fiction. On April 19th, 4 days later, President Lincoln issued another proclamation announcing a blockade of the ports of 7 Confederated states, which was afterward extended to North Carolina and Virginia. It further declared that all persons who should under their authority molest any vessel of the United States, or the persons or cargo on board, should be treated as pirates. In their efforts to subjugate us, the destruction of our commerce was regarded by the authorities at Washington as a most efficient measure. It was early seen that, although acts of Congress established ports of entry where commerce existed, they might be repealed, and the ports nominally closed or declared to be closed. Yet such a declaration would be of no avail unless sustained by a naval force, as these ports were located in territory not subject to the United States. An act was subsequently passed authorizing the President of the United States, in his discretion, to close our ports, but it was never executed. The scheme of blockade was resorted to, and a falsehood was asserted on which to base it. Mr. Seward writes to Mr. Dallas, "You will say to Lord John Russell that by our own laws and the laws of nature and the laws of nations, this government has a clear right to suppress insurrection. An exclusion of commerce from national ports which have been seized by insurgents in the equitable form of blockade is a proper means to that end. This is the same doctrine of combinations fabricated by the authorities at Washington to serve as the basis of a bloody revolution. Under the laws of nations, separate governments when at war blockade each other's ports. This is decided to be justifiable. But the government of the United States could not consent to justify its blockade of our ports on this ground, as it would be an admission that the Confederate States were a separate and distinct sovereignty, and that the war was prosecuted only for subjugation. It therefore assumed that the withdrawal of the Southern States from the Union was an insurrection. Was it an insurrection? When certain sovereign and independent states form a union with limited powers for some general purposes, and any one or more of them in the progress of time suffer unjust and oppressive grievances for which there is no redress but in a withdrawal from the association, is such withdrawal an insurrection? If so, then of what advantage is a compact of union to states? Within the Union are oppressions and grievances, and the attempt to go out brings war and subjugation. The ambitious and aggressive states obtain possession of the central authority which, having grown strong in the lapse of time, asserts its entire sovereignty over the states. Whichever of them denies it and seeks to retire is declared to be guilty of insurrection. Its citizens are stigmatized as rebels, as if they had revolted against a master, and a war of subjugation is begun. If this action is once tolerated, where will it end? Where is the value of constitutional liberty? What strength is there in bills of rights, in limitations of power? What new hope for mankind is to be found in written constitutions? What remedy which did not exist under kings or emperors? If the doctrines thus announced by the government of the United States are conceded, then look through either end of the political telescope and one sees only an empire, and the once famous Declaration of Independence trodden in the dust as a glittering generality, and the Compact of Union denounced as a flaunting lie. Those who submit to such consequences without resistance are not worthy of the liberties and the rights to which they were born, and deserve to be made slaves. Such must be the verdict of mankind. Men do not fight to make a fraternal union, neither do nations. These military preparations of the government of the United States signified nothing less than the subjugation of the Southern states, so that, by one devastating blow, the North might grasp forever that supremacy it had so long coveted. To be prepared for self-defense, I called Congress together at Montgomery on April 29th, and in the message of that date thus spoke of the proclamation of the President of the United States. Apparently contradictory as are the terms of this singular document, one point is unmistakably evident. The President of the United States calls for an army of 75,000 men, whose first service is to be the capture of our forts. It is a plain declaration of war, which I am not at liberty to disregard, because of my knowledge that, under the Constitution of the United States, the President is usurping a power granted exclusively to Congress. I then proceeded to say that I did not feel at liberty to disregard the fact that many of the states seemed quite content to submit to the exercise of the powers assumed by the President of the United States, and were actively engaged in levying troops for the purpose indicated in the proclamation. Meantime, being deprived of the aid of Congress, I had been under the necessity of confining my action to a call on the states for volunteers for the common defense, in accordance with authority previously conferred on me. I stated that there were then in the field at Charleston, Pensacola, Forts Morgan, Jackson, St. Philip, and Pulaski 19,000 men, and 16,000 more were on their way to Virginia, that it was proposed to organize and hold in readiness for instant action, in view of the existing exigencies of the country, an army of 100,000 men, and that, if a further force should be needed, Congress would be appealed to for authority to call it into the field. Finally, that the intent of the President of the United States, already developed, to invade our soil, capture our forts, blockade our ports, and wage war against us, rendered it necessary to raise means to a much larger amount than had been done to defray the expenses of maintaining independence and repelling invasion. A brief summary of the internal affairs of the government followed, and notwithstanding frequent declarations of the peaceful intentions of the withdrawing states had been made in the most solemn manner, it was deemed not to be out of place to repeat them once more, and, therefore, the message closed with these words: "We protest solemnly, in the face of mankind, that we desire peace at any sacrifice save that of honor. In independence we seek no conquest, no aggrandizement, no concession of any kind from the states with which we have lately been confederated. All we ask is to be let alone, that those who never held power over us shall not now attempt our subjugation by arms. This we must resist to the direst extremity. The moment that this pretension is abandoned, the sword will drop from our grasp, and we shall be ready to enter into treaties of amity and commerce that cannot but be mutually beneficial. So long as this pretension is maintained, with a firm reliance on that divine power which covers with its protection the just cause, we must continue to struggle for our inherent right to freedom, independence, and self-government." At this session, Congress passed acts authorizing the President to use the whole land and naval force to meet the necessities of the war thus commenced, to issue to private armed vessels letters of marque, in addition to the volunteer force authorized to be raised, to accept the services of volunteers to serve during the war, to receive into the service various companies of the different arms, to make a loan of $50 millions in bonds and notes, and to hold an election for officers of the permanent government under the new Constitution. An act was also passed to provide revenue from imports, another relative to prisoners of war, and such others as were necessary to complete the internal organization of the government, and establish the administration of public affairs. In every portion of the country there was exhibited the most patriotic devotion to the common cause. Transportation companies freely tendered the use of their lines for troops and supplies. Requisitions for troops were met with such alacrity that the number offering their services at every instance greatly exceeded the demand and the ability to arm them. Men of the highest official and social position served as volunteers in the ranks. The gravity of age and the zeal of youth rivaled each other in the desire to be foremost in the public defense. The appearance of the proclamation of the President of the United States calling out 75,000 men was followed by the immediate withdrawal of the states of Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, and their union with the Confederate States. The former state, thus placed on the frontier and exposed to invasion, began to prepare for a resolute defense. Volunteers were ordered to be enrolled and held in readiness in every part of the state. Colonel Robert E. Lee, having resigned his commission in the United States Cavalry, was on April 22 nominated and confirmed by the State Convention of Virginia as Commander-in-Chief of the Military and Naval Forces of the Commonwealth. Already the Northern officer in charge had evacuated Harper's Ferry, after having attempted to destroy the public buildings there. His report says, "I gave the order to apply the torch. In 3 minutes or less, both of the arsenal buildings, containing nearly 15,000 stand-of-arms, together with the carpenter's shop, which was at the upper end of a long and connected series of workshops of the armory proper, were in a blaze. There is every reason for believing the destruction was complete." Mr. Simon Cameron, the Secretary of War, on April 22, replied to this report in these words: "I am directed by the President of the United States to communicate to you, and through you to the officers and men under your command at Harper's Ferry Armory, the approbation of the government of your and their judicious conduct there, and to tender you and them the thanks of the government for the same." At the same time, the shipyard at Norfolk was abandoned after an attempt to destroy it. About midnight of April 20th, a fire was started in the yard, which continued to increase, and before daylight the work of destruction extended to 2 immense ship houses, one of which contained the entire frame of a 74-gun ship, and to the long ranges of stores and offices on each side of the entrance. The great ship Pennsylvania was burned, and the frigates Merrimac and Columbus, and the Delaware, Raritan, Plymouth, and Germantown were sunk. A vast amount of machinery, valuable engines, small arms, and chronometers, was broken up and rendered entirely useless. The value of the property destroyed was estimated at several millions of dollars. This property thus destroyed had been accumulated and constructed with laborious care and skillful ingenuity during a course of years to fulfill one of the objects of the Constitution, which was expressed in these words: "To provide for the common defense." See preamble of the Constitution. It had belonged to all the states in common, and to each one equally with the others. If the Confederate States were still members of the Union, as the President of the United States asserted, where can he find a justification of these acts? In explanation of his policy to the commissioners sent to him by the Virginia State Convention, he said, referring to his inaugural address, "As I then and therein said, I now repeat, the power confided in me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess property and places belonging to the government." Yet he tendered the thanks of the government to those who applied the torch to destroy this property belonging, as he regarded it, to the government. How unreasonable, how blind with rage must have been that administration of affairs which so quickly brought the government to the necessity of destroying its own means of defense in order, as it publicly declared, to maintain its life. It would seem as if the passions that rule the savage had taken possession of the authorities at the United States Capitol. In the conflagrations of vast structures, the wanton destruction of public property, and still more in the issue of lettres de cachet by the Secretary of State, who boasted of the power of his little bell over the personal liberties of the citizen, the people saw, or might have seen, the rapid strides toward despotism made under the mask of preserving the Union. Yet these and similar measures were tolerated because the sectional hate dominated in the Northern states over the higher motives of constitutional and moral obligation. End of Part 4, Chapter 4.
Section 17 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 5. Maryland first approached by Northern invasion. Denies to United States troops the right of way across her domain. Mission of Judge Handy. Views of Governor Hicks. His proclamation. Arrival of Massachusetts troops at Baltimore. Passage through the city disputed. Activity of the police. Burning of bridges. Letter of President Lincoln to the Governor. Visited by citizens. Action of the state legislature. Occupation of the Relay House. The city arms surrendered. City in possession of United States troops. Remonstrances of the city to the passage of troops disregarded. Citizens arrested. Also members of the legislature. Accumulation of Northern forces at Washington. Invasion of West Virginia by a force under McClellan. Attack at Philippi. At Laurel Hill. Death of General Garnett. The border state of Maryland was the outpost of the South on the frontier, first to be approached by Northern invasion. The first demonstration against state sovereignty was to be made there, and in her fate were the other slave-holding states of the border to have warning of what they were to expect. She had chosen to be, for the time at least, neutral in the impending war, and had denied to the United States troops the right of way across her domain in their march to invade the Southern states. The governor, Hicks, avowed a desire not only that the state should avoid war, but that she should be a means for pacifying those more disposed to engage in combat. Judge Handy, a distinguished citizen of Mississippi, who was born in Maryland, had, in December 1860, been sent as a commissioner from the state of his adoption to that of his birth, and presented his views and the object of his mission to Governor Hicks, who, in his response, December 19, 1860, declared his purpose to act in full concert with the other border states, adding, "I do not doubt the people of Maryland are ready to go with the people of those states for weal or woe." Subsequently, in answer to appeals for and against a proclamation assembling the legislature, in order to have a call for a state convention, Governor Hicks issued an address in which, arguing that there was no necessity to define the position of Maryland, he wrote: "If the action of the legislature would be simply to declare that Maryland was with the South in sympathy and feeling, and that she demands from the North the repeal of offensive, unconstitutional statutes, and appeals to it for new guarantees, that she will wait a reasonable time for the North to purge her statute books and do justice to her Southern brethren, and if her appeals are in vain will make common cause with her sister border states in resistance to tyranny, it need be, it would only be saying what the whole country well knows," etc. On the 18th of April, 1861, Governor Hicks issued a proclamation invoking them to preserve the peace, and said, "I assure the people that no troops will be sent from Maryland unless it may be for the defense of the national capital." On the same day, Mayor Brown of the city of Baltimore issued a proclamation in which, referring to that of the governor above cited, he said, "I cannot withhold my expression of satisfaction at his resolution that no troops shall be sent from Maryland to the soil of any other state." It will be remembered that the capital was on a site which originally belonged to Maryland, and was ceded by her for a special use, so that troops to defend the capital might be considered as not having been sent out of Maryland. It will be remembered that these proclamations were 3 days after the requisition made by the Secretary of War on the states which had not seceded for their quota of troops to serve in the war about to be inaugurated against the South, and that rumors existed at the time in Baltimore that troops from the Northeast were about to be sent through that city toward the South. On the next day, that is, the 19th of April, 1861, a body of troops arrived at the railroad depot. The citizens assembled in large numbers, and, though without arms, disputed the passage through the city. They attacked the troops with loose stones found in the street, which was undergoing repair, and with such determination and violence that some of the soldiers were wounded, and they fired upon the multitude, killing a few and wounding many. The police of Baltimore were very active in their efforts to prevent conflict and preserve the peace. They rescued the baggage and munitions of the troops, which had been seized by the multitude, and the rear portion of the troops was, by direction of Governor Hicks, sent back to the borders of the state. The troops who had got through the city took the railroad at the southern depot and passed on. The militia of the city was called out, and by evening quiet was restored. During the night, on a report that more Northern troops were approaching the city by the railroads, the bridges nearest to the city were destroyed, as it was understood, by orders from the authorities of Baltimore. On the 20th of April, President Lincoln wrote in reply to Governor Hicks and Mayor Brown, saying, "For the future, troops must be brought here, but I make no point of bringing them through Baltimore." On the next day, the 21st, Mayor Brown and the other influential citizens, by request of the President, visited him. The interview took place in the presence of the Cabinet and General Scott, and was reported to the public by the mayor after his return to Baltimore. From that report I make the following extracts. Referring to the President, the mayor uses the following language: "The protection of Washington, he asseverated with great earnestness, was the sole object of concentrating troops there, and he protested that none of the troops brought through Maryland were intended for any purposes hostile to the state, or aggressive as against the Southern states. He called on General Scott for his opinion, which the general gave at great length, to the effect that troops might be brought through Maryland without going through Baltimore, etc. The interview terminated with the distinct assurance on the part of the President that no more troops would be sent through Baltimore, unless obstructed in their transit in other directions, and with the understanding that the city authorities should do their best to restrain their own people. The mayor and his companions availed themselves of the President's full discussion of the questions of the day to urge upon him respectfully, but in the most earnest manner, a course of policy which would give peace to the country, and especially the withdrawal of all orders contemplating the passage of troops through any part of Maryland. The legislature of the State of Maryland appointed commissioners to the Confederate government to suggest to it the cessation of impending hostilities until the meeting of Congress at Washington in July. Commissioners with like instructions were also sent to Washington. In my reply to the commissioners, dated 25th of May, 1861, I referred to the uniform expression of desire for peace on the part of the Confederate government, and added, in deference to the State of Maryland, it again asserts in the most emphatic terms that its sincere and earnest desire is for peace, but that while the government would readily entertain any proposition from the government of the United States tending to a peaceful solution of the present difficulties, the recent attempts of this government to enter into negotiations with that of the United States were attended with results which forbid any renewal of proposals from it to that government. Its policy cannot be but peace, peace with all nations and people. On the 5th of May, the Relay House at the junction of the Washington and Baltimore and Ohio railroads was occupied by United States troops under General Butler, and on the 13th of the same month he moved a portion of the troops to Baltimore and took position on Federal Hill. Thus was consummated the military occupation of Baltimore. On the next day reinforcements were received, and on the same day the commanding general issued a proclamation to the citizens in which he announced to them his purpose and authority to discriminate between citizens, those who agreed with him being denominated well disposed, and the others described with many offensive epithets. The initiatory step of the policy subsequently developed was found in one sentence: therefore, all manufacturers of arms and munitions of war are hereby requested to report to me forthwith, so that the lawfulness of their occupations may be known and understood, and all misconstruction of their doings avoided. There soon followed a demand for the surrender of the arms stored by the city authorities in a warehouse. The police refused to surrender them without the orders of the police commissioners. The police commissioners, upon representation that the demand of General Butler was by order of the President, decided to surrender the arms under protest, and they were accordingly removed to Fort McHenry. Baltimore was now disarmed. The Army of the United States had control of the city. There was no longer necessity to regard the remonstrances of Baltimore against sending troops to the city, and that more convenient route was henceforth to be employed. George P. Kane, Marshal of the Police of Baltimore, who had rendered most efficient service for the preservation of peace, as well in the city of Baltimore as at Locust Point, where troops were disembarked to be dispatched to Washington, was arrested at home by a military force and sent to Fort McHenry, and a provost marshal was appointed by General Banks, who had succeeded to the command. The excuse given for the arrest of Marshal Kane was that he was believed to be cognizant of combinations of men waiting for an opportunity to unite with those in rebellion against the United States government. Whether the suspicion were well or ill founded, it constituted a poor excuse for depriving a citizen of his liberty without legal warrant and without proof. But this was only the beginning of unbridled despotism and a reign of terror. The mayor and police commissioners, Charles Howard, William H. Gatchell, and John W. Davis, held a meeting, and after preparing a protest against the suspension of their functions in the appointment of a provost marshal, resolved that, while they would do nothing to obstruct the execution of such measures as Major General Banks may deem proper to take on his own responsibility for the preservation of the peace of the city and of public order, they cannot, consistently with their views of official duty and of the obligations of their oaths of office, recognize the right of any of the officers and men of the police force as such to receive orders or directions from any other authority than from this board, and that, in the opinion of the board, the forcible suspension of their functions suspends at the same time the active operations of the police law." The provost marshal, with the plenary powers conferred upon him, commenced a system of search and seizure in private houses of arms and munitions of every description. On the 1st of July, General Banks announced that, "in pursuance of orders issued from the headquarters at Washington for the preservation of public peace in this department, I have arrested and do detain in custody of the United States the late members of the Board of Police, Messrs. Charles Howard, William H. Gatchell, Charles D. Hinks, and John W. Davis." If the object had been to preserve order by any proper and legitimate method, the effective means would probably have been to rely upon men whose influence was known to be great, and whose integrity was certainly unquestionable. The first named of the commissioners I knew well. He was of an old Maryland family, honored for their public services, and himself adorned by every social virtue. Old, unambitious, hospitable, gentle, loving, he was beloved by the people among whom his long life had been passed. Could such a man be the just object of suspicion, if, when the laws had been silenced, suspicion could justify arrest and imprisonment? Those who knew him will accept as a just description: "In action faithful and in honor clear, who broke no promise, served no private end, who gained no title, and who lost no friend." Thereafterward, arrests of the most illustrious became the rule. In a land where freedom of speech was held to be an unquestioned right, freedom of thought ceased to exist, and men were incarcerated for opinion's sake. In the Maryland legislature, the Hon. S. Teacle Wallace, from a committee to whom was referred the memorial of the police commissioners arrested in Baltimore, made a report upon the unconstitutionality of the act, and appealed in the most earnest manner to the whole people of the country, of all parties, sections, and opinions, to take warnings by the usurpations mentioned, and come to the rescue of the free institutions of the country. For no better reason, so far as the public was informed, than a vote in favor of certain resolutions, General Banks sent his provost marshal to Frederick, where the legislature was in session. A cordon of pickets was placed around the town to prevent any one from leaving it without a written permission from the member of the General Banks staff. Police detectives from Baltimore then went into the town and arrested some 12 or 13 members and several officers of the legislature, which, thereby left without a quorum, was prevented from organizing, and it performed the only act which it was competent to do, that is, adjourned. S. Teacle Wallace, the author of the report in defense of the constitutional rights of citizens, was among those arrested. Henry May, a member of Congress, who had introduced a resolution which he hoped would be promotive of peace, was another of those arrested and thrown into prison. Senator Kennedy, of the same state, presented a report of the legislature to the United States Senate, reciting the outrage inflicted upon Maryland in the persons of her municipal officers and citizens, and after some opposition merely obtained an order to have it printed. Governor Hicks, whose promises had been so cheering in the beginning of the year, sent his final message to the legislature on December 3, 1861. In that, referring to the action of the Maryland legislature at its several sessions before that when the arrest of its members prevented an organization, he wrote, "This continued until the general government had ample reason to believe that it was about to go through the farce of enacting an ordinance of secession, when the treason was summarily stopped by the dispersion of the traitors." After referring to the elections of the 13th of June and the 6th of November, he says, "The people have declared in the most emphatic tones that I have never doubted that Maryland has no sympathy with the rebellion and desires to do her full share in the duty of suppressing it." It would be more easy than gracious to point out the inconsistency between his first statements and his last. The conclusion is inevitable that he kept himself in equipoise, and fell at last, as men without convictions usually do, upon the stronger side. Henceforth the story of Maryland is sad to the last degree. only relieved by the gallant men who left their homes to fight in the battle of states' rights, when Maryland no longer furnished them a field on which they could maintain the rights their fathers left them. This was a fate doubly sad to the sons of the heroic men who, under the designation of the Maryland Line, did so much in our revolutionary struggle to secure the independence of the states, of the men who, at a later day, fought the battle of North Point, and the people of a land which had furnished so many heroes and statesmen, and gave the great Chief Justice Taney to the Supreme Court of the United States. Though Maryland did not become one of the Confederate States, she was endeared to the people thereof by many most enduring ties. Last in order, but first in cordiality, were the tender ministrations of her noble daughters to the sick and wounded prisoners who were carried through the streets of Baltimore, and it is with shame we remember that brutal guards upon several occasions inflicted wounds upon gentle women who approached these suffering prisoners to offer them the relief of which they so evidently stood in need. The accumulation of Northern forces at and near Washington City made it evident that the great effort of the invasion would be from that point, while assaults of more or less vigor might be expected upon all important places which the enemy, by his facilities for transportation, could reach. The concentration of Confederate troops in Virginia was begun, and they were sent forward as rapidly as practicable to the points threatened with attack. It was soon manifest that, besides the army at Washington, which threatened Virginia, there was a second one at Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, under Major General Patterson, designed to move through Williamsport and Martinsburg, and another forming in Ohio, under the command of Major General McClellan, destined to invade the western counties of Virginia. This latter force, having landed at Wheeling on May 26th, advanced as far as Grafton on the 29th. At this time, Colonel Porterfield, with a small force of 700 men, sent forward by Governor Lecter of Virginia, was at Philippi. On the night of June 2d, he was attacked by General McClellan with a strong force, and withdrew to Laurel Hill. Reinforcements under General Garnett were sent forward and occupied the hill, while Colonel Pigram, the second in command, held Rich Mountain. On July 11th, the latter was attacked by two columns of the enemy, and after a vigorous defense fell back on the 12th, losing many of his men who were made prisoners. General Garnett, hearing of this reverse, attempted to fall back, but was pursued by McClellan, and while striving to rally his rear guard, was killed. 500 of his men were taken prisoners. This success left the Northern forces in possession of that region. The difficult character of the country in which the battle was fought, as well from mountain acclivity as dense wood, rendered a minute knowledge of the roads of vast importance. There is reason to believe that competent guides led the enemy by roads unknown to our army to the flank and rear of its position, and thus caused the sacrifice of those who had patriotically come to repel the invasion of the very people who furnished the guides to the enemy. It was treachery, confounding the counsels of the brave. Thus occurred the disaster of Rich Mountain and Laurel Hill. General Robert Garnett was a native of Virginia and graduate of the United States Military Academy. He served in Mexico on the staff of General Z. Taylor, and was conspicuous for gallantry and good conduct, especially in the battles of Monterey and Buena Vista. Recognizing his allegiance as due to the state of Virginia, from which he was appointed a cadet, and thence won his various promotions in the army, he resigned his commission when the state withdrew from the Union, and earnestly and usefully served as aide-de-camp to General R. E. Lee, the commander-in-chief of the Army of Virginia, until she acceded to the Confederacy. When Western Virginia was invaded, he offered his services to go to her defense, and relying confidently on the sentiment, so strong in his own heart, of devotion to the state by all Virginians, He believed it was only needful for him to have a nucleus around which the people could rally to resist the invasion of their country. How sadly he was disappointed, and how bravely he struggled against adverse fortune, and how gallantly he died in the discharge of his duty, are memories which, though sad, bear with them to his friends the consolation that the manner of his death was worthy of the way in which he lived, and that even his life was an offering he was not unwilling to make for the welfare and honor of Virginia. He fell while commanding the rear guard to save his retreating army, thus exemplifying the highest quality of man, self-sacrifice for others, and such devotion and fortitude as made Ney the grandest figure in Bonaparte's retreat from Moscow. End of chapter 5. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
Section 18 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis. Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 6. Removal of the seat of government to Richmond. Message to Congress at Richmond. Confederate forces in Virginia. Forces of the enemy. Letter to General Johnston. Combat at Bethel Church. Affair at Romney. Movements of McDowell. Battle of Manassas. The Provisional Congress, in session at Montgomery, Alabama, on the 21st of May, 1861, resolved, that this Congress will adjourn on Tuesday next to meet again on the 20th day of July at Richmond, Virginia. The resolution further authorized the President to have the several executive departments, with their archives, removed at such intermediate time as he might determine, and added a proviso that, if any public emergency should render it impolitic to meet in Richmond, he should call the Congress together at some other place to be selected by him. The hostile demonstrations of the United States government against Virginia caused the President, at an early day after the adjournment of Congress, to proceed to Richmond and to direct the executive departments, with their archives, to be removed to that place as soon as could be conveniently done. In the message delivered to the Congress at its meeting in Richmond, according to adjournment, I gave the following explanation of my conduct under the resolution above cited. Immediately after your adjournment, the aggressive movement of the enemy required prompt, energetic action. The accumulation of his forces on the Potomac sufficiently demonstrated that his efforts were to be directed against Virginia, and from no point could necessary measures for her defense and protection be so effectively decided as from her own capital. On my arrival in Richmond, General R. E. Lee, as commander of the Army of Virginia, was found there, where he had established his headquarters. He possessed my unqualified confidence, both as a soldier and a patriot, and the command he had exercised over the Army of Virginia, before her accession to the Confederacy, gave him that special knowledge which at the time was most needful. As has been already briefly stated, troops had previously been sent from other states of the Confederacy to the aid of Virginia. The forces there assembled were divided into three armies at positions the most important and threatened. One, under General J. E. Johnston, at Harper's Ferry, covering the valley of the Shenandoah. Another, under General P. G. T. Beauregard, at Manassas, covering the direct approach from Washington to Richmond. And the third, under Generals Huger and Magruder, at Norfolk and on the peninsula between the James and York rivers, covering the approach to Richmond from the seaboard. The first and second of these armies, though separated by the Blue Ridge, had such practicable communication with each other as to render their junction possible when the necessity should be foreseen. They both were confronted by forces greatly superior in numbers to their own, and it was doubtful which would first be the object of attack. Harper's Ferry was an important position, both for military and political considerations, and though unfavorably situated for defense against an enemy which should seek to turn its position by crossing the Potomac above, it was desirable to hold it as long as was consistent with safety. The temporary occupation was especially needful for the removal of the valuable machinery and material in the armory located there, and which the enemy had failed to destroy, though he had for that purpose fired the buildings before his evacuation of the post. The demonstrations of General Patterson, commanding the Federal army in that region, caused General Johnston earnestly to insist on being allowed to retire to a position nearer to Winchester. Under these circumstances, an official letter was addressed to him, from which the following extract is made. Quote, Adjutant and Inspector General's Office, Richmond, June 13, 1861. To General J. E. Johnston, commanding Harper's Ferry, Virginia. Sir, you had been heretofore instructed to exercise your discretion as to retiring from your position at Harper's Ferry, and taking the field to check the advance of the enemy. The ineffective portion of your command, together with the baggage and whatever else would impede your operations in the field, it would be well to send without delay to the Manassas road. Should you not be sustained by the population of the valley, so as to enable you to turn upon the enemy before reaching Winchester, you will continue slowly to retire to the Manassas road, upon some of the passes of which it is hoped you will be able to make an effective stand, even against a very superior force. To this end it might be well to send your engineer to make a reconnaissance and construct such temporary works as may be useful and proper. For these reasons, it has been with reluctance that any attempt was made to give you specific instructions, and you will accept assurances of the readiness with which the freest exercise of discretion on your part will be sustained. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, (Signed) S. Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General. The earliest combat in this quarter, and which, in the inexperience of the time, was regarded as a great battle, may claim a passing notice as exemplifying the extent to which the individuality, self-reliance, and habitual use of small arms by the people of the South was a substitute for military training, and, on the other hand, how the want of such training made the Northern new levies inferior to the like kind of Southern troops. A detached work on the right of General Magruder's line was occupied June 11, 1861, by the 1st Regiment of North Carolina Volunteers and 360 Virginians under the command of an educated, vigilant, and gallant soldier, then Colonel D. H. Hill, 1st Regiment North Carolina Volunteers, subsequently a lieutenant general in the Confederate service. He reports that this small force was engaged for 5½ hours with 4½ regiments of the enemy at Bethel Church, 9 miles from Hampton. The enemy made 3 distinct and well-sustained charges, but were repulsed with heavy loss. Our cavalry pursued them for 6 miles, when their retreat became a total rout. On the other side, Frederick Townsend, colonel of the 3rd Regiment of the enemy's forces, after stating with much minuteness the orders and line of march, describes how, about 5 or 6 miles from Hampton, a heavy and well-sustained fire of canister and small arms was opened upon the regiment, and how it was afterward discovered to be a portion of their own column which had fired upon them. After due care for the wounded and a recognition of their friends, the column proceeded, and the colonel describes his regiment as moving to the attack, in line of battle, as if on parade, in the face of a severe fire of artillery and small arms. Subsequently the description proceeds.
A company of my regiment had been separated from the regiment by a thickly hedged ditch, and marched in the adjoining field in line with the main body. Not being aware of the separation of that company, the colonel states that, therefore, upon seeing among the breaks in the hedge the glistening of bayonets in the adjoining field, I immediately concluded that the enemy were outflanking, and conceived it to be my duty to immediately retire and repel that advance. Without knowing anything of the subsequent career of the colonel, from whose report these extracts have been made, or of the officers who opened fire upon him while he was marching to the execution of the orders under which they were all acting, it is fair to suppose that, after a few months' experience, such scenes as are described could not have occurred, and these citations have been made to show the value of military training. In further exemplification of the difference between the troops of the Confederate States and those of the United States, before either had been trained in war, I will cite an affair which occurred on the Upper Potomac. Colonel A. P. Hill, commanding a brigade at Romney, in western Virginia, having learned that the enemy had a command at the 21st Bridge on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, decided to attack it and to destroy the bridge, so as to interrupt the use of that important line of the enemy's communication. For this purpose he ordered Colonel John C. Vaughan, of the 3rd Tennessee Volunteers, to proceed with a detachment of 2 companies of his regiment and 2 companies of the 13th Virginia Volunteers to the position where the enemy were reported to be posted. Colonel Vaughan reports that on June 18, 1861, at 8 p.m., he moved with his command as ordered, marched 18 miles, and at 5 a.m. the next morning found the enemy on the north bank of the Potomac in some strength of infantry and with 2 pieces of artillery. He had no picket guards. After reconnaissance, the order to charge was given. It was necessary, in the execution of the order, to ford the river waist deep, which Colonel Vaughan reports was gallantly executed in good order, but with great enthusiasm. As we appeared in sight at a distance of 400 yards, the enemy broke and fled in all directions, firing as they ran only a few random shots. The enemy did not wait to fire their artillery, which we captured, both guns loaded. They were, however, spiked by the enemy before he fled. From the best information, their number was between 200 and 300. Colonel Vaughan further states that, in pursuance of orders, he fired the bridge and then retired, bringing away the 2 guns and the enemy's flag, and other articles of little value which had been captured, and arrived at brigade headquarters in the evening with his command in high spirits, good condition. Colonel A. P. Hill, the energetic brigade commander who directed this expedition, left the United States Army when the state, which had given him to the military service of the general government, passed her ordinance of secession. The vigilance and enterprise he manifested on this early occasion in the War of the States gave promise of the brilliant career which gained for him the high rank of a lieutenant general, and which there was nothing for his friends to regret save the honorable death which he met upon the field of battle. Colonel Vaughan, the commander of the detachment, was new to war. His paths had been those of peace, and his home in the mountains of East Tennessee might reasonably have secured him from any expectation that it would ever be the theater on which armies were to contend, and that he, in the mutation of human affairs, would become a soldier. He lived until the close of the war, and on larger fields than that on which he first appeared, proved that, though not educated for a soldier, he had endowments which compensated for that disadvantage. The activity and vigilance of Stuart, afterwards so distinguished as commander of cavalry in the Army of Virginia, and the skill and daring of Jackson, soon by greater deeds to become immortal, checked, punished, and embarrassed the enemy in his threatened advances, and his movements became so devoid of a definite purpose that one was at a loss to divine the object of his campaign, unless it was to detain General Johnston
with his forces in the valley of the Shenandoah, while General McDowell, profiting by the feint, should make the real attack upon General Beauregard's army at Manassas. However that may be, the evidence finally became conclusive that the enemy under General McDowell was moving to attack the army under General Beauregard. The contingency had therefore arisen for that junction which was necessary to enable us to resist the vastly superior numbers of our assailant. For, though the most strenuous and not wholly unsuccessful exertions had been made to reinforce both the armies of the Shenandoah and of the Potomac, they yet remained far smaller than those of the enemy confronting them, and made a junction of our forces indispensable whenever the real point of attack should be ascertained. For this movement we had the advantage of an interior line, so that if the enemy should discover it after it commenced, he could not counteract it by adopting the same tactics. The success of this policy, it will readily be perceived, depended upon the time of execution, for, though from different causes, failure would equally result if done too soon or too late. The determination as to which army should be reinforced from the other, and the exact time of the transfer, must have been a difficult problem, as both the generals appeared to have been unable to solve it, each asking reinforcements from the other. On the 9th of July, General Johnston wrote an official letter, from which I make the following extracts. Headquarters, Winchester, July 9th, 1861. General, similar information from other sources gives me the impression that the reinforcements arriving at Martinsburg amount to 7,000 or 8,000. I have estimated the enemy's force hitherto, you may remember, at 18,000. Additional artillery has also been received. They were greatly superior to us in that arm before. The object of reinforcing General Patterson must be an advance upon this place. Fighting here against great odds seems to me more prudent than retreat. I have not asked for reinforcements because I suppose that the War Department, informed of the state of affairs everywhere, could best judge where the troops at its disposal are most required. Most respectfully, your obedient servant, (Signed) Joseph E. Johnston, Brigadier General, etc. If it is proposed to strengthen us against the attack I suggest, as soon to be made, it seems to me that General Beauregard might with great expedition furnish 5,000 or 6,000 men for a few days. J.E.J. As soon as I became satisfied that Manassas was the objective point of the enemy's movement, I wrote to General Johnston, urging him to make preparations for a junction with General Beauregard, and to his objections and the difficulties he presented, replied at great length, endeavoring to convince him that the troops he described as embarrassing a hasty march might be withdrawn in advance of the more effective portion of his command. Writing with entire confidence, I kept no copy of my letters, and when subsequent events caused the wish to refer to them, I requested General Johnston to send me copies of them. He replied that his tent had been blown down and his papers had been scattered. His letters to me, which would show the general purport of mine to him, have shared the fate which during or soon after the close of the war befell most of the correspondence I had preserved, and his retained copies, if still in his possession, do not appear to have been deemed of sufficient importance to be inserted in his published narrative. On the 17th of July, 1861, the following telegram was sent by the Adjutant General. Richmond, July 17, 1861. To General J. E. Johnston, Winchester, Virginia. General Beauregard is attacked. To strike the enemy a decisive blow, a junction of all your effective force will be needed. If practicable, make the movement, sending your sick and baggage to Culpeper Courthouse either by railroad or by Warrenton. In all the arrangements exercise your discretion. (Signed) S. Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General. The confidence reposed in General Johnston, sufficiently evinced by the important command entrusted to him, was more than equal to the expectation that he would do all that was practicable to execute the order for a junction, as well as to secure his sick and baggage, for the execution of the one great purpose, that he would allow no minor question to interfere with that which was of vital importance, and for which he was informed all his effective force would be needed. The order referred to was the telegram inserted above, in which the sending the sick to Culpeper Courthouse might have been after or before the effective force had moved to the execution of the main and only positive part of the order. All the arrangements were left to the discretion of the general. It seems strange that anyone has construed this expression as meaning that the movement for a junction was left to the discretion of that officer, and that the forming of a junction, the imperious necessity, should have been termed in the order all the arrangement, instead of referring that word to its proper connection, the route and mode of transportation. The general had no margin on which to institute a comparison as to the importance of his remaining in the valley, according to his previous assignment, or going where he was ordered by competent authority. It gives me pleasure to state that, from all the accounts received at the time, the plans of General Johnston for masking his withdrawal to form a junction with General Beauregard were conducted with marked skill, and though all of his troops did not arrive as soon as expected and needed, he has satisfactorily shown that the failure was not due to any defect in his arrangements for their transportation. The great question of uniting the two armies had been decided at Richmond. The time and place depended on the enemy, and when it was seen that the real attack was to be against the position at Manassas, the order was sent to General Johnston to move to that point. His letters of the 12th and 15th instant expressed his doubts about his power to retire from before the superior force of General Patterson. Therefore the word practicable was in this connection the equivalent of possible. That it was at the time so understood by General Johnston is shown by his reply to the telegram. Quote, Headquarters, Winchester, July 18, 1861. General, I have had the honor to receive your telegram of yesterday. General Patterson, who had been at Bunker Hill since Monday, seems to have moved yesterday to Charlestown, 23 miles to the east of Winchester. Unless he prevents it, we shall move toward General Beauregard today. Signed, Joseph E. Johnston, General S. Cooper. End quote. After General Johnston commenced his march to Manassas, he sent to me a telegram, the substance of which, as my memory serves and the reply indicates, was an inquiry as to the relative position he would occupy toward General Beauregard. I returned the following answer. Quote, Richmond, July 20th, 1861. General J. E. Johnston, Manassas Junction, Virginia. You are a general in the Confederate Army, possessed of the power attaching to that rank. You will know how to make the exact knowledge of Brigadier General Beauregard, as well of the ground as of the troops and preparation, avail for the success of the object in which you cooperate. The zeal of both assures me of harmonious action. Signed, Jefferson Davis. End quote. General Johnston, by his promotion to the grade of general, as well as his superior rank as a brigadier over Brigadier General Beauregard, gave him precedence, so there was no need to ask which of the two would command the whole, when their troops should join and do duty together. Therefore his inquiry, as it was revolved in my mind, created an anxiety not felt before, lest there should be some unfortunate complication or misunderstanding between these officers when their forces should be united. Regarding the combat of the 18th of July as the precursor of a battle, I decided at the earliest moment to go in person to the army. As has been heretofore stated, Congress was to assemble on the 20th of July, to hold its first session at the new capital, Richmond, Virginia. My presence on that occasion, and the delivery of a message, were required by usage and law. After the delivery of the message to Congress on Saturday, the 20th of July, I intended to leave in the afternoon for Manassas, but was detained until the next morning,
when I left by rail, accompanied by my aide-de-camp, Colonel J.R. Davis, to confer with the generals on the field. As we approached Manassas Railroad Junction, a cloud of dust was visible a short distance to the west of the railroad. It resembled one raised by a body of marching troops, and recalled to my remembrance the design of General Beauregard to make the Rappahannock his second line of defense. It was, however, subsequently learned that the dust was raised by a number of wagons, which had been sent to the rear for greater security against the contingencies of the battle. The sound of the firing had now become very distinct, so much so as to leave no doubt that a general engagement had commenced. Though that event had been anticipated as being near at hand after the action of the 18th, it was both hoped and desired that it would not occur quite so soon, the more so as it was not known whether the troops from the valley had yet arrived. On reaching the railroad junction, I found a large number of men, bearing the usual evidence of those who leave the field of battle under a panic. They crowded around the train with fearful stories of a defeat of our army. The railroad conductor announced his decision that the railroad train should proceed no further. Looking among those who were about us for one whose demeanor gave reason to expect from him a collected answer, I selected one whose gray beard and calm face gave best assurance. He, however, could furnish no encouragement. Our line, he said, was broken. All was confusion, the army routed, and the battle lost. I asked for Generals Johnston and Beauregard. He said they were on the field when he left it. I returned to the conductor and told him that I must go on, that the railroad was the only means by which I could proceed, and that until I reached the headquarters I could not get a horse to ride to the field where the battle was raging. He finally consented to detach the locomotive from the train, and for my accommodation to run it as far as the army headquarters. In this manner Colonel Davis, aide-de-camp, and myself proceeded. At the headquarters we found the Quartermaster General, W.L. Cable, and the Adjutant General, Jordan, of General Beauregard's staff, who courteously agreed to furnish us horses, and also to show us the route. While the horses were being prepared, Colonel Jordan took occasion to advise my aide-de-camp, Colonel Davis, of the hazard of going to the field, and the impropriety of such exposure on my part. The horses were after a time reported ready, and we started to the field. The stragglers soon became numerous, and warnings as to the fate which awaited us if we advanced were not only frequent, but evidently sincere. There were, however, many who turned back, and the wounded generally cheered upon meeting us. I well remembered one, a mere stripling, who, supported on the shoulders of a man who was bearing him to the rear, took off his cap and waved it with a cheer that showed within that slender form beat the heart of a hero, breathed a spirit that would dare the labors of Hercules. As we advanced, the storm of the battle was rolling westward, and its fury became more faint. When I met General Johnston, who was upon a hill which commanded a general view of the field of the afternoon's operations, and inquired of him as to the state of affairs, he replied that we had won the battle. I left him there and rode still further to the west. Several of the volunteers on General Beauregard's staff joined me, and a command of cavalry, the gallant leader of which, Captain John F. Lay, insisted that I was too near the enemy to be without an escort. We, however, only saw one column near to us that created a doubt as to which side it belonged, and as we were riding toward it, it was suggested that we should halt until it could be examined with a field glass. Colonel Chestnut dismounted, so as the better to use his glass, and at that moment the column formed into line, by which the wind struck the flag so as to extend it, and it was plainly revealed to be that of the United States. Our cavalry, though there was present but the squadron previously mentioned, and from a statement of the commander of which I will make some extracts, dashed boldly forward to charge. The demonstration was followed by the immediate retreat of what was, I believe, the last, thereabout, of the enemy's forces maintaining their organization, and showing a disposition to dispute the possession of the field of battle. In riding over the ground, it seemed quite possible to mark the line of a fugitive's flight. Here was a musket, there a cartridge box, there a blanket or overcoat, a haversack, etc., as if the runner had stripped himself as he went of all impediments to speed. As we approached toward the left of our line, the signs of an utter rout of the enemy were unmistakable, and justified the conclusion that the watchword of "On to Richmond" had been changed to "Off for Washington." On the extreme left of our field of operations, I found the troops whose opportune arrival had averted impending disaster, and had so materially contributed to our victory. Some of them had, after arriving at the Manassas Railroad Junction, hastened to our left. Their Brigadier General, E.K. Smith, was wounded soon after getting into action, and the command of the brigade devolved upon Elzey, by whom it was gallantly and skillfully led to the close of the battle. Others, under the command of General, then Colonel, Early, made a rapid march under the pressing necessity from the extreme right of our line to and beyond our left, so as to attack the enemy in flank, thus inflicting on him the discomfiture his oblique movement was designed to inflict on us. All these troops and the others near to them had hastened into action without supplies or camp equipage. Weary, hungry, and without shelter, night closed around them where they stood, the blood-stained victors on a hard-fought field. It was reported to me that some of the troops had been so long without food as to be suffering severe hunger, and that no supplies could be got where they were. I made several addresses to them, all to the effect that their position was that best adapted to a pursuit of the enemy, and that they should therefore remain there, adding that I would go to the headquarters and direct that supplies should be sent to them promptly. General, then Colonel, Early, commanding a brigade, informed me of some wounded who required attention. One, Colonel Gardner, was, he said, at a house not far from where we were. I rode to see him, found him in severe pain, and from the twitching visible and frequent, seemed to be threatened with tetanus. A man sat beside him whose uniform was that of the enemy, but he was gentle and appeared to be solicitously attentive. He said that he had no morphine and did not know where to get any. I found in a short time a surgeon who went with me to Colonel Gardner, having the articles necessary in the case. Before leaving Colonel Gardner, he told me that the man who was attending to him might without hindrance have retreated with his comrades, but had kindly remained with him, and he therefore asked my protection for the man. I took the name and the state of the supposed Good Samaritan, and at Army Headquarters directed that he should not be treated as a prisoner. The sequel will be told hereafter. It was then late, and we rode back in the night, say 7 miles, to the Army Headquarters. I had not seen General Beauregard on the field, and did not find him at his quarters when we returned. The promise made to the troops was therefore communicated to a staff officer, who said he would have the supplies sent out. At a later hour, when I met General Beauregard and informed him of what had occurred, he stated that, because of a false alarm which had reached him, he had ordered the troops referred to from the left to the right of our line, so as to be in position to repel the reported movement of the enemy against that flank. That such an alarm should have been credited, and a night march ordered on account of it, shows how little the completeness of the victory was realized. End of chapter 6. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 19 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 7A. Conference with the generals after the battle. Order to pursue the enemy. Evidences of a thorough rout. Sweet to die for such a cause. Movements of the next day. What more it was practicable to do. Charge against the President of preventing the capture of Washington. The failure to pursue. Reflection on the President. General Beauregard's report. Endorsement upon it. Strength of the opposing forces. Extracts relating to the battle from the narrative of General Early. Resolutions of Congress. Efforts to increase the efficiency of the Army. At a late hour of the night, I had a conference with Generals Johnston and Beauregard. The Adjutant General of the latter, Colonel Jordan, was present, and sat opposite to me at the table. When, after some preliminary conversation, I asked whether any troops had been sent in pursuit of the enemy, I was answered in the negative. Upon further inquiry as to what troops were in the best position for pursuit, and had been least fatigued during the day, General Bonham's brigade was named. I then suggested that he should be ordered in pursuit. A pause ensued until Colonel Jordan asked me if I would dictate the order. I at once dictated an order for immediate pursuit. Some conversation followed, the result of which was a modification of the order by myself, so that, instead of immediate pursuit, it should be commenced at early dawn. Colonel Jordan spoke across the table to me, saying, "If you will send the order as you first dictated it, the enemy won't stop till he gets into the Potomac." I believe I remember the words very nearly, and am quite sure that I do remember them substantially. On the 25th of March, 1878, I wrote to General Beauregard as follows, quote, "Dear Sir, permit me to ask you to recall the conference held between General Johnston, yourself, and myself, on the night after the close of the Battle of Manassas, and to give me, if you can, a copy of the order which I dictated, and which your Adjutant General, T.J. Jordan, wrote at my dictation, directing Brigadier General Bonham to follow the retreating enemy. If you cannot furnish a copy of the order, please give me your recollection of its substance. Yours respectfully, signed Jefferson Davis." End quote. To this letter General Beauregard courteously replied that his order book was in New York, in the hands of a friend, to whom he would write for a copy of the order desired if it should be in said book, and that he would also write to his adjutant, General Jordan, for his recollection of the order if it had not been inscribed in the order book. On the 24th of April, General Beauregard forwarded to me the answer to his inquiries in my behalf, as follows, quote, "New York, 63 Broadway, April 18, 1878. My dear General, in answer to your note, I hasten to say that properly Mr. Davis is not to be held accountable for our failure to pursue McDowell from the field of Manassas the night of the 21st of July, 1861. As to the order to which I presume Mr. Davis refers in his note to you, I recollect the incident very distinctly. The night of the battle, as I was about to ascend to your quarters over my office, Captain E.P. Alexander of your staff informed me that Captain , attached to General Johnston's army of the Shenandoah, reported that he had been as far forward as Centreville, where he had seen the Federal army completely routed and in full flight toward Washington. This statement I at once repeated to Mr. Davis, General Johnston, and yourself, whom I found seated around your table. Mr. Davis at the moment writing a dispatch to General Cooper. As soon as I had made my report, Mr. Davis, with much animation, asserted the necessity for an urgent pursuit that night by Bonham, who, with his own brigade and that of Longstreet, was in close proximity to Centreville at the moment. So I took my seat at the same table with you, and wrote the order for pursuit, substantially at the dictation of Mr. Davis. But while writing, either I happened to remember or Captain Alexander himself, as I am inclined to believe, called me aside to remind me that his informant was known among us of the old army as because of eccentricities and in contradistinction with others of the same name. When I repeated this reminder, Mr. Davis recalled the sobriquet, as he had a precise personal knowledge of the officers of the old army. He laughed heartily, as did all present. The question of throwing General Bonham forward that night upon the unverified report of Captain was now briefly discussed, with the unanimous decision against it. Therefore the order was not dispatched. It is proper to add in this connection that, so far as I am aware, and I had the opportunity of knowing what occurred, this was the only instance during Mr. Davis's stay at Manassas in which he exercised any voice as to the movement of the troops. Profoundly pleased with the results achieved by the happy juncture of the two Confederate armies upon the very field of battle, his bearing toward the generals who commanded them was eminently proper, as I have testified on a former occasion, and, I repeat, he certainly expressed or manifested no opposition to a forward movement. Nor did he display the least disposition to interfere by opinion or authority touching what the Confederate forces should or should not do. You, having at the close of the day surrendered the command which had been left in your hands over both Confederate armies during the engagement, General Johnston was that night in chief command. He was decidedly averse to an immediate offensive, and emphatically discountenanced it as impracticable. Very truly, your friend, signed Thomas Jordan, General P.G.T. Beauregard, New Orleans, Louisiana. End quote. General Beauregard, in his letter forwarding the above, wrote, "The account given herewith by General Jordan of what occurred there respecting further pursuit that night agrees with my own recollection. It was a matter of importance, as I regarded it, to follow closely on the retreating enemy, but it was of no consequence then or now as to who issued the order for pursuit, and, unless requested, I should not have dictated one, preferring that the generals to whom the operations were confided should issue all orders to the troops. I supposed the order, as modified by myself, had been sent. I have found, however, since the close of the war, that it was not, but that an order to the same effect was sent on the night of the 21st of July, for a copy of which I am indebted to the kindness of that chivalrous gentleman, soldier, and patriot, General Bonham. It is as follows: quote, Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, Manassas, July 21st, 1861. Special Orders, number 140. 1. General Bonham will send, as early as practicable in the morning, a command of 2 of his regiments of infantry, a strong force of cavalry, and 1 field battery to scour the country and roads to his front, toward Centreville. He will carry with him abundant means of transportation for the collection of our wounded, all the arms, ammunition, and abandoned hospital stores, subsistence, and baggage, which will be sent immediately to these headquarters. General Bonham will advance with caution, throwing out an advanced guard and skirmishers on his right and left, and the utmost caution must be taken to prevent firing into our own men. Should it appear, while this command is occupied as directed, that it is insufficient for the purposes indicated, General Bonham will call on the nearest brigade commander for support. 2. Colonel P. St. George Koch, commanding, will dispatch at the same time for similar purposes a command of the same size and proportions of infantry, artillery, and cavalry on the road via Stone Bridge, and another command of 2 companies of infantry and 1 of cavalry on the road by which the enemy retreated toward and via Sudley's Mills. By command of Brigadier General Beauregard, signed Thomas Jordan, A.A., Adjutant General, to Brigadier General Bonham. End quote. Impressed with the belief that the enemy was very superior to us, both in numbers and appointments, I had felt apprehensive that, unless pressed, he would recover from the panic under which he fled from the field, rally on his reserves, and renew the contest. Therefore, it was that I immediately felt the necessity for a pursuit of the fugitives, and insisted that the troops on the extreme left should retain their position during the night of the 21st, as has been heretofore stated. In conference with the generals that night, this subject was considered, and I dictated an order for a movement on the rear of the enemy at early dawn, which, on account of the late hour at which it was given, differed very little from one for an immediate movement. A rainfall extraordinary for its violence and duration occurred on the morning of the succeeding day, so that, over places where during the battle one could scarcely get a drink of water, rolled torrents which, in the afternoon of the 22nd, it was difficult to cross. From these and other causes the troops were scattered to such an extent that but few commands could have been assembled for immediate service. It was well for us that the enemy, instead of retiring in order, so as to be rallied and again brought to the attack, left hope behind, and fled in dismay to seek for safety beyond the Potomac. Each hour of the day following the battle added to the evidence of a thorough rout of the enemy. Abandoned wagons, stores, guns, caissons, small arms, and ammunition proved his complete demoralization. As far as our cavalry went, no hostile force was met, and all the indications favored the conclusion that the purpose of invasion had, for the time, been abandoned. The victory, though decisive and important, both in its moral and physical effect, had been dearly bought by the sacrifice of the lives of many of our bravest and best, who, at the first call of their country, had rushed to its defense. When riding to the front, I met an ambulance bearing General Barnard B. from the field, where he had been mortally wounded, after his patriotism had been illustrated by conspicuous exhibitions of skill, daring, and fortitude. Soon after, I learned that my friend Colonel Bartow had heroically sealed with his life-blood his faith in the sanctity of our cause. He had been the chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs in the Provisional Congress, and, after the laws were enacted to provide for the public defense, he went to the field to maintain them. It is to such virtuous and devoted citizens that a country is indebted for its prosperity and honor, as well in peace as in war. Reference has been made to the dispersion of our troops after the battle, and in this connection the following facts are mentioned. In the afternoon of the 22nd, with a guide, supposed to be cognizant of the positions at which the different commands would be found, I went to visit the wounded, and among them a youth of my family, who, it was reported to me, was rapidly sinking. After driving many miles and witnessing very painful scenes, but seldom finding the troops in the position where my guide supposed them to be, and always disappointed in not discovering him I particularly sought, I was, at the approach of night, about to abandon the search, when, accidentally meeting an officer of the command to which the youth belonged, I was directed to the temporary hospital to which the wounded of that command had been removed. It was too late. The soul of the young soldier had just left his body. The corpse lay before me. Around him were many gentle boys suffering in different degrees from the wounds they had received. One bright, refined-looking youth from South Carolina, severely if not fatally wounded, responded to my expression of sympathy by the heroic declaration that it was "sweet to die for such a cause." Many kindred spirits ascended to the Father from that field of their glory. The roll need not be recorded here. It has a more enduring depository than the pen can make, the traditions of a grateful people. The victory at Manassas was certainly extraordinary, not only on account of the disparity of numbers and the inferiority of our arms, but also because of many other disadvantages under which we labored. We had no disciplined troops, and though our citizens were generally skilled in the use of small arms, which, with their high pride and courage, might compensate for the want of training while in position, these inadequately substituted military instruction when maneuvers had to be performed under fire, and could not make the old-fashioned musket equal to the long-range, new-model muskets with which the enemy was supplied. The disparity in artillery was still greater, both in the number and kind of guns. But thanks to the skill and cool courage of the Reverend Captain W.N. Pendleton, his battery of light, smooth-bore guns, manned principally by the youths whose rector he had been, proved more effective in battle than the long-range rifle guns of the enemy. The character of the ground brought the forces into close contact, and the ricochet of the round balls carried havoc into the columns of the enemy, while the bolts of their rifle guns, if they missed their object, penetrated harmlessly into the ground. The field was very extensive, broken, and wooded. The senior general had so recently arrived that he had no opportunity minutely to learn the ground, and the troops he brought were both unacquainted with the field and with those with whom they had to cooperate. To all this must be added the disturbing fact that the plan of battle, as originally designed, was entirely changed by the movement of the enemy on our extreme left, instead of right and center as anticipated. The operations, therefore, had to be conducted against the plan of the enemy, instead of on that which our generals had prepared and explained to their subordinate commanders. The promptitude with which the troops were moved, and the readiness with which our generals modified their preconceived plans to meet the necessities as they were developed, entitled them to the commendation so liberally bestowed at the time by their countrymen at large. General Johnston had been previously promoted to the highest grade in our army, and I deemed it but a fitting reward for the services rendered by General Beauregard that he should be promoted to the same grade. Therefore, I addressed to him the following letter. Quote, Manassas, Virginia, July 21, 1861. Sir, appreciating your services in the Battle of Manassas and on several other occasions during the existing war as affording the highest evidence of your skill as a commander, your gallantry as a soldier, and your zeal as a patriot, you are promoted to be a general in the Army of the Confederate States of America, and, with the consent of the Congress, will be duly commissioned accordingly. Yours, etc., signed Jefferson Davis, General P.G.T. Beauregard, etc." The 22nd, the day after the battle, was spent in following up the line of the retreating foe, and collecting the large supplies of arms, of ammunition, and other military stores. The supplies of the army were on a scale of such luxurious extravagance as to excite the surprise of those accustomed only to our rigid economy. The anticipation of an easy victory had caused many to come to the battle as to a joyous feast, and the signs left behind them of the extent to which they had been disappointed in the entertainment constituted the staple of many laughable stories, which were not without their value because of the lesson they contained as to the uncertainties of war, and the mortification that usually follows vain boasting. Among the articles abandoned by the enemy in his flight were some which excited a just indignation, and which indicated the shameless disregard of all the usages of honorable warfare. They were handcuffs, the fit appendage of a policeman, but not of a soldier who came to meet his foeman hilt to hilt. These were reported to have been found in large numbers. Some of them were sent to Richmond. On the night of the 22nd, I held a second conference with Generals Johnston and Beauregard. All the revelations of the day were of the most satisfactory character as to the completeness of our victory. The large amount gained of fine artillery, small arms, and ammunition, all of which were much needed by us, was not the least gratifying consequence of our success. The generals, like myself, were well content with what had been done. I propounded to them the inquiry as to what more it was practicable to do. They concurred as to their inability to cross the Potomac, and to the further inquiry as to an advance to the south side of the Potomac, General Beauregard promptly stated that there were strong fortifications there, occupied by garrisons, which had not been in the battle, and were therefore not affected by the panic which had seized the defeated army. He described those fortifications as having wide, deep ditches, with palisades, which would prevent the escalade of the works. Turning to General Johnston, he said, "They have spared no expense." It was further stated in explanation that we had no sappers and miners, nor even the tools requisite to make regular approaches. If we had possessed both, the time required for such operations would have more than sufficed for General Patterson's army and other forces to have been brought to that locality in such numbers as must have rendered the attempt, with our present means, futile. This view of the matter rests on the supposition that the fortifications and garrisons described did actually exist, of which there seemed then to be no doubt. If the reports which have since reached us be true, that there were at that time neither fortifications nor troops stationed on the south bank of the Potomac, that all the enemy's forces fled to the north side of the river, and even beyond, that the panic of the routed army infected the whole population of Washington City, and that no preparation was made or even contemplated for the destruction of the bridge across the Potomac, then it may have been, as many have asserted, that our army, following close upon the flying enemy, could have entered and taken possession of the United States Capitol. These reports, however, present a condition of affairs altogether at variance with the information on which we had to act. Thus it was, and so far as I knew, for the reasons above stated, that an advance to the south bank of the Potomac was not contemplated as the immediate sequence of the victory at Manassas. What discoveries would have been made, and what results would have ensued from the establishment of our guns upon the south bank of the river to open fire upon the capital, are speculative questions upon which it would be useless to enter. After the conference of the 22nd, and because of it, I decided to return to Richmond and employ all the power of my office to increase the strength of the army, so as the better to enable it to meet the public need, whether in offensive, defensive, or purely defensive operations, as opportunity should offer for the one, or the renewal of invasion require the other. A short time subsequent to my return, a message was brought to me from the prison, to the effect that a non-commissioned officer captured at Manassas claimed to have a promise of protection from me. The name was given Hulbert of Connecticut. I had forgotten the name he gave me when I saw him, but believing that I would recognize the person who had attended to Colonel Gardner, and to whom only such a promise had been given, The officer in charge was directed to send him to me. When he came, I had no doubt of his identity, and explained to him that I had directed that he should not be treated as a prisoner, but that, in the multitude of those wearing the same uniform as his, some neglect or mistake had arisen, for which I was very sorry, and that he should be immediately released and sent down the river to the neighborhood of Fortress Monroe, where he would be among his own people. He then told me that he had a sister residing a few miles in the country, whom he would be very glad to visit. Permission was given him to do so, and a time fixed at which he was to report for transportation, and so he left, with manifestations of thankfulness for the kindness with which he had been treated. In due time a newspaper was received, containing an account of his escape, and how he had lingered about the suburbs of Richmond and made drawings of the surrounding fortifications. The treachery was as great as if his drawings had been valuable, which they could not have been, as we had only then commenced the detached works which were designed as a system of defenses for Richmond. When the smoke of battle had lifted from the field of Manassas, and the rejoicing over the victory had spread over the land and spread its exuberance, some who, like Job's war horse, snuffed the battle from afar, but in whom the likeness there ceased, censoriously asked why the fruits of the victory had not been gathered by the capture of Washington City. Then some indiscreet friends of the generals commanding in that battle, instead of the easier task of justification, chose the harder one of exculpation for the imputed failure. Their ill-advised zeal, combined perhaps with malice against me, induced the allegation that the President had prevented the generals from making an immediate and vigorous pursuit of the routed enemy. This, as other stories had been, was left to the correction which time, it was hoped, would bring, the sooner because it was expected to be refuted by the reports of the commanding generals, with whom I had conferred on that subject immediately after the battle. After considerable time had elapsed, it was reported to me that a member of Congress who had served on that occasion as a volunteer aide to General Beauregard had stated in the House of Representatives that I had prevented the pursuit of the enemy after his defeat at Manassas. This gave to the rumor such official character and dignity as seemed to me to entitle it to notice not theretofore given. Wherefore I addressed to General Johnston the following inquiry, which, though restricted in its terms to the allegation, was of such tenor as left it to his option to state all the facts connected with the slander, if he should choose to do me that justice, or should see the public interest involved in the correction, which, as stated in my letter to him, was that which gave it, in my estimation, its claim to consideration, and had caused me to address him on the subject. Richmond, Virginia, November 3, 1861. General J.E. Johnston, Commanding Department of the Potomac. Sir, reports have been and are being widely circulated to the effect that I prevented General Beauregard from pursuing the enemy after the Battle of Manassas, and had subsequently restrained him from advancing upon Washington City. Though such statements may have been made merely for my injury, and in that view might be postponed to a more convenient season, they have acquired importance from the fact that they have served to create distrust, to excite disappointment, and must embarrass the administration in its further efforts to reinforce the armies of the Potomac, and generally to provide for the public defense. For these public considerations, I call upon you as the commanding general, and as a party to all the conferences held by me on the 21st and 22nd of July, to say whether I obstructed the pursuit of the enemy after the victory at Manassas, or have ever objected to an advance or other active operation which it was feasible for the army to undertake. Very respectfully yours, etc., signed Jefferson Davis. Headquarters, Centerville, November 10, 1861. To His Excellency the President. Sir, I have had the honor to receive your letter of the 3rd inst., in which you call upon me, as a commanding general and as a party to all the conferences held by you on the 21st and 22nd of July, to say whether you obstructed the pursuit after the victory of Manassas, or have ever objected to an advance or other active operation which it was feasible for the army to undertake. To the first question, I reply, no. The pursuit was obstructed by the enemy's troops at Centerville, as I have stated in my official report. In that report, I have also said why no advance was made upon the enemy's capital, for reasons as follows. The apparent freshness of the United States troops at Centerville, which checked our pursuit, the strong forces occupying the works near Georgetown, Arlington, and Alexandria. The certainty, too, that General Patterson, if needed, would reach Washington with his army of more than 30,000 sooner than we could, and the condition and inadequate means of the army in ammunition, provisions, and transportation prevented any serious thoughts of advancing against the capital. To the second question I replied that it has never been feasible for the army to advance farther than it has done, to the line of Fairfax Courthouse, with its advanced posts at Upton's, Munson's, and Mason's Hills. After a conference at Fairfax Courthouse with the 3 senior general officers, you announced it to be impracticable to give this army the strength which those officers considered necessary to enable it to assume the offensive, upon which I drew it back to its present position. Most respectfully, your obedient servant, signed J.E. Johnston. End quote. This answer to my inquiry was conclusive as to the charge which had been industriously circulated that I had prevented the immediate pursuit of the enemy, and had obstructed active operations after the Battle of Manassas, and thus had caused the failure to reap the proper fruits of the victory. No specific inquiry was made by me as to the part I took in the conferences of the 21st and 22nd of July, but a general reference was made to them. The entire silence of General Johnston in regard to those conferences is noticeable from the fact that, while his answer was strictly measured by the terms of my inquiry as to pursuit, he added a statement about a conference at Fairfax Courthouse, which occurred in the autumn, say October, and could have had no relation to the question of pursuit of the enemy after the victory of Manassas, or other active operations therewith connected. The reasons stated in my letter for making an inquiry naturally pointed to the conferences of the 21st and 22nd of July, but surely not to a conference held months subsequent to the battle, and on a question quite different from that of hot pursuit. In regard to the matter of the subsequent conference, I shall have more to say hereafter. I left the field of Manassas proud of the heroism of our troops in battle, and of the conduct of the officers who led them. Anxious to recognize the claim of the army on the gratitude of the country, it was my pleasing duty to bear testimony to their merit in every available form. Those who left the field and did not return to share its glory, it was wished, should only be remembered as exceptions proving a rule. With all the information possessed at the time by the commanding generals, the propriety of maintaining our position while seeking objects more easily attained than the capture of the United States Capitol seemed to me so demonstrable as to require no other justification than the statements to which I have referred in connection with the conference of the 22nd of July. It would have seemed to me then, as it does now, to be less than was due to the energy and fortitude of our troops to plead a want of transportation and supplies for a march of about 20 miles through a country which had not then been denuded by the ravages of war. Under these impressions, and with such feelings, I wrote to General Beauregard as follows: quote, Richmond, Virginia, August 4, 1861. General Beauregard, Manassas, Virginia. My dear Sir, I think you are unjust to yourself in putting your failure to pursue the enemy to Washington to the account of short supplies of subsistence and transportation. Under the circumstances of our army, and in the absence of the knowledge since acquired, if indeed the statements be true, it would have been extremely hazardous to have done more than was performed. You will not fail to remember that, so far from knowing that the enemy was routed, a large part of our forces was moved by you, in the night of the 21st, to repel a supposed attack upon our right, and that the next day's operations did not fully reveal what has since been reported of the enemy's panic. Enough was done for glory, and the measure of duty was full. Let us rather show the untaught that their desires are unreasonable, than by dwelling on possibilities recently developed, give form and substance to the criticisms always easy to those who judge after the event. With sincere esteem, I am your friend, signed Jefferson Davis. End quote. I had declared myself content and gratified with the conduct of the troops and the officers, and supposed the generals, in recognition of my efforts to aid them by increasing their force and munitions, as well as by my abstinence from all interference with them upon the field, would have neither cause nor motive to reflect upon me in their reports, and it was with equal surprise and regret that in this I found myself mistaken. General Johnston, in his report, represented the order to him to make a junction with General Beauregard as a movement left to his discretion, with the condition that, if made, he should first send his sick and baggage to Culpeper Courthouse. I felt constrained to put upon his report when it was received the following endorsement. Quote, "The telegram referred to by General Johnston in this report, as received by him about 1 o'clock on the morning of the 18th of July, is inaccurately reported. The following is a copy. Richmond, July 17, 1861. General J.E. Johnston, Winchester, Virginia. General Beauregard is attacked. To strike the enemy a decisive blow, a junction of all your effective force will be needed. If practicable, make the movement, sending your sick and baggage to Culpeper Courthouse, either by railroad or by Warrenton. In all the arrangements, exercise your discretion. S. Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General." The word "after" is not found in the dispatch before the words "sending your sick," as is stated in the report, so that the argument based on it requires no comment. The order to move, if practicable, had reference to General Johnston's letters of the 12th and 15th of July, representing the relative strength and positions of the enemy under Patterson and of his own forces to be such as to make it doubtful whether General Johnston had the power to effect the movement." End quote. Upon the receipt of General Beauregard's report of the Battle of Manassas, I found that it contained matter which seemed to me out of place, and therefore addressed to him the following letter. Quote, "Richmond, Virginia, October 30th, 1861. General Beauregard, Manassas, Virginia. Sir, yesterday my attention was called to various newspaper publications purporting to have been sent from Manassas, and to be a synopsis of your report of the battle of the 21st of July last, and in which it is represented that you have been overruled by me in your plan for a battle with the enemy south of the Potomac, for the capture of Baltimore and Washington, and the liberation of Maryland. I inquired for your long-expected report, and it has been today submitted to my inspection. It appears by official endorsement to have been received by the Adjutant General on the 18th of October, though it is dated August 26, 1861. With much surprise, I found that the newspaper statements were sustained by the text of your report. I was surprised because, if we did differ in opinion as to the measure and purposes of contemplated campaigns, such fact could have no appropriate place in the report of a battle. Further, because it seemed to be an attempt to exalt yourself at my expense, and especially because no such plan as that described was submitted to me, it is true that, some time before it was ordered, you expressed a desire for the junction of General Johnston's army with your own. The movement was postponed until the operations of the enemy rendered it necessary, and until it became thereby practicable to make it with safety to the Valley of Virginia. Hence, I believe, was secured the success by which it was attended. If you have retained a copy of the plan of campaign which you say was submitted to me through Colonel Chestnut, allow me to request that you will furnish me with a duplicate of it. Very respectfully yours, etc., signed Jefferson Davis. End quote. As General Beauregard did not think proper to omit that portion of his report to which objection was made, it necessitated, when the entire report was transmitted to Congress, the placing of an endorsement upon it, reviewing that part of the report which I considered objectionable. The Congress, in its discretion, ordered the publication of the report, except that part to which the endorsement referred, thereby judiciously suppressing both the endorsement and the portion of the report to which it related. In this case and every other official report ever submitted to me, I made neither alteration nor erasure. That portion of the report which was suppressed by the Congress has, since the war, found its way into the press, but the endorsement which belonged to it has not been published. As part of the history of the time, I will here present both in their proper connection. Quote, General S. Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General, Richmond, Virginia. Before entering upon a narration of the general military operations in the presence of the enemy on July 21st, I propose, I hope not unreasonably, first to recite certain events which belong to the strategy of the campaign, and consequently form an essential part of the history of the battle. Having become satisfied that the advance of the enemy, with a decidedly superior force, both as to numbers and war equipage, to attack or turn my position in this quarter was immediately impending, I dispatched on July 13th one of my staff, Colonel James Chestnut, of South Carolina, to submit for the consideration of the President a plan of operations substantially as follows. I proposed that General Johnston should unite as soon as possible the bulk of the Army of the Shenandoah with that of the Potomac. Then, under my command, leaving only sufficient force to garrison his strong works at Winchester, and to guard the 5 defensive passes of the Blue Ridge, and thus hold Patterson in check. At the same time, Brigadier General Holmes was to march hither with all of his command not essential for the defense of the position of Acquia Creek. These junctions having been effected at Manassas, an immediate, impetuous attack of our combined armies upon General McDowell was to follow, as soon as he approached my advanced position at and around Fairfax Courthouse, with the inevitable result, as I submitted, of his complete defeat, and the destruction or capture of his army. This accomplished, the Army of the Shenandoah under General Johnston increased with a part of my forces and rejoined, as he returned by the detachment left to hold the mountain passes, was to march back rapidly into the valley, fall upon and crush Patterson with a superior force, wheresoever he might be found. This, I confidently estimated, could be achieved within 15 days after General Johnston should march from Winchester for Manassas. Meanwhile, I was to occupy the enemy's works on this side of the Potomac, if, as I anticipated, he had been so routed as to enable me to enter them with him, or, if not, to retire again for a time within the lines of Bull Run with my main force. Patterson having been virtually destroyed, then General Johnston would reinforce General Garnett sufficiently to make him superior to his opponent, General McClellan, and able to defeat that officer. This done, General Garnett was to form an immediate junction with General Johnston, who was forthwith to cross the Potomac into Maryland with his whole force, arouse the people as he advanced to the recovery of their political rights and the defense of their homes and families from an offensive invader, and then march to the investment of Washington in the rear while I resumed the offensive in front. This plan of operations, you are aware, was not acceptable at the time, from considerations which appeared so weighty as to more than counterbalance its proposed advantages. Informed of these views and of the decision of the War Department, I then made my preparations for the stoutest practicable defense of the line of Bull Run, the enemy having developed his purpose by the advance on and occupation of Fairfax Courthouse, from which my advanced brigade had been withdrawn. Quote, "The War Department having been informed by me by telegraph on July 17th of the movement of General McDowell, General Johnston was immediately ordered to form a junction of his army corps with mine, should the movement, in his judgment, be deemed advisable. General Holmes was also directed to push forward with 2 regiments, a battery, and 1 company of cavalry." End quote. Quote, "Endorsement. The order issued by the War Department to General Johnston was not, as herein reported, to form a junction, should the movement, in his judgment, be deemed advisable. The following is an accurate copy of the order. General Beauregard is attacked. To strike the enemy a decisive blow, a junction of all your effective force will be needed. If practicable, make the movement, sending your sick and baggage to Culpeper Courthouse, either by railroad or by Warrenton. In all the arrangements, exercise your discretion." The words "if practicable" had reference to letters of General Johnston of the 12th and 15th of July, which made it extremely doubtful if he had the power to make the movement, in view of the relative strength and position of Patterson's forces as compared with his own. The plan of campaign reported to have been submitted, but not accepted, and to have led to a decision of the War Department, cannot be found among its files, nor any reference to any decision made upon it, and it was not known that the army had advanced beyond the line of Bull Run, the position previously selected by General Lee, and which was supposed to have continued to be the defensive line occupied by the main body of our forces. Inquiry has developed the fact that a message to be verbally delivered was sent by Honorable Mr. Chestnut. If the conjectures recited in the report were entertained, they rested on the accomplishment of one great condition, namely, that a junction of the forces of Generals Johnston and Holmes should be made with the army of General Beauregard and should gain a victory. The junction was made, the victory was won, but the consequences that were predicted did not result. The reasons why no such consequences could result are given in the closing passages of the reports of both the commanding generals, and the responsibility cannot be transferred to the government at Richmond, which certainly would have united in any feasible plan to accomplish such desirable results. If the plan of campaign mentioned in the report had been presented in a written communication, and in sufficient detail to permit proper investigation, it must have been pronounced to be impossible at that time. and its proposal could only have been accounted for by the want of information of the forces and positions of the armies in the field. The facts that rendered it impossible are the following. 1. It was based, as related from memory by Colonel Chestnut, on the supposition of drawing a force of about 25,000 men from the command of General Johnston. The letters of General Johnston show his effective force to have been only 11,000, with an enemy 30,000 strong in his front, ready to take possession of the Valley of Virginia on his withdrawal. 2. It proposed to continue operations by effecting a junction of a part of the victorious forces with the army of General Garnett in western Virginia. General Garnett's forces amounted only to 3,000 or 4,000 men, then known to be in rapid retreat before vastly superior forces under McClellan, and the news that he was himself killed and his army scattered arrived within 48 hours of Colonel Chestnut's arrival in Richmond. 3. The plan was based on the improbable and inadmissible supposition that the enemy was to await everywhere, isolated and motionless, until our forces could effect junctions to attack them in detail. 4. It could not be expected that any success obtainable on the battlefield would enable our forces to carry the fortifications on the Potomac, garrisoned and within supporting distance of fresh troops. Nor, after the actual battle and victory, did the generals on the field propose an advance on the capital, nor does it appear that they have since believed themselves in a condition to attempt such a movement. It is proper also to observe that there is no communication on file in the War Department, as recited at the close of the report, showing what were the causes which prevented the advance of our forces and prolonged vigorous pursuit of the enemy to and beyond the Potomac. Signed, Jefferson Davis. End quote. It has not been my purpose to describe the battles of the war. To the reports of the officers serving on the field, in the armies of both governments, the student of history must turn for knowledge of the details, and it will be the task of the future historian, from comparison of the whole, to deduce the truth. It is fortunate for the cause of justice that error and misrepresentation have, in their inconsistencies and improbabilities, the elements of self-destruction, while truth is, in its nature, consistent and therefore self-sustaining. To such general remarks in regard to campaigns, sieges, and battles as may seem to me appropriate to the scope and object of my work, I shall append or insert, from time to time, the evidence of reliable actors in those affairs, as well to elucidate obscurity as to correct error. End of Part 4, Chapter 7a.